Chapter 780. On the campus of Hidden Dragon High School. When Xingtian's face was pale and his body was thin. Only his eyes were filled with an inexplicable brilliance and pride. My students, 42 talented youths, are about to go to the ruins. My brother has done such an earth-shattering thing for the sake of our brotherhood. This is my pride. They are all worthy of my pride for the rest of my life. In the later half of my life, I will have material to brag about. Therefore I can't lose face for my brother. If there is a time when Xingtian, am needed, I will not hesitate to offer my loyal heart and pure blood. In this life I have no more regrets and will never betray this kindness. In this life I will never tarnish this glory of my brother. Everyone in our class is here. Everyone is here. Follow me. When Xingtian took the lead and walked. Even though he had not recovered from his serious injuries, his body was still as straight as a sword. The group of people came to the sports field. There were already a few selected students waiting here. They went to the infant transformation group. The total number of people was close to 300. After a while the scheduled people all arrived. There were 3 teams. Led by Zhang Xiaofei, 8 teachers were protecting them. When Xingtian and the others were injured, so they did not have the chance to participate in this escort. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Under the leadership of Wuxia Duo, the 42 students of Class 1 bowed at the same time. When Xingtian stood upright and accepted the bow. Safety is the most important thing in all things. I will wait for you to return safely. When Xingtian's voice was slightly hoarse. If you encounter that kind of choice between opportunity and life, remember, choose life first. Yes, teacher. Go. Let's go. The other classes also bid farewell to their teachers. With a single command, the 300 students of the Hidden Dragon High School all soared into the sky, transforming into a gust of morning wind as they flew into the sky. Starlight Mountains. This time it was completely different from before. It was as if its appearance had changed completely. The surrounding mountains had all disappeared at this moment, and there was only flat land as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge plain. Only under the golden door in the sky, there was a big lake with rippling blue waves. It was created by the Flood Witch's hammer that day. At this moment the scenery was actually very beautiful. Looking at it made one feel relaxed and happy. As the agreed date approached, the various experts arrived one after another. Those who arrived earlier had already settled into the tents that had already been set up. The military experts were the first to arrive. At this moment, the voices of high-ranking military officials could be heard from almost every direction. The Guixian experts were already prepared and lined up neatly to receive instructions. The Royal God Realm Masters were almost done as well. There were not enough cloud transformation teams and more were still coming. The 4 great commanders had already returned to their respective territories. But here there were still many higher-ups. The left and right heavenly kings, Emperor Zhai Xing, and the others were all on the mountain peak, guarding against unexpected changes and responding to unexpected needs. 3 of the 7 swords of the Tao League were also present. 3 of the 11 great shamans also stayed, the Flood Witch Jin Lin Great Shaman and the Wind Emperor Great Shaman. The others were all driven back by the Flood Witch. By right, the Great Flood Witch himself could have completely ignored the matters here, but for some unknown reason he stayed behind. But he also stayed to care about the matters. Everything was negotiated and handled by Jin Lin and the Wind Emperor. The sky had just brightened when a biting cold wind suddenly blew from the horizon. It almost made people think that the Ice Underworld Great Shaman had returned. In the direction of Fenghai City, a slim white figure was flying in the air. With her arrival, it seemed that the morning sun on the horizon had lost its color. Boundless cold air suddenly enveloped the entire gathering place. It wasn't until she landed and retracted her aura that the extremely cold air stopped spreading. However, when everyone saw her face and figure, they still felt that she was extremely cold, pure, and unsullied. Their eyes were filled with the feeling that it was too cold to stand at the top. It was Zhu Xiaoyan who had arrived. Her appearance, which she thought was very normal, stunned everyone. Countless people were looking at her and gasping in amazement. Over at the 9 Heavens Pavilion side, someone had already waved and greeted, Lord Spiritual Cat. Among the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the 9 Heavens Pavilion, Zhu Xiaoyan was fully deserving of the title of Big Sister. Everyone stood up respectfully to welcome the arrival of their big sister. Zhu Xiaoyan saw them before that person spoke. Her body floated and turned in the air, landing in the middle of the crowd. Then her figure disappeared. Many young cultivators nearby could not help but have their eyes lit up. Although it was only a glimpse, it was already engraved in their hearts and souls. It was hard to forget. Who is this? So beautiful. Really too beautiful. I feel like I'm in love. So, I don't think there's a chance. Too cold. It's lonely at the top, do you know? What do you know? It's only interesting like this. Only then will there be a sense of conquest. Those who had the qualifications to come here were all geniuses from different places. Seeing such an outstanding beauty, there were countless people whose hearts were moved. They all began to inquire about her background. The experts of the Nine Heavens Pavilion looked at these whispering people with pity and disdain in their hearts. Just you bunch of idiots. Wait to be frozen. If this Lord Spiritual Cat was so easy to get in touch with, would you guys even have a chance? Wouldn't our Nine Heavens Pavilion be the most elite group of people in the entire Jianghu Empire? We can tell you very responsibly that we have never seen this spiritual thought heavenly lady smile in such a long time. As for those who had returned to Mystic Realm, or rather, those who had some years of experience in the martial world, they all closed their eyes and sat calmly. They did not think, look, or inquire. It was as if they did not care about the arrival of such a beauty like the Zhuxiaoyan. However, they all remembered her. To be able to come this far, these people already knew very well that if such a woman had a home, it would definitely be a ruthless character that they could not afford to offend. If she did not have a home, then those who had their eyes on this woman would definitely be those future ruthless characters. In other words, the fact that this woman could maintain such a temperament and aura could only mean one thing. This woman's background was shockingly huge. She was definitely not someone that anyone could afford to offend. The experienced martial artists all understood that this was an earth-shattering whirlpool. Whoever rashly touched it would be smashed into smithereens without any chance of survival. Therefore they would not have such thoughts. For this kind of woman who was so beautiful that she could easily implicate the entire family, they did not dare to think about or touch her. Only those martial arts schools, departments, or those Cloud Royal God experts who had reached the required level of cultivation but had yet to reach the required level of experience were flushed with excitement. They were all thinking of ways to inquire about her, in addition to calculating their own wealth, fantasizing about a beautiful future with this beauty and walking to the pinnacle of life. The experienced martial artists all looked down at their noses. A bunch of idiots who had not been beaten up by society. They really thought that they were the main characters. She could not be bothered with them. She would just go and smash her head into a bloody mess. Beautiful women were always resources and they had to be of high quality. Once a woman's beauty reached a certain level, not only would she be a high-quality resource, she could also be a disaster. If one was not careful. There might be someone who would bring disaster to himself just because he took an extra look at her. There would be no room for him to turn over. And the beauty of this young lady who flew over from the sky was even above the description. As for the whirlpool that she could cause, they could imagine it themselves. That the experienced martial artists even dared to say that among the people present today, if any one of them really moved this fairy's heart, then this lucky guy would probably disappear from the face of the earth before the next day. This point, the experienced martial artists could guarantee with their own lives and their descendants that it was absolutely true. The experienced martial artists only remembered Zhuxiaoyan for one purpose. If this woman was in trouble or something, they would help her. They did not dare to think about winning her heart. Their biggest wish was to leave a favor with her. Once such a woman's favor was returned, it might be the biggest opportunity in their lives. This was what the experienced martial artists wanted. The difference between a rash youth and an experienced martial artist was like heaven and earth. This was the real reason why out of 10,000 rash youths, perhaps only 3 to 5 could live to become experienced martial artists. A big lake separated the three sides. The players of the 4 echelons of the Umno Alliance Dao League also entered the arena one after another. At this time, the participants of Yunduan High Martial Arts and Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts had also arrived. Including Zhou Yunqing, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and the others were all stretching their necks to look for Zhuxiao Duo and Li Chenglong. When they found out that the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts had not arrived, their faces were full of disappointment. Finally, the wind and clouds surged. The team of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts had also finally arrived. Zhuxiao Duo and Li Chenglong blended in with them, not showing off their abilities. The team of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts had a total of 400 people. In these few days, Li Chenglong had already come up with a relatively complete secret code communication system. For example, the call for help in a critical moment, or the trace of being chased, how to leave a mark on a rock, how to leave a mark on a tree, how to leave a mark on the ground. On this basis, how to distinguish between one's own people and outsiders. In short, all kinds of contact methods were clearly defined. This is only the contact method of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. I believe that the other schools will certainly have their own secret codes, don't worry about it. When we need help we can look for them or they can come to us. But we must remember our own secret codes and we can't forget them. If my estimation is not wrong, after entering the ruins, it will be difficult to maintain an organization. There is a high chance that everyone will be randomly scattered and fight for themselves. With the secret codes, you can relatively quickly find your own team and regroup. If you can't find your own team for the time being, the nearest team, as long as it is a team from the Astral Souls continent, should immediately join it. When you have the opportunity to find your own team you can regroup. When you are alone you must be extra careful. When facing more than 2 enemies, even if there is a great opportunity in front of you, as long as you don't have absolute confidence, try not to take risks as much as possible. Chapter 781. Li Chenglong's rules were extremely detailed, covering all aspects. Our group prioritizes our own safety. The leader's strength is far superior to his peers. So, he will naturally support us. But, we must have someone who will attack and plunder the resources. The leader's responsibility is the most important. The leader is a bandit and we are the logistics of the bandit. When Li Chenglong made these rules, Zhuo Duo was not around. Naturally, he did not know that his leader had been labeled as the #1 bandit in the Hidden Dragon High School by Li Chenglong, the vice leader. After the Hidden Dragon High School arrived, the candidates for the trial were indeed separated. The Transformation Cloud experts were brought to the Transformation Cloud area, while the Royal God experts were brought to another area. There were only 400 infant transformation cultivators left. At this moment a voice shouted, "Zhuo Duo, Li Chenglong, are you here?" Not far away, a little fatty was looking in their direction. "Here." Li Chenglong stood up and waved his hand. Zhuo Duo laughed, "Fatty, come here." In the Hidden Dragon High School team, Yu Yin Air bit her rosy lips. That damned fatty actually came? Last time, it was this bastard who dragged me to sleep in the arena. Li Zhangming laughed. "I'm here, I finally found you." He ran over. Zhuo Duo was about to go out and greet them when he heard 2 voices, "Zua!" Roar. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio were laughing and jumping as they ran over. Their faces were filled with a happy expression. In the Yunduan High School team, Zhou Yunqing was full of smiles and waved at Zhuo Duo. The 5 of them who were also from Phoenix City's #2 high school reunited, and they were all so excited that they were about to explode. Finally, everyone was together again. Long Yuxing squinted at Li Chenglong. "Swollen, what's your cultivation level?" It wasn't just Long Yuxing. Even Wan Lixio and Li Zhangming were looking at Li Chenglong with ill intentions. "We haven't seen each other for a long time, so of course we have to test each other's skills. Zhuo Duo is the boss, so we don't feel good about it. Secondly, we're afraid that we won't be able to defeat him. Thirdly, we're even more afraid that we'll be the ones to be taught a lesson. It was better to test Li Chenglong first. If he could easily defeat Li Chenglong, then he would have the confidence to challenge Zhuo Duo. At that time, who cares if he's the boss or not, I'll beat him up first." In their respective schools, every day was hellish training. Wasn't this the main reason for most of the true meaning behind it? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "Middle stage nascent soul. What's wrong?" Long Yuxing laughed wildly. He was so excited that his pupils widened. "I am now at the peak of nascent soul. Ah, I haven't seen you for a long time. We must learn from each other later." It was hard to imagine that a person as handsome as Long Yuxing would have a vile expression on his face, completely insufferably arrogant. However, his wife Wan Lixio was also full of joy and high spirits. Even the 2 of them looked at Zhuo Duo with ill intentions. Li Chenglong is only at the middle stage nascent soul? Zhuo is also in the nascent soul team. At most, he should be at the peak of nascent soul like us, right? Doesn't this mean? Li Zhangming was a little hesitant. He always felt that Li Chenglong was cheating them again. But after hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't resist the temptation of beating Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong up. He rubbed his fists and said, "Don't cry later. It's embarrassing." Zhuo Duo smiled sinisterly. "We definitely won't cry. Sai, our progress has been very slow during this time. I'm very ashamed. It's time for you to wake us up. I'm ashamed. He couldn't hold back the evil laughter in his heart. Come to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School to find Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong. At this moment, he felt that the faces of the people around him had changed one by one, faintly showing a bit of seriousness. He turned his head and saw 2 figures walking over from the side of the bay. One of them walked through the crowd like a lone wolf looking for food in the far north wilderness. His whole body was full of a cold, sharp and bloody feeling. It was Yumoyan. His whole body was straight and he walked over like a sword. Beside him there was a young girl. This young girl, on the other hand, was so beautiful that anyone who looked at her couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Yumoyan's face was full of smiles, but even if others saw his smile, they would still subconsciously feel frightened. But he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Walking in front of Zhuoxiao Duo, Yumoyan didn't show the excitement of meeting after a long time. Instead he said somewhat calmly, "Zhuoxiao Duo. Long Yuxing Xiu, Changming." Everyone called his name once and then stopped. But their eyes were already burning with passion. "This is my senior sister, Sister Yener. Well, she's my teacher Luo's daughter. She's very good to me." Yumoyan said straightforwardly, "Boss Zhuo will join your team." Zhuoxiao Duo laughed. "Good. Not bad, not bad. Moyan, come and sit. Sister-in-law, come and sit too." Long Yuxing and the others cheered together. "Sister-in-law, come and sit." Sister Yener's face suddenly turned red, but she didn't refuse. She went over and sat next to Wan Lixio. On Umo Yan's dark and thin face, there was a suspicious blush that flashed past as if he was shy. But he was too dark and used to a poker face. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell that he was shy. "Yumoyan, we're going to challenge Zhua and Xiaoduo. Do you want to come?" Long Yuxing urged. "I'm not going." Umo Yin rejected him directly. "Are you scared?" "I'm not scared and I'm not going to fight." Yumoyan's choice to leave so decisively stunned Long Yuxing and the others. They all felt that Yumoyan's personality seemed to be more withdrawn and sharper than when he was in Phoenix City. Then Zhuoxiao Duo introduced Yumoyan and the others to his school. Under the guidance of Gao Qiaoer, all the Soul Transformation Realm students of the Hidden Dragon High School expressed a warm welcome. Gao Qiaoer's performance was very skillful, making the atmosphere on her side lively and chaotic. Silently, she completed the integration of Long Yuxing and the others. Then, people from the military came over and began to integrate the teams. 3,000 Soul Transformation Realm students were gathered together. The main purpose of this gathering was to introduce everyone's attire. Everyone was wearing the same attire. Those who came from the school were wearing the school uniform. There was a clear symbol on the uniform. Those who came from the military and those who came from the big families all borrowed the military badges and uniforms. The kind that had a soul lock, everyone didn't have to worry about someone impersonating them. After a detailed introduction, someone on the mountain peak ordered, "Get ready to enter." The Astral Souls Alliance entered as the first echelon. From the beginning to the end, Zhuoxiao Duo and the others didn't see what the disciples of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance looked like or wore before they were ordered to enter the ruins. The distance between the three parties was too far. They couldn't even see them from afar. At this moment, the Soul Transformation Realm martial artists of the Umno Alliance who entered the secret realm all received an order, or rather, a warning. If you meet someone from the Astral Souls Alliance named Zhuoxiao Duo, remember to run as far as possible. Don't fight with him. This order made the Soul Transformation Realm martial artists of the Umno Alliance feel dejected. Damn it, I've never seen such a low morale. We haven't even entered yet, but we've already received an order to retreat. Are we that weak? But the higher-ups, Dan Kong, Bing Ming, Lai Hua and the others were all clear. Don't underestimate them. Every one of them was a genius among geniuses of the new generation of the Umno Alliance. Many of them belonged to the kind of people who were blessed by the heavens and would encounter good things wherever they went. Each of them was suppressed at least 7 or 8 times in their respective realms. But even with this level of cultivation against Zhuoxiao Duo, he would still be killed or even killed in an instant. Based on this understanding, even though they knew that this order was too demoralizing, they still had to say it. According to the assessment of Zhuoxiao's strength by Flood, Bing Ming, and the other great sorcerers, even if they all gathered together and charged at Zhuoxiao Duo, not many of them would be able to survive. First, the Soul Transformation Realm martial artists from the military entered. Then the various departments and families entered. Then the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School mixed with some other high martial arts students to enter the Soul Transformation Realm. Then the Yunduan High Martial Arts School mixed with some other high martial arts students to enter the Soul Transformation Realm. Then, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. When the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was about to enter, suddenly, a golden light flashed in the sky. A burly figure dressed in golden clothes descended from the sky. He stopped in front of the golden door in the sky. The students immediately stopped and looked at this guy who looked like a super expert. What was he doing? The heavenly king of the right was beside the golden door and frowned. Golden-scaled great sorcerer, what are you doing? Golden-scaled great sorcerer. Below, Zhuo Duo and the others were whispering to each other. At this stage, this was a super big figure who could make one's soul tremble just by hearing his name. He was the strongest person in the 3 continents. Immediately, all of them were filled with reverence. They were truly intimidated by the sight of him. The golden-scaled great sorcerer snorted and looked at the group of students from the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. He said lightly, "Who is Zhuo Duo?" Zhuo Duo was suddenly confused. Fuck, am I already so famous? Even the golden-scaled great sorcerer, one of the 12 great sorcerers of the Umno Alliance, wanted to pay a special visit to me? I seem to have just been promoted to the soul transformation realm. Isn't he thinking too highly of me? Should I be afraid, horrified, and shocked to death? The king of Zhuolu and the heavenly king of the right frowned at the same time and shouted, "Golden-scaled great sorcerer! What are you doing?" The golden-scaled great sorcerer stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I just want to say a few words to that Zhuo Duo. I have no ill intentions." "What words?" The golden-scaled great sorcerer ignored them and said directly, "Zhuo Duo, come out." Zhuo Duo stepped out of the crowd and asked with his head raised, "May I ask, golden-scaled great sorcerer, what advice do you have for me?" The golden-scaled great sorcerer snorted and said, "Someone asked me to say a few words to you. Well, this is my big brother, the Flood Witch, who asked me to pass it on to you." The Flood Witch? The Flood Witch, who was known to be invincible and recognized as the #1 expert in the universe? Zhuo's expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 782. He might not take the words of others to heart, but he would definitely take the words of the few great shamans to heart. Especially the Flood Witch's message, he had to take it to heart. He definitely could not afford to offend this person. Also, he seemed to be very curious. "I don't know this, the Flood Witch. What message did he send me?" "We don't have any friendship." That the golden-scaled great shaman on the other side began to transmit his voice. Zhuo Duo only heard the golden-scaled great shaman's voice in his ear. "My elder brother, the Flood Witch, asked me to tell you, you are not allowed to kill the people of the Umno Alliance. Otherwise he will kill your parents. Your father is Wu Changlu, right? Your mother is Wu Yuding, right?" Hearing this, Zhuo's expression changed greatly. The golden-scaled great shaman laughed and leaped up, turning into a golden light in the air and rushing away. Zhuo's face was pale and he was stunned on the spot, not moving for a long time. Yu Dongtian shouted angrily, "Golden-scaled great shaman, what the hell did you say?" In the air, the golden-scaled great shaman ignored him and disappeared from the mountain peak. The king of Zhuolu flashed and came to Zhuo Duo, asking with concern, "What did he say to you?" Seeing Zhuo's hesitation, the king of Zhuolu hurriedly said, "I am the king of Zhuolu. If you have anything to say, tell me, I can make the decision." Zhuo Duo took a deep breath and said, the Flood Witch said, "I can't kill the people of the Umno Alliance. Otherwise the Flood Witch will kill my parents. And they also said the names of my parents." The king of Zhuolu was dumbfounded. According to his understanding, this sentence was probably really said by the Flood Witch. "Then after you go in, try your best to kill as few people as possible and steal as many things as you can. With your strength you far surpass your peers. If you show some mercy you will still be able to surpass the others." The king of Zhuolu patted Zhuo's shoulder and transmitted his voice, "In the future there will be a great enemy invading. The 3 continents will work together to resist the enemy. Therefore, it is still necessary for the 3 forces to keep the geniuses as much as possible. However, for the time being, it is enough for you to keep this matter to yourself. You are not allowed to leak it out. Your strength has already exceeded the limits of your peers. The others do not have the qualifications to know." Zhuo Duo felt a chill in his heart and said in a deep voice, "I understand." The king of Zhuolu patted him on the shoulder and said, "However, you don't have to worry too much about Flood's warning. If they start massacring our men, then you don't have to show them any mercy. Just go ahead and kill them. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Go in." Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong led their men into the Golden Gate one by one. Until he entered, Zhuo Duo was still thinking about why this king of Zhuolu seemed a little familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before and even talked to him before. However, before he had time to think about it, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. His whole body had entered a whirlpool, and there was a strong suction force pulling his body from all sides. Zhuo Duo hurriedly gathered his spirit and qi. He immediately activated all his spiritual power to protect his body. However, he still felt dizzy. At this moment he felt as if he had passed through countless galaxies and galaxies, amidst countless brilliant lights, that his whole body was shot out like a rocket. Zuoxiao's head was in a mess. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. I've been shot out. At this moment I think of my father. Li Chenglong and the others were also drawn into different whirlpools from the moment they entered the Golden Gate. Zuoxiaoduo only felt that he was falling from a high altitude. Below him was a land full of vitality and green plants. In his field of vision there were small rivers, small lakes, small mountains, cliffs, dense forests, mountain ranges. High peaks. Zuoxiaoduo felt that all of his spirit power had been sealed. He couldn't stay high up in the air and could only fall down like a waterfall. He could faintly see. There seemed to be a pack of wolves below, right? At the place where he fell. Fuck. I can't fall there. My spiritual power is imprisoned now, how can I fight? While he was thinking, he had already fallen with a whistling sound. A miserable howl covered Zuoxiaoduo's scream. The majestic wolf king on the mountain peak was sitting on the wolf's waist by Zuoxiaoduo. As luck would have it, this mountain had directly broken the wolf's waist with a cracking sound. Awu, the wolf king was in so much pain that it wanted to die, its mouth stuck into the ground and howled miserably. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices as its body was directly split into 2 by Zuoxiaoduo. The wolf's head was on one side and its butt on the other. Awu, Zuoxiaoduo was also in so much pain that he wanted to die. He rode on the wolf king's back and howled miserably. Just as he was about to fall on the wolf king's back, the spiritual power in his body was released. Zuoxiaoduo immediately circulated his spiritual power to protect his whole body and then retracted it into his abdomen. Then, he smashed onto the wolf king's back. It was not bad that he broke the wolf's waist, but the bones in his butt were almost crushed. After a long while, he grimaced in pain and rolled down from the wolf king's body. His lips trembled. It's too painful. The wolf king was already dead. Its waist was split into 2 by him. How could it not die? Its lifeless eyes looked at the sky, full of grief and indignation. Was it easy for me to be a king? In the end, on the first day after defeating the old wolf king, when I stood on the mountaintop and lectured my people, but fell from the sky and smashed me to death, was I wronged? The wolves that were being lectured by the new wolf king were so scared that they ran faster than rabbits. So scary. The wolf king was smashed to death by a butt that fell from the sky. So scary. Sob sob sob. Zuoxiaoduo sat there for a full 5 minutes before he finally sat up and rubbed his butt. His face was still twisted. He was very puzzled. Falling like this, was this the first step of the trial? This was clearly harming others. How could he know that this matter was actually due to the Flood Witch's negligence? When one first entered the Crown Prince's Academy, they had to restrain their spiritual power and not resist being teleported. Naturally, nothing would happen. Moreover, there would not be any restrictions on spiritual power. However, the Flood Witch had been here for so many years. It was already good enough that she only remembered the existence of the Crown Prince's Academy. How could she remember these minor details? Therefore he did not say anything. The Flood Witch, the only one who had entered, did not say anything. Naturally, the others did not know either. As a result, every single person who entered Crown Prince's Academy had to use all of their spiritual energy to protect themselves when they were hit by the terrifying whirlpool. Thus, every single one of them was thrown into disarray. After these people entered, the Flood Witch was meditating on the mountaintop. Suddenly she felt her body weaken and her luck weaken. What's going on? Why am I being whipped again? The Flood Witch was completely speechless. In the Crown Prince's Academy, Zuoxiaoyan fell from the sky. She was also in a sorry state. However, she was much luckier than Zuoxiaoduo. She fell directly into a deep valley covered in ice and snow. In this deep valley there was a big tree covered in ice and snow. It was covered in icicles, which made the whole tree look transparent. On the branches of this strange tree, there was a crystal-clear bird's nest. A snow-white bird was squatting in the nest, incubating eggs. Zuoxiaoyan fell from the sky and smashed into the body of this ice bird. This ice bird was just like Zuoxiaoduo's wolf king. It only had time to let out a scream before it was smashed to death by Zuoxiaoyan. However, unlike the wolf king, Zuoxiaoyan smashed the 3 eggs into a pool of juice. After a slight pause, there was a soft sound, and an extremely cold aura suddenly rose up. It turned into little sparkling and translucent little fairies, circling and dancing in the air. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. With a chirp, a transparent shadow flew out from Zuoxiaoyan's soul's nature sword. It was Ice Spirit. At this moment, Ice Spirit was a little girl the size of a finger. She was flying around excitedly, opening her small mouth and swallowing the little sparkling fairies one by one. After a while, the big bird that had fallen gradually melted and turned into pieces of similar sparkling fairies. Ice Spirit was even more delighted when she saw this. She didn't want to let any of them go. She just waited and ate them all little by little. After swallowing a large amount of sparkling fairies, Ice Spirit, who was still a little weak at first, became energetic in a very short time. Her body also turned from transparent to almost solid. Although it still looked crystal clear, it had become solid. However, most of them had already materialized like crystals and were no longer in the form of smoke and mist, illusory and unreal. Because of the fall, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still feeling dizzy, but because he had personally witnessed this joyous change he was overjoyed. Ice Spirit, what is this? How did your condition improve so much? That's great, that's great. Ice Spirit floated in the air, feeling the extremely comfortable temperature in this space. She couldn't help but stretch her arms and legs, and a satisfied expression appeared on her delicate face. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at her. She waved her small hand and an ice mirror appeared in front of her. Ice Spirit looked at her own face in the mirror and then looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face. She pouted as if she wasn't satisfied with her appearance. She didn't know how she did it, but after a burst of mist, she turned her appearance into the same as Zhuo Xiaoyan's. She held the mirror and looked at herself again and again. Then she jumped up, seemingly satisfied. She somersaulted lightly and landed on Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm. A small body the size of a finger sat cross-legged on Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm. She tilted her head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan, her enlarged self. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile warmly. Oh, Ice Spirit, you've become like me. Ah, you're so beautiful. Ice Spirit somersaulted happily. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled and lowered her head. Ice Spirit, what's your name? I don't know your name yet. Chapter 783. The Ice Spirit tilted its head and looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan. Looking at the warm smile on her face, it could feel that the girl in front of it was treating it well with all her heart. Perhaps it was a good choice to have such a master. The Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that although the Ice Spirit was intelligent, it couldn't understand her words until it recognized her as its master. She was still very happy. Holding the Ice Spirit in her hands, she smiled happily and said, "That's great. I didn't expect to find something delicious for you the first time I came in. Haha, one of the reasons I came in this time was to find an opportunity for you to recover your strength. Your body's condition is too weak." The Zhuo Xiaoyan held the Ice Spirit tenderly and put it on her delicate face. She smiled and said, "I will definitely make you healthy and strong as soon as possible." The Ice Spirit felt the sincere concern and looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan without blinking. It didn't hide the doubt in its eyes. The Zhuo Xiaoyan said happily, "It's okay. I know these things are good for me too. But you are so weak now. You should eat them first. When you recover, you can accompany me for a long life." Ice Spirit blinked her eyes and felt her heart being tugged at. It looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes and the sword in the Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. It couldn't help but show a look of disdain. This sword without spirituality was really ugly. But the shape was still pretty. If it tilted its head and thought for a while. Then it jumped into the Soul Sea sword and came out again. It tilted its head and looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan for a while, as if it had made an important decision. Suddenly, a bright smile bloomed on the Ice Spirit's face. It was just like the Zhuo Xiaoyan's beautiful smile. The two small hands came together and formed a heart shape. Then an extremely cold energy suddenly burst out. In the heart shape, an extremely bright light appeared and became brighter and brighter. The Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. She said in surprise, "Ice Spirit, are you going to recognize me as your master?" This was the special phenomenon that Zhuo Jianghu and his wife had mentioned when they were giving pointers about Fays recognizing their masters. Once a spiritual object recognized its master, it would give its all. Not only would it be connected to its master, but it would also follow the master through life and death. He gave up his heart, his spirit, his soul, and everything he had at the moment he recognized the master. He gave it all to the master. Thus, since ancient times, no one had ever been able to force a Fey to recognize a master. Using force at most, one could only force a Fey to recognize a Fey as its master. It was difficult to force a Fey to live or die with it. Moreover, the Ice Soul was a top-notch high-grade spirit item. In order for it to recognize someone as its master, the Ice Soul had to be willing to recognize someone as its master. If it was unwilling, it wouldn't draw such a heart-shaped shape. The Ice Soul would rather be annihilated than force herself to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the heart shape and felt the Ice Spirit's feelings. She was so happy that her heart was about to explode. But she wasn't in a hurry. She sat up straight and said seriously, Ice Spirit, thank you for recognizing me. I, Zhuxianyan, swear that you will be my closest friend in my life. I will treat you well from now on. I will be one with you and will never abandon you. The Ice Spirit looked at Zhuxianyan with her bright and beautiful eyes. Zhao's hair danced in the cold wind. The light in the heart shape became brighter and brighter. Zhuxianyan stretched out her right hand and pricked her right middle finger with the cat spirit sword. A round drop of blood appeared on her fingertip. Thank you, Ice Spirit. Thank you for recognizing me. Zhuxianyan said gratefully. The round blood stain on his finger gently dripped into the round heart-shaped object. The blood spread out and then disappeared. The entire heart-shaped object seemed to have been dyed a light red by the drop of blood. With a whoosh, the light flew into Zhuxianyan's glabella, and the circle of light shrank as it spun into Ice Spirit's glabella. The Ice Spirit jumped up and down happily. Her petite body spun in circles on Zhuxianyan's palm. She was like a little girl who had finished what she wanted to do. Zhuxianyan only felt a chill enter his divine sense, and his mind suddenly became clear. Immediately, he felt that an unbreakable and clear connection had been established in his mind. On the other side it was the voice of a little girl. She was saying, hello, hello, hello. Zhuxianyan laughed happily, hello, hello. Ah. The Ice Spirit got a response. She stopped moving and looked at Zhuxianyan with her big eyes. She smiled brightly and even had little dimples. Zhuxianyan liked it more and more. He held it in front of him and kissed it, saying, shall I give you a name? Name? What's a name? The Ice Spirit was confused. What's your name? I don't have a name. Then, I'll give you a name. You'll have a name. Ah, that's great. The Ice Spirit did a somersault happily and sat on Zhuxianyan's palm. She rested her chin on her hands and waited for her name. Your. Zhuxianyan frowned and thought. Xiaoduo? Xiaoduo duo? Doggy duo? Doggy duo? None of them seemed right. However, when Zhuxianyan came up with a name, she only thought about this aspect. As for other aspects, she did not even consider it. Little bitch? No. How about Xiaoduo? Zhuxianyan asked carefully. The Ice Spirit blinked and said in her heart, Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, Xiaoduo. In Zhuxianyan's mind, the Ice Spirit said again and again, Xiaoduo, Xiaoduo. Finally, the Ice Spirit made a decision excitedly, I'll be Xiaoduo. Zhuxianyan smiled and said happily, okay, Xiaoduo. She thought, from now on I have Xiaoduo duo, Xiaoduo doggy duo, Xiaoduo. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the joy in her heart was indescribable. Ice Soul Xiaoduo was also very happy at this time. She looked petite and immature, but in fact she had lived in the world for many years. She was probably older than all the existing human practitioners. At that time, because the Ice Abyss which chose another Ice Soul to accompany her, she had fallen into depravity for countless years and was lonely for a long time. Now she finally had a companion and a name. The joy in her heart was also indescribable. She turned over and over in Zhuxianyan's hand happily. After a long time she calmed down. In the process of learning from the Ice Spirit, Zhuxianyan knew that the ice bird she killed was not a living creature. It was a spiritual creature similar to the Ice Spirit, and it had the attribute of Ice Spirit. However, it didn't have the opportunity to form a complete consciousness, so it couldn't be listed as a spiritual creature. The tree it was in was an ice pith tree. As for the eggs it hatched, they were not eggs, nor were they hatched by the tree. They were the same kind of Ice Spirit essence. They also didn't have the kind of consciousness, but they huddled together and promoted each other. It was a kind of symbiotic relationship. If they could finally form and develop consciousness, maybe after 100,000 years or maybe after 1,000,000 years, they would transform into ice spirits, just like Xiaoduo did countless years ago. This was the only way for the acquired ice spirit essence to evolve into ice spirits. Zhuxianyan's ice spirit was an innate ice spirit. Its level was much higher than the acquired ice spirit essence. Although it was weaker, it had an innate advantage that was why it could swallow the scattered light spots at the first moment, and the ice spirit essence didn't resist at all. After eating the ice spirit essence, although the ice spirit essence didn't recover to its peak, it had recovered half of its strength. It was much better than before. This is an ice pith tree? Zhuxianyan Duo looked at the tree that she was sitting on. It was completely transparent and it was dozens of feet tall. Of course, this kind of ice spirit essence can only be born on the ice pith tree. The ice spirit essence also needs to be nourished by the ice pith tree in order to gradually evolve and develop consciousness. Zhuxianyan Duo immediately jumped up and looked at the ice pith tree carefully. This ice essence tree was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Its branches were like completely transparent jade, emitting extremely cold air. This is really good stuff. Zhuxiaoyan duo jumped down and went to the root of the ice pith tree. She took out the spirit-snatching sword and used her cultivation to dig. Zhuxiaoyan duo had to take away such good stuff. What are you doing? Xiao duo came out of the spirit-snatching sword with dissatisfaction. I'm digging. Zhuxiaoyan duo smiled with satisfaction. This is good stuff. It's beneficial to both you and me. How can I not take it? Good stuff. Xiao duo looked at the ice pith tree disdainfully. In the short term it is. Then she asked Zhuxiaoyan duo to open the space ring. With a wave of her small hand, the whole ice pith tree disappeared. Besides the body of the ice pith tree, the mysterious ice wind and snow at the root also went into the space ring. Zhuxiaoyan duo couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Xiao duo, you're so awesome. Zhuxiaoyan duo hugged Xiao duo and kissed her. Xiao duo wiped her saliva with disgust. In the world of ice I am the king. Everything that belongs to ice must listen to my orders. Moving them is just a piece of cake for me. Xiao duo proudly raised her face that was as beautiful as Zhuxiaoyan duo's. This was the only thing that she was not satisfied with. As an innate spirit, her original image was not as beautiful as this face. It was so frustrating and embarrassing. However, it was fortunate that she was now my master. That was equivalent to my face. My plan was really good. I've made a profit. I've made a profit both physically and mentally. I see. Then let's continue to look for opportunities. Zhuxiaoyan duo was very surprised. She climbed up and looked around. This ice valley was actually a vast land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 784. As far as the eye could see, it was a world of ice and snow. There was almost no other color. Zhuxiaoyan floated up with the spirit-snatching sword in her hand and searched all the way forward. Wherever she passed, as long as it was exposed on the surface, it would automatically fly over to her with a wave of her hand. That it was so convenient. Zhuxiaoyan had just entered the Crown Prince Academy, and she had already gained a lot. And the price she had to pay was quite heavy. The Flood Witch's face darkened as she sat at the top of the mountain. She was speechless. Is there no end to this? Xiao duo shook his butt and rubbed it again and again. For a long time he was still walking in a figure-8 shape. He had no choice but to do this because his manhood had been severely injured. Fortunately, he had retracted his manhood in time. Otherwise, Big Sister Nian, I would have let you down for the rest of my life. Well, he had heard that when one reached the Skysoar realm, one could reconstruct their body and get a bigger one. Was it too early to say sorry? However, he was able to adapt quickly, so his manhood was still there. It was just a little painful. It didn't affect him at all. This unforeseen event, in addition to the low-level core he had dug out from the head of the Wolf King he had smashed to death, and the inner core he had dug out from the Wolf King's stomach that had been split in half by him, could be considered to have made up for his psychological trauma. He flew up to the sky and looked around. He couldn't help but be shocked. This is just a training ground? This is clearly a world of its own. Zhuxiao duo was astonished. Isn't this a little too big? No matter where he looked, he couldn't see the end of it. There were mountains in the distance, and at a glance, it seemed even more magnificent than the Astral Soul's continent. This training ground is so magnificent. There must be a lot of good stuff. The Umno Alliance threatened me with the safety of my parents, so I can't start a massacre. But that doesn't mean I can't take the good stuff. There's no conflict. In any case, it was impossible for him to gather his own team in such a short time. He couldn't contact anyone at all. Zhuxiao duo had once roared with all his strength, but there was no response for a long time. Only the silence of the empty mountain and the echoes of his roar could be heard. Instead, it caused many demonic beasts in the distant forest to roar in anger. Damn it! What is it that's screaming here? Disturbing my peace. Xiao Long. Zhuxiao duo suddenly thought of his invisible henchman. Come out. Xiao Long wriggled out of the Tower of Annihilation with a wave of his body. He looked a little down and said, Boss, what are your orders? Xiao Long had completely lost interest in the sudden change in terrain. I haven't received my salary for a long time. Why is boss getting stingier and stingier? He doesn't even give me a deity anymore. I'm unhappy. Xiao Long felt very wronged. He had worked very hard during this period of time, and the space of the Tower of Emptiness was changing day by day. There were huge changes every day, but this heartless boss was just stingy. The sky was 9 feet high, and the feathers of a swallow were not enough to describe it. It's time to pay your salary, Seeing Xiaolong's current state, Zuo naturally understood this principle. His face was full of emotions. I was really too busy recently. I actually forgot that you worked so hard. Xiaolong's eyes were full of distrust and unhappiness. He tilted his head and looked at him. Forgot? I don't believe you. Ah. A miser like you will say that you forgot even if you remember. How can I not understand your face? Other people's faces are at most as thick as the city walls. You should at least be as thick as the city walls. Who knows, you might even be as thick as the city walls. I'll make it up to you now. There's also an extra bonus. Zuo was very generous. He directly threw out 2 drops of luck points. Do you want it? This is just your salary. Oh whoa. Xiaolong immediately became energetic. His slender body swished in circles in the air, and his face was full of flattery. Boss, hee hee hee. Boss is so good. I want to eat. But you're slacking off now. Zuo looked at Xiaolong with disappointment. You don't even have the mood to pay you. You're so lazy. I feel like I'm losing out by paying you. Boss, as long as you have DD, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and become a dragon again. From now on, I'll study hard and improve every day. I'll do my best for you, boss. I'll contribute my last drop of energy until I die. Humph, you make it sound so nice. Boss, good boss. Xiaolong anxiously spun in circles, his tail even wagging crazily like a pug. Okay, I'll give it to you. Zuo threw out 2 drops of luck points, but he was clearly not interested. This is your reward from a few days ago. It's converted to salary 1.5 drops. I'll directly give you 2 drops now. How about that? Okay, boss is the best. Xiaolong jumped and ate the luck points. His face was as intoxicated as before. At this moment, his dragon life reached its climax again. Perfection. At this moment, whatever you say. Seeing that you've worked hard, I'll give you an extra drop as your bonus. Zuo threw out another drop. It was rare for him to be generous. He kept his word and really gave a bonus. Whoa. Xiaolong jumped up and caught it in one bite. Boss, you're so nice. Woohoo. I've let you down. Xiaolong was touched and tears streamed down his face. I've done too little for boss. Woohoo. I feel guilty. Do you see this space? Zuo gestured with his hand. This is an independent space. Take a look inside. Are there any good things like earth veins, dragon veins, and the like? There are also heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Everything here is our goal for this trip. The more the better. We won't reject anything, Zuo said. Wow, there are quite a lot of earth veins here. There are even dragon veins. Xiaolong flew into the sky and looked around. He was very surprised. In such a place there must be a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Damn, this feels like this space hasn't been excavated in a long time. But why is there an aura of death in such a good place? This shouldn't be. It's too strange. You can tell too? This area is an independent world. It's said that in 2 months this space will collapse. It's probably what you mean by the aura of death. So we have to take advantage of this time to collect as much as we can. Zuo said, do you understand? Xiaolong was stunned. I see. I knew this space had an aura of death. It's gradually turning illusory. It's about to collapse. What a pity. So if the things here can't be transported out before it collapses, it'll be a waste. They'll only return to nothingness. Do you understand? Yes. This time I've prepared. 20 drops for you as your basic salary. Zuo threw out a bomb. 20 drops. The illusory dragon scales all over Xiaolong's body suddenly exploded. His 2 eyeballs directly popped out. His huge eyeballs directly floated to Zuo and stared at him. Just the basic salary? That's right. Zuo said lightly, the extra bonus will only be more than the basic salary. Boss, I love you to death. Xiaolong was so happy that he went crazy. With a whoosh, the whole dragon wrapped around Zuo's leg. Several of his claws hugged Zuo's thigh tightly. His dragon head rubbed against it again and again. He was so happy that he choked with sobs. Boss, I'm your most loyal, most caring dragon boy. Get lost. Zuo shook his leg in disdain. Xiaolong held on tightly. With snot and tears he continued rubbing. Boss, I'll be your dragon for the rest of my life. When I'm alive I'll be your dragon. When I die I'll be your dead dragon. I'll never leave you, I'll never change my mind. Let go of me. Zuo said angrily, what you're doing now is useless. What you need to consider now is whether you can get it in your hands. Do you understand? Why are you so happy now? How do I get it in my hands? Xiaolong asked hopefully. How do I know how you can get it? Zuo said, do you see this space? I want all the dragon veins that I can see, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground and underground, all the jade of astral souls and all the earth veins. In short, I want all the good things in my pocket. Do you understand? Zuo said, this is a big project. If you can't do it, don't even think about the basic salary, let alone the bonus. Yes, that's not right. Not only will I not get a salary if I can't do it, even if I get less, I still won't get a basic salary. You have to make me feel that it's about right. Then I'll pay you a salary. If I'm satisfied, I'll pay you a salary and bonus at the same time. If I'm super satisfied. Xiaolong was so excited that he was shaking all over. His eyes were shining. Super satisfied? So what? The salary and bonus will be doubled on the original basis. After leaving this arcane realm, I'll pay you immediately. There will be no delay. Zuo waved his hand generously. Xiaolong immediately counted with his dragon claws. It's about right. I'll pay you a salary. 20 DD. If you're satisfied, I'll pay you a bonus. No less than 20. That's 40 DD. If you're super satisfied, your salary and bonus will be doubled. 80 DD. 80 DD. 80 DD. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Even if it's a dream, let me wake up later. Let me be intoxicated before I wake up. Xiaolong roared to the sky for a long time. There were already a few shiny droplets of saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth. He shouted as if he was making a great wish, boss, don't worry. I'll definitely make you super satisfied this time. I'll let you get the real one-stop service. As he spoke, he was determined. This time he must complete it. He must be super satisfied. Definitely, definitely. He must complete it even if he had to risk his dragon life. 80 DD, that's great. Chapter 785. Don't be happy too early. You'll be rewarded according to your work and punished if you don't. If your harvest is less than 5 dragon veins, you'll be disqualified. At that time, not only will you lose your salary, but you'll also have your future salary deducted. Long, don't blame me for not warning you. Boss, just wait and see. This is a paradise, a world of its own. It hasn't been excavated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Just 5 earth veins won't be a problem. Xiaolong said confidently. Dragon veins, not earth veins. Okay. Xiaolong didn't feel ashamed at all when he was discovered to be transforming concepts. Boss, go ahead. There are many natural treasures in the forest. Although the quality is average, the variety is okay. Especially the white jade vine underground. It looks like it's at least tens of thousands of years old. In less than a minute, Xiaolong had scouted out the nearest loot. The only thing you need to be careful of is that there are a few demonic beasts residing here. Demonic beasts? Are they beautiful? Are they delicious? Are their inner cores valuable? Zuo asked. They're not beautiful. I don't know if they're delicious or not. Of course the inner cores are valuable. Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Why don't you ask if you can beat the demonic beasts? Are you so confident? Isn't this too self-confidence? How could Xiaolong not know how much confidence Zuo had at this moment? I'm now at the advanced level of nascent soul. Right now, not to mention transformation cloud, even if it's a royal god, I can still win. Even if it's a return profound, I can still fight. I was threatened by the Umno Alliance's boss, the world's #1 expert. How can a mere demonic beast be a threat to me? Even now, it's just the nascent soul training area. What's there to be afraid of? Zuo's confidence was like a wildfire, soaring into the sky and filling the world. Without saying a word, he took out the spirit cat sword and told Xiaolong not to worry about him and go to other places to investigate. Then he started to collect the dragon veins and dragon veins. Then he rushed directly into the forest. In this world, I'm a god, an invincible existence. But Zuo seemed to have overlooked something. This was the nascent soul training area. But this was the nascent soul training area from tens of thousands of years ago. After countless years of evolution, even the flood which didn't know what had happened here. How powerful were the demonic beasts here? Were they really only at the nascent soul stage? Zuo rushed into the forest and a few demonic beasts rushed out as expected. Tearing the earth from the lion's head, plucking the teeth from the tiger's mouth. You demon beasts, how dare you? Get down, open your stomach open and offer your inner core to be offered. Zuo took confident steps. Even though he was in a place where no one could see him, he still used an extremely pretentious posture to take care of several demonic beasts with his bare hands. Yes, Zhuxiao's current strength was far beyond his current cultivation realm. Regardless of whether the demonic beast's strength was in the nascent soul stage or not, they were all easily dealt with by him. He took out their inner cores, peeled off their skins and smelled their flesh. It smelled a little stinky, so he directly threw them away and ignored them. Then he let out a long roar, stood with his hands behind his back and recited a poem. Today in the invincible secret realm, I know I'm a real dragon. I'm tyrannical. I ask the 12 great sorcerers, do you dare to speak? Ha 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 ha. After another seemingly heroic roar, he turned his head and looked around. No one heard it, right? Then he took out a big shovel and began to dig. So what if the demonic beasts didn't have much oil? Weren't there still treasures below? The soil was as soft as the soil. Zhuxiao quickly drilled down like a mouse. One and another. Wow. I'm really the son of heaven. If this goes on, what's 2 sleeves worth? At least 2 sleeves worth a mountain of silver. On the other side. Long Yuxing limped out of the pit and suddenly found that he was surrounded by demonic beasts. Every demonic beast had the strength of a high-level nascent soul. What the hell, what kind of place is this? How can a nascent soul demonic beast's strength be so abnormal? Long Yuxing tried his best and urged every bit of strength to launch an extreme battle. Wanli was crazily running for her life. Behind her, there was a demonic beast at the peak of the cloud transformation realm the size of a small hill. Wanli was about to cry. Wasn't this supposed to be a nascent soul trial? How could such a powerful demonic beast appear? Wanli was certainly not the worst. Yu Moyan killed hundreds of demonic beasts with a sword. The thick smell of blood attracted a single-horned dragon that was almost at the Demon King level. So much so that Yu Moyan was also running for his life. The most terrible thing was that the single-horned dragon's speed was extremely fast. Yu Moyan ran at full speed but still could only maintain a distance of tens of meters. If he was a little careless or slack off, he would be hit on the back. Fortunately, during this period of time, Yu Moyan spent almost every moment of every day in such an environment. He was not afraid of it and kept running with his head down. As long as he was not afraid of being tired and kept running, the demonic beast would eventually feel tired and naturally give up. Li Zhangming was hugging a huge female pig that was 40 to 50 times bigger than him and fell asleep. There was no other way. When Li Zhangming fell here, the first thing he did was to kill a few of these piglets that looked very different and had a horn on their head. As a result, this huge pig was lured out. Li Zhangming was completely not its opponent. He had no choice but to activate the Great Dream Divine technique, and fell asleep together with the pig. Li Chenglong's situation was not better than the others. At this moment he was running for his life in a valley. Behind Swollen, there was a dense swarm of poisonous snakes. There were big ones and small ones. There were a few golden snakes that were as thick as rollers. They were flying in 3 different directions. On both sides of the valley, there were all kinds of poisonous snakes flying out and attacking Li Chenglong. Swollen was about to cry. I didn't do anything. I just fell down and was unlucky enough to fall into a snake cave and accidentally killed a snake. I just drank a few mouthfuls of snake blood and found that the whole valley was full of snakes. Yi Shiwen thought. Yi Shiwen didn't know what to say. This is so unlucky. Who can save me? Li Chenglong looked up to the sky and shouted, using the secret signal that Hidden Dragon High martial artist had set himself. But after a long time no one responded. This Crown Prince's academy was so vast that it was like a world. 24,000 people were thrown in and there was not even a splash. So far, Li Chenglong's cry for help seemed to be heard only by him. The others, firstly, didn't know how far away they were. Secondly, almost all of them were being hunted down by all kinds of demonic beasts. Zhou Yunqing was also running for his life. His luck was even worse. When he fell, he ran into a demonic beast that was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon in the sky. Zhou Yunqing, coincidentally, fell directly into the demonic beast's mouth. The demonic beast's teeth were broken. The force of the fall caused Zhou Yunqing to fall all the way into the demonic beast's huge stomach. The internal organs of the demonic beast were smashed into pieces. The huge demonic beast that had inexplicably suffered a fatal injury was in great pain. Carrying Zhou Yunqing in its stomach, it ran for thousands of miles before it died of exhaustion. Zhou Yunqing crawled out of the demonic beast's stomach with great difficulty. Only then did he realize that this seemed to be the deepest part of a forest. And at this moment, there were a few demonic beasts eating the corpse of the demonic beast that brought him here. When Zhou Yunqing suddenly came out of the demonic beast's stomach, the demonic beasts that were feasting outside were startled. Such a strange thing actually crawled out of this fellow's stomach. But they were only startled because their attention quickly shifted to this strange thing. They wondered if it tasted good? Zhou Yunqing, who had been corroded by the stomach acid of the demonic beast, had not recovered from the pain in his body. He began to run for his life. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Yuyener Zhen Piapiao, Pai Yibao, Meng Zhangjun, Gao Qiaoer and the others. Everyone was running for their lives. In fact, it was not only them. All the geniuses that came in. A total of 9,000 nascent soul transformation cultivators from the 3 continents had come in to train. At this moment, there were less than 1,000 people who were not running for their lives. These 1,000 people who were not running for their lives were not like Zuoxiao Duo, who had sufficient strength to deal with the situation. But most of them had directly fallen into the demonic beast's nest. Before they could react, they had already been eaten by the demonic beasts. In other words, as soon as they entered this training ground, almost 10% of the nascent soul transformation cultivators had already died. After tens of thousands of years of recuperation, this area was really filled with death and danger. For example, a disciple of the Umno Alliance fell into a swamp after falling down. He tried his best to rush to the shore, but he was directly sucked dry by a group of mosquitoes that were bigger than a human. 2 disciples of the Tao League fell into a desert. But in the next moment, the desert turned into a sea of insects and directly swallowed the 2 geniuses of the Tao League, leaving nothing behind. On the side of the Astral Souls continent, a disciple did not have time to land on the ground. While he was still in midair, he was targeted by a huge bird that flew across the sky. The bird took him into its mouth, chewed and swallowed him. It was not that the disciple did not want to adapt or resist. But his cultivation was sealed and he could not react. It was really easy for him to die. All in all kinds of strange deaths occurred one after another. All kinds of bizarre encounters were naturally different. This situation was not limited to the nascent soul transformation cultivators. Whether it was the Huayun, Imperial God or Mystic returning cultivators, it was the same. There were very few people like Zuoxiaoyan who did not only fall down unscathed, but also directly obtained an amazing opportunity. She was the only one and there was no other. From this, it could be seen that the flood which was sucked dry. It was really not wrong. Chapter 786. Zuoxiao Duo dashed out of the dense forest and plucked all the spiritual herbs on the ground and under the ground. This kid was really greedy. He even put the ordinary ginseng that was only worth tens of thousands of yuan into his space-destroying pagoda. Along the way, the entire forest behind him would need at least a few thousand years to recover its vitality. Even the ground was full of holes. Even if his father, the 1 meter higher sky, was here, he might not be able to plunder as cleanly as him. Most likely, Zuochanglu could only collect the herbs on the ground. He did not know everything about what was hidden in the deep underground. At this moment, if Zuochanglu's old rivals saw Zuoxiaoduo's operation, they would definitely sigh and say, "The student has surpassed the master. The 1 meter higher sky has a successor." This successor had even surpassed the scope of the 1 meter higher sky. He had reached the level of a devil entering the village. Kill, burn and plunder. The policy of 3 empties was being implemented. As long as there was something of value, there was nothing that Zuoxiaoduo did not want. After digging up another heaven and earth treasure, Zuoxiaoduo flew directly to the top of the mountain according to Xiaolong's guidance. Looking around, all he could see were rolling hills and mountains. Zuoxiaoduo did not hesitate and leaped down from the other side. When he was halfway up the mountain, a big snake stretched out its head and opened its mouth to swallow. A hurricane-like suction force was still rising, but it directly swallowed a 9x9 cat hammer. This poor big snake only bit subconsciously, but it bit until the Grim Reaper arrived. Kacha. Hiss. The big snake rushed out and rolled around in pain. Zuoxiaoduo saw that the snake was too ugly, so he smashed it to death and took its Niden. After thinking for a while, he checked its joints and found that the snake's cultivation was still shallow. It did not even have a snake pearl. There was only a small snake pearl in its head. He flew up and kicked it away. He scolded in disdain, "After so many years, you still can't grow the knuckle snake pearl. You've been blind for countless years. I don't think highly of you." They continued to advance towards the second forest in the distance. Along the way, all the demonic beasts within the attack range suffered a calamity. Puff 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 puff. If they encountered Zuoxiaoduo, not only would they die individually, but they would also be wiped out as a whole. Even if they didn't meet him head-on, as long as Uncle Zhuo saw them, their entire clan would be wiped out. Those who were ugly would have their inner cores removed and their brains dug out. Those who were good-looking would have their inner cores removed and their tendons pulled out and their skin peeled off, leaving only the beast's skin. They would have to walk a bloody path. In any case, it will collapse in a few months. Rather than perishing with it, why not let me take advantage of it? What's the point of you all collapsing together with the space? Zhuoxiaoduo slaughtered along the way and his conscience was at ease. All demonic beasts should kneel down the moment they see me. Then they should take out their inner cores and treasured pearls. Then they should peel off their skin and pull out their tendons. And line up to wait for me to collect them. Who knows, I might even praise them for their excellent service. You actually want to fight with me? You're simply ignorant. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed madly into the forest like a peerless master. His steps were calm and unrestrained, and his face was calm and collected. All the demonic beasts he encountered, whether they were running away or charging at him, were all killed in front of him. He continued to advance into the depths of the forest. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. A large swarm of mosquitoes flew over, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhuoxiaoduo took a look and was shocked for the first time. Fuck, these mosquitoes, when they spread their wings, they were actually as big as vultures. And their stomachs were bulging. Even if they didn't include the wings, they were almost half his size. So big, so many mosquitoes? Zhuoxiaoduo made a prompt decision. Without saying anything, he took out the evil and strange poisonous things that his godfather had given him from the space ring. He waved them in the air, and with a light swoosh, a black wind rushed out from Zhuoxiaoduo's hand. In an instant, the whole forest was covered. What happened next really shocked Zhuoxiaoduo. In a flash, he was already high up in the sky. The whole forest, which was hundreds of miles in radius, instantly decayed. The trees directly decayed. And the terrifying number of mosquitoes turned into black ashes the moment they came into contact with the black smoke. After a quarter of an hour, the rumbling sound of trees falling down rose and fell one after another. The whole forest became dark. All the demonic beasts in this area were killed instantly, decayed, and merged into the soil. As the initiator, Zhuoxiaoduo was so scared that his legs and stomach were cramping. Godfather, Godfather. What are you doing? What have you collected? This thing only says poisonous wind. But I didn't expect it to be such a poisonous wind. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't even want to go down. According to Xiaolong's report, there should be something down there. But looking at the hundreds of miles of darkness, Zhuoxiaoduo immediately dismissed this idea. It was too scary. It scared him so much that his little heart was thumping. Godfather, if you are in heaven and know that your things have scared your godson like this, shouldn't you feel ashamed? Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't know. The things in Godfather's ring were actually tributes from the other great shamans. As long as the great shamans made something new, they would first send it to their boss to see its power and then study it to see if it could be used on the battlefield. Naturally, the greater the lethality, the better. The more terrifying, the better. The poisonous wind he took out was the one that the non-poisonous great shaman had studied for several years. He wanted to use it on the battlefield. In the end, it was strictly forbidden by the Flood Witch. There were a total of 3 of these things and they were all confiscated. He didn't even leave a backup for the non-poisonous great shaman. All of them were kept in the Flood Witch's life ring. And this thing was named Earth Hairdryer by the non-poisonous great shaman. It was really worthy of its name. It was used to blow wind on the earth. As long as this wind blew, the entire earth would be clean. From this, it could be seen that when the non-poisonous great shaman wanted to follow him to the astral souls to play, the higher-ups here would rather not hold a party than let him come over. This guy was really not fun. When he was angry, all the living things within tens of thousands of miles would be destroyed. Who would dare to let such a guy come to their house? Not to mention the people in the astral souls, even the other members of the 12 great shamans had to disinfect it several times every time the non-poisonous great shaman came to their territory as a guest. Each earth hairdryer could be used 10 times. As for Zhuoxiaoduo, he had only used one of them for the first time. It's better to use this thing less. Judging from these things, my godfather doesn't seem to be a good person. Zhuoxiaoduo muttered, but the level of these things is too far from Godfather's level, isn't it? He's just an old bachelor who was bullied so badly. Where did so many of these things come from? Zhuoxiaoduo ran away in the air. In this forest, the demonic beasts that had not yet suffered and were further away were all scared witless as they fled in all directions. It was too scary. What the hell was this thing? Why was it so scary? Zhuoxiaoduo ran for more than 1,000 miles and came to another mountain. It seemed to be the main base of a mountain range. Xiaolong was now in this mountain range, working hard to transport The dragon vein that originally existed in this mountain range had been swallowed by Xiaolong without hesitation. Boss said that this place would immediately collapse. This dragon vein is useless to keep, so I'll swallow it directly to avoid wasting it. There was no such thing as going against the heavenly Tao here. Because it would soon cease to exist. It was right to make use of the waste. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the fat Xiaolong in front of him, pulling an illusory green thing in his arms. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why are you fat? Did you eat fertilizer? No, I didn't eat fertilizer. There's a dragon vein here. Isn't it about to collapse? I discussed it with this dragon vein and it willingly allowed me to swallow it. Xiaolong held the earth vein and said bashfully, it's hard to refuse such kindness. It would be impolite to refuse, so I had to swallow it. I believe you. Long Long won't lie to me. Zhou Xiaoduo sneered. Xiaolong smiled embarrassedly. He held the earth vein and was about to go into the Tower of Annihilation. Suddenly he stopped and said, Boss, there's a big astral soul's jade mine below. There's also a lot of that black or of the highest quality. Do you want it? Do you even need to ask? Do you want it? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were as golden as the sun. I have to take it all away. Are you done moving the earth vein? It won't affect me. You can just dig directly. I'll keep pulling the earth vein. Both sides will cooperate. I'll need to move this earth vein about 3 times. Xiaolong was very open-minded. The cleaner you dig, the better. It'll save you a lot of effort. Not mine anyway. Okay, you point to a spot. Priority is to dig out the highest quality astral soul's jade. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately took out his 99 kitty hammer and smashed a huge hole in the side of the mountain. Then he used the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to dig wantonly. I can't believe that I, Zhou Xiaoduo, the #1 genius in the universe, am digging now. Zhou Xiaoduo felt sorry for himself, but he didn't let his guard down. His big shovel swished and his face was full of excitement. He didn't look disappointed at all that there was a pile of the highest quality astral soul's jade mine below. The heavens really bless the good. It's hard not to get rich. I'm going to get rich. Zhou Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. He buried his head in his work without any scruples. In this area there was basically no one else. Zhou Xiaoduo was working without restraint. He used the hammer, smashed for a while and then used the shovel. Then he used the hammer again. And again. It was a big scene. In less than 10 minutes, half of the mountain in front of him had been knocked down. Zhou Xiaoduo sank deep into the newly dug pit. Chapter 787. Whoosh whoosh. Useless stones and low-level jade of astral souls were thrown out one by one. The quality of the astral souls' jade veins in the land was really good. Other than the low-level jade of astral souls on the surface, the rest below were all middle-level jade of astral souls. With a casual shovel, all of them were middle-level jade of astral souls with a hard outer shell. If it were an ordinary person, knowing that there were top-level and top-level jade of astral souls below, they would not be interested in the middle-level jade of astral souls. After all, there was a limit to the space ring. The standard of this trial was very high. They were only worried that there would not be enough storage space. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was different. Not to mention that his Tower of Annihilation could almost hold the entire Fenghai city, Zhou Xiaoduo already felt that it was a waste to reject the low-level jade of astral souls on the surface. If he did not accept the middle-level jade of astral souls, Zhou Xiaoduo would feel that he had lost a lot of money. It was like throwing money out. Although there was no capital, Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively felt that. If he could earn more, he would earn less. That would be a loss. This weird mentality made Uncle Zhou pile up a mountain of middle-level jade of astral souls in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Slowly they reached the top-level jade of astral souls. Zhou Xiaoduo opened up another area in the Tower of Annihilation and started to crazily fill it up. It was really too satisfying. The top-level jade of astral souls in the outside world were palm-sized and 20 centimeters thick. They were suitable for sale in the market. However, the top-level jade of astral souls here was as big as a millstone. Its width and thickness were almost the same. The moment they were dug out, they were piled up in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhou Xiaoduo was sweating profusely, but he was only happy in his heart. Damn it, there was no one around. The feeling of being rich to his heart's content was really too good. He wondered how many of these mines there were in this space. Just as Zhou Xiaoduo was making a fortune. It had to be said that there was a common mentality. Almost everyone had it, regardless of whether they were veterans or green-skinned newbies. Of course, whether it was the humans, the Wu people, or the demon race. There were all of them. This mentality was called curiosity. A guy with an incomparably curious heart finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. In the mountains not far away, a scorpion that was about to reach the king level had been watching them for a long time. The large scorpion was very strange. For so many years, this scorpion has been the overlord of this place, but I have never seen this mountain shake. What is going on here now? Why is it suddenly rumbling? Why is it so loud? What's going on? He was dying of curiosity. Could it be that some ignorant demon had come here and wanted to snatch the territory from me? After enduring for half an hour with the greatest patience, the large scorpion began to cautiously make a detour towards this side. This prince wants to see what kind of thing is causing the mountains to shake and the earth to tremble and make me unable to sleep soundly? They went all the way to the foot of the mountain. It could only hear the sounds of banging and banging inside. Not knowing what was going on, the big scorpion's curiosity grew. Finally, it crawled to the entrance of the cave to take a look. Just as it stretched its head inside, it only saw a big hole in the ground, and it didn't know how deep it was. That's strange. What's going on? Just as it was about to take a closer look, suddenly, with a bang, a large piece of soil as big as a mountain flew up from the bottom of the cave and directly hit the large scorpion's face. There were actually many hard stones mixed in the soil. The large scorpion only felt that its head was hit by a big stone. Its two claws at the entrance of the cave loosened, and it fell down on all fours. As for the big rock, it bounced back with a bang. It fell into the deep pit. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was sweating profusely 300 meters below, suddenly felt that something was wrong above his head. The big stone that he threw out just now bounced back? But Zhuoxiaoduo didn't care too much about it and slapped it to the side. Then he frowned. That's not right. I used just the right amount of strength. If it could fly out of the mine, how could it bounce back? I'm absolutely sure. Could it be that there's an uninvited guest? Zhuoxiaoduo had an idea and immediately floated up quietly. It was better to go up and take a look. It was more important to be safe. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw the large scorpion climb up again, and suddenly stuck its head out. The man and the scorpion were both dumbfounded. Oh my God! As their eyes met, Zhuoxiaoduo smoothly swung his hammer towards Lin Fan. Boom! The large scorpion's hard head was hit by the hammer, but there was no change. It just swelled up and its big eyes were wide open. Dizzy, it fell down. Zhuoxiaoduo jumped out with the hammer in his hand, still in shock. What kind of monster is this? When their eyes met just now, he was really scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he was prepared for the worst and had a hammer in his hand. Otherwise, if he had a sword, he might not have been able to hit this big guy. Damn, the other party's head was too big. As he jumped down, Zhuoxiaoduo finally saw what the other party was. What a big scorpion. This scorpion was as big as 3 or 4 houses, and the poisonous stingers on its tail were like half a train. This guy looked more ferocious than the Centipede King, but the threat it gave him was far less powerful than the Centipede King. Probably because Zhuoxiaoduo's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to when he faced the Centipede King. Moreover, he had broken through the nascent soul transformation stage, and his spiritual sense had been greatly improved. At this moment, when facing this big scorpion, Zhuoxiaoduo instinctively had a feeling, I can handle this big guy. Once this feeling arose, Zhuoxiaoduo immediately spread out his spiritual sense to check the surroundings to make sure there was no other threat. Then, naturally, he fell down like a meteor. Although Zhuoxiaoduo judged that the other party's level should be within his tolerance range, he still didn't let his guard down. Before he made his move, he circulated the flaming sun scripture, ready to evaporate the poison at any time. He also hung the Centipede Queen's inner core on his chest, using it to avoid the poison mist and minimize the risk. Scorpions were extremely venomous, especially their tails. They were extremely venomous. He was here to make a fortune in this trial, so he couldn't afford to fail miserably at such an easy task. After ensuring that his eyes and ears were alert, he began to brandish the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Without saying a word, he smashed the scorpion. The big scorpion was dumbfounded. Come up and fight? Shouldn't we communicate first? I'll roar angrily that you've invaded my territory, and then you'll argue that since you found it, it's yours, and that the treasure belongs to the virtuous one. Then I'll attack you in anger and you'll fight back arrogantly. The Scorpion King thought through the whole process. After all, it was always like this in the past. No matter what kind of demon beast it was, it would always say the same thing. But this time, why was this guy so straightforward? Wasn't this too straightforward? This king is not used to this. Naturally, the Scorpion King didn't know that Master Zhuo had always been a man of action. He had always believed in 4 words, just fight. No matter how reasonable you were, if you couldn't beat the other party, You were unreasonable. In this world where the bigger fist was the bigger reason, there was really nothing to say. Zhuoxiaoduo smashed the scorpion with his head. The Scorpion King roared angrily and fought back bravely. Its two big pincers danced like the wind, and its scorpion tail was like a giant steel whip with infinite power. He was actually able to fight Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer head-on for a full quarter of an hour. That was quite impressive. However, it still had its limits. Gradually, it couldn't hold on any longer, and with a miserable howl that the big scorpion dragged its tail and ran away at an extremely fast speed. With a whoosh, it was already 100 miles away and it couldn't be seen anymore. Zhuoxiaoduo was dumbfounded by the Scorpion King's escape. It wasn't the time to decide life and death, so why did the scorpion run away? Wasn't this a little too unethical? However, this scorpion ran away without hesitation, and disappeared without a trace. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't expect it to run away, so he was caught unprepared and didn't have time to chase after it. How could such a demonic beast that was close to the king realm run away so quickly? How could he run away so shamelessly? Zhuoxiaoduo spat and turned back. It's good that it ran away, I'll continue digging. However, after a few minutes of digging, the light above his head suddenly dimmed. The big scorpion had returned, and it even spat out a mouthful of thick poisonous fog. In the blink of an eye, the entire mine was filled with dense poisonous fog. Zhuoxiaoduo was enraged. I let you go because I have the best quality star soul jade here. You actually dare to play a trick on me and make a false accusation? He leaped up like the sun. Fortunately, he had been circulating the Flaming Sun Sutra, or he might have failed miserably. This scorpion was simply too hateful, it deserved to die. However, this time, the big scorpion's performance was completely different from before. It was like a different scorpion. It was a fierce battle. The Scorpion King and Zhuoxiaoduo fought fiercely until its pincers were broken by Zhuoxiaoduo, and the poisonous stinger on its tail was broken. However, it still didn't retreat and went all out, risking its life. And this fearless attitude actually made Zhuoxiaoduo feel some respect for him. This scorpion was really awesome. Who said it didn't have any morals? It actually made me so tired that I was gasping for breath. My back was aching and I couldn't even move. Zhuoxiaoduo exerted all his strength and hammered the big scorpion a dozen times, smashing it until its body was in tatters. Even its head was smashed in half. Seeing that it couldn't survive, Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and come back to clean up the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the big scorpion let out a long and mournful cry, as if it was summoning its last breath, and rushed out into the forest. Was it trying to find a place to bury itself? Scorpion King, you're overthinking things. It's impossible for you to find a place to bury yourself after meeting me, Zhuoxiaoduo. You have to cut open its stomach, cut it into pieces, and take all the benefits before you can talk about anything else. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was overthinking things this time because the Scorpion King turned around and came back, and in a state that Zhuoxiaoduo never expected. In just a moment, the Scorpion King rushed out of the forest with a strong momentum, its body pulsing with waves of red light. What really shocked Zhuoxiaoduo was that the Scorpion King was recovering from its injuries as it rushed back. In just a few seconds, when the big scorpion rushed back in front of Zhuoxiaoduo, it had already completely recovered. It had completely recovered in such a short period of time, and was in a perfect state. It was full of vigor, holding two big claws that were shining with a black light and were intact, without even a scratch, and fiercely rushed over. Its head, which was almost smashed by Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer, was also intact, without a single scar. If it wasn't for the disgusting bloody traces on its body, Zhuoxiaoduo would almost think that this scorpion was a twin or triplet. Chapter 788. However, the scorpion's speedy recovery did not frighten Zhuoxiaoduo. Instead, it aroused his interest. It turns out that this guy is relying on its speedy recovery. That's why it dares to fight me in the most barbaric and extreme way. Zhuoxiaoduo's mind was racing. I believe that this scorpion was not born with the ability to heal itself. Otherwise, it would have recovered infinitely during the battle. Why would it go back and forth? The first time it escaped, it really escaped. However, it came back for some reason. Then, it was almost killed by me again. It rushed back and recovered. It means that somewhere in that direction, there is some kind of treasure that can help it recover quickly. Thinking of this, Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was burning. It seems that this treasure is this scorpion's biggest trump card. It's the reason why it's so fearless. Zhuoxiaoduo did not guess wrongly. The big scorpion had been dominating this place for a long time. It had experienced many battles. Occasionally there would be powerful demonic beasts that passed by. Almost all of them were beaten away or killed by it in this way. The scorpion had gotten used to this mode of fighting. It had even tasted the sweetness of it. As long as a monster passed by, as long as its cultivation level was not too far apart, it would jump out and challenge it to a fight. It was invincible and invincible. This was also the reason why the scorpion was so curious and overconfident. Any monster, as long as it did not have a crushing advantage, could not recover infinitely. But the scorpion could. Naturally, it was full of confidence. Zhuo Duo fought with the scorpion again. At the same time he called out to Xiaolong in his mind. Come out, something big has happened. Xiaolong, who was doing manual labor to move the earth vein, hurried over. Boss, what's the matter? Go and see if there's any treasure over there. This scorpion can actually recover from serious injuries in a very short time. It's amazing. Zhuo Duo gave a brief introduction. Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He went out silently. The large scorpion was completely oblivious to this. It was still charging forward confidently. The two-legged beast in front of it was not much stronger than it was. It was just that its weapon was slightly more powerful. It was not a strong opponent. In a normal battle, he was no match for it, but he could recover limitlessly, which he did not have. As long as he continued to fight, he would definitely be able to become the final victor like in the past. And once he ate such a powerful existence, his cultivation would definitely increase by another level. Exhaust him to death. Eat him. It was simply wishful thinking. The large scorpion cried out excitedly in its heart, cheering loudly for the intense battle. The more it fought, the more ferocious it became, not holding back at all. The heavier its injuries, the happier it was. The more serious this king's injuries are, the more your strength will be drained. Hurry up and use up all your strength. I can't wait to taste your body. The large scorpion continued to attack crazily, completely ignoring the fact that its body was being smashed into pieces. It was a classic example of how one couldn't catch a wolf without sacrificing one's child, how one couldn't catch a hoodlum without sacrificing one's wife, and how one couldn't eat the two-legged beast in front of him. Zhuo Duo had made up his mind. Using defense as an attack, he fought steadily and surely. He gradually changed his position, jumping and jumping. Without the scorpion noticing, both sides' positions changed. Now, the scorpion's position changed from the east to the south, while Zhuo position changed from the west to the north. Xiaolong flew back quickly, his voice full of uncontrollable excitement. Boss, there really is something good, something super good. What super good thing? There's a 5-colored stone over there. 5-colored stone? Zhuo Duo was completely ignorant of this term. He had never heard of it. To put it in a way that you can understand, it's the life source stone. It should be a whole piece, but for some reason a small piece was broken off. The big scorpion obtained it by chance and hid it in the forest over there, which is the source of its rapid recovery. The Scorpion King obtained a small piece, then where is the rest? The big piece is still underground over there. Xiaolong was in high spirits. I was wondering why there was such a high-quality Astral Soul's jade vein here. It turns out that there is such a high-quality thing nearby. It's reasonable, it's reasonable. Zhuo Duo swung his hammer and fought while expressing his puzzlement. The 5-colored stone is over there, why is it mined here? This doesn't make sense, does it? This is the characteristic of the 5-colored stone. The 5-colored stone is the legendary stone that mends the sky, also known as the life source stone. It is the source of life for all living things. The 5-colored stone itself has an extremely abundant and almost endless source of life, which is already extremely rare. But the other characteristic of the 5-colored stone is even more valuable, which is that it can form a vitality magnetic field within a certain range. Within this magnetic field, vitality points are randomly generated. As long as vitality points are generated over time, all the power and energy will be concentrated in this place, and it will produce various kinds of source stone veins. Xiaolong blabbered on and on, the dragon's mouth was drooling. This 5-colored stone. Of course, he couldn't use it directly, but as long as he took it back and placed it in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, the dragon vein in the tower would become more and more stable. And as the vital energy of the 5-colored stone continued to nourish the space of the Tower of Emptiness would only become more and more stable, and it would continue to expand. When vitality points appeared in the mine of the Tower of Emptiness, his own body of luck would also grow with it, and there would be many benefits. At the thought of this, Xiaolong was so excited that he almost went crazy. He almost received a lot of deity. I see, so this is the whole truth. Zhuo Duo roared and put away the training hammer. The next thing that appeared in his hand was the 9x9 cat hammer. Die, Scorpion. You came to me to give me treasures. If I don't give you a quick death, I'll be sorry for your eagerness. Coincidentally, the scorpion's aura was getting more and more powerful. It breathed in and out poisonous fog, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It was in its most powerful state. In its eyes, the two-legged beast opposite it seemed to be exhausted, that the beating just now didn't leave any scars on its body. It was still exhausted and was about to be defeated. Hee, two-legged beast, watch me eat you up. It had to be said that the Scorpion King was ugly, but it had a beautiful imagination. Just when the Scorpion King was in high spirits and complacent, it saw that the other party's aura suddenly changed. The two big hammers in its hands suddenly disappeared. The weapons disappeared? Why did the aura increase when the weapons disappeared? The Scorpion King looked over and saw that the two-legged beast opposite it had taken out the big hammers again. It was just that the aura was really increasing. At this moment, the Scorpion King almost laughed out loud. This damn two-legged beast opposite it, is he joking with me? You put away the hammers first and then took them out again. Do you think you've changed your weapons? The hammers are obviously the same too, and their size is exactly the same. Who can't tell? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Looks like I've really reached my limit, and there's nothing I can do. The Scorpion King thought that it had seen through Zhuo disguise. It happily pounced forward, obviously intending to kill him on the spot. After all, it wasn't seriously injured in this round of battle, and its strength was still at its most powerful state. Zhuo Duo roared and directly raised the Flaming Sun Sutra to the second level. He leaped up, and in an instant the 9-9 Kitty Hammer was covered in a blazing white light. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer activate. Both parties were at their limits and the same strength. Zhuo's hammer smashed down on one of the big pincers waved by the Scorpion King. However, the strength of Zhuo's hammer was unimaginably strong, far beyond the Scorpion King's imagination. The Scorpion King let out a miserable howl, and its pincers were instantly broken and sent flying. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Scorpion King had obviously neglected a very important thing. Its pincers had recovered in an instant, but these newly grown pincers were no longer its original pincers that had been tempered for a long time. When facing an ordinary opponent, perhaps it wouldn't matter. However, when facing an opponent of equal strength, the difference in toughness was too great. The other hammer smashed down viciously, and the other pincer was broken. The Scorpion King roared and turned around at lightning speed, wanting to charge back. However, when it turned its head, it was stunned and stood there in a daze for a full breath of time. This direction wasn't right. The Scorpion King quickly identified the direction, and planned to charge over, recover, and fight again. However, it saw that the two-legged beast was already guarding the path it had to pass, and was attacking it again. Since the start of the battle, the Scorpion King felt that something was wrong for the first time. Zhuo Duo roared and smashed down thousands of times in a row. At this moment, the mountains and valleys were trembling and rumbling. The Scorpion King was hammered by Zhuo Duo from head to toe. It was truly dead. Until the last moment of its death, the Scorpion King was still puzzled. What's going on? This shouldn't be. I'm immortal. Boom. Zhuo Duo smashed his hammer on the scorpion's body that was still twitching slightly. Without any hesitation, he smashed the scorpion's head open. He reached out his hand and a pomelo-like pearl appeared in his hand. Sure enough, there's more. Zhuo Duo continued smashing. He consecutively took out 4 pearls from the Scorpion King's spine, and an inner elixir from its stomach. At this point he could have stopped. However, Zhuo Duo was still unwilling to give up. He diligently collected the Scorpion King's brain matter, harvested a few thousand kilograms of the Scorpion King's spiritual meat, and then put the Scorpion King's tail and its poison sac into the space-destroying tower. This is good stuff. I'm afraid it's much more valuable than the Centipede King's meat. Zhuo Duo thought happily. As everyone knows, the Scorpion King's meat can strengthen the yang energy, and it's an excellent ingredient for brewing wine. Ordinary scorpions can strengthen the yang energy. How powerful would this Scorpion King's spirit be? Zhuo Duo thought to himself. He would definitely make a fortune if he sold it to those people who sit in the office and write novels every day. Well, those people, except for the most handsome author with the surname Feng, all of them had kidney problems. Chapter 789. Zhuo Duo heaved a sigh as he tidied up the scorpion. He felt that it was a fly in the ointment. In order to end this battle as soon as possible so that he could harvest the multicolored stone, he had used too much force. Moreover, all the flesh in the newly grown pincers had been wasted. All in all, he had wasted a lot of flesh. Thinking of this, Duo pulled out the tendons of the scorpion that were still intact to make up for the loss. Then he rushed into the forest. In a place filled with poisonous fog there was a small cave. A round, multicolored stone the size of a cigarette box was quietly placed there, exuding a soft glow. Even if one were to look at it closely, they would at most be able to see the vibrant colors, but they would not be able to feel any special aura from it. Is this it? Duo picked up the multicolored stone. The moment it came into contact with the skin of his palm, a surge of life energy gushed into his body like a tidal wave. All the fatigue and negative statuses from the fierce battle were swept away. Moreover, all the bodily functions that he had lost were instantly replenished. It was a miraculous creation. After everything that had happened last night and made up for all the losses, this multicolored stone no longer had any mystical luster. Lying quietly in Duo's palm, it was no different from an ordinary stone. Good stuff. Duo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. With this thing I will truly be immortal from now on. Under the guidance of the little dragon, he first arrived at the big scorpion's nest, where the big scorpion slept. Covering his nose, he finally took out the rest of the multicolored stone, which was even bigger, and then hurriedly went out. This scorpion is too smelly. It doesn't pay attention to personal hygiene, just like many single dogs. No wonder it can't find a wife. It's still a virgin even though it's in its 30s. Duo muttered to himself. This guy didn't have any self-awareness. The smell of his feet in his room could make people faint. He had been ridiculed by his parents, Xiaoyan, and even Li Chenglong many times. At this moment he had already chosen to forget. What should we do? Holding the two multicolored stones in his hands, Duo couldn't bear to put them down. This big piece can be buried under the mountain range of the Void Extermination Tower. There will be a surprise in the future. Xiaolong suggested enthusiastically, as for this small one, you can carry it with you in case you need it. You've personally experienced the effects of this thing for yourself just now. That's a good idea. Duo followed his advice and immediately placed the large multicolored stone at the bottom of the mountain range of the void-destroying pagoda. Xiaolong would take care of the follow-up matters and he would just be a 1-second porter. Then Duo hurried back to the other side and continued to mine. Xiaolong, on the other hand, continued to move the ley lines while sweating profusely. He was a real porter, completely different from Duo, who could only move in a second. And let me explain it here. Earth veins are different from dragon veins. First, there are earth veins. When the earth veins gather to a certain extent, the mountains, rivers, and lakes become one with the earth veins. Only then can a dragon vein be formed. Where there are dragon veins, there must be earth veins. But where there are earth veins, there may not be dragon veins. The two should not be confused. And neither man nor dragon noticed it. Just after Duo left the void-destroying pagoda, the mountain range in the void-destroying pagoda showed a slow but subtle change that was faintly visible to the naked eye. The shape was still the same, but the whole thing showed signs of shrinking inch by inch. This shrinking frequency was extremely slow, and it was really shrinking inch by inch. So much so that when Xiaolong finished his work and sent in a new ley line, he did not notice it. And this kind of contraction was still ongoing. No one knew when it would end. In addition, a strong and turbulent spiritual aura of life slowly emerged in the void-destroying pagoda. It was dense and surging, and gradually filled the entire space of the void-destroying pagoda, and every corner. This process was also slow and orderly, and it was difficult to be noticed. But the space of the void-destroying pagoda was always so small. This kind of majestic spiritual aura was getting thicker and thicker, and it was impossible to not be noticed. It was just that no one knew when it would happen. At the moment when Duo got the multicolored stone. In the outside world, the Flood Witch, who felt that the negative state had been eliminated, suddenly felt that her aura was steadily increasing. At this moment, it had reached an unprecedented height. The strength of the power of fate almost made the Flood Witch feel like she had an epiphany. It's happening again. The Flood Witch was speechless. One moment, it was replenishing, and the next moment, it was drawing back and forth without stopping. What was going on? He had already guessed that the problem was with his godson and godson, but he had never heard of such a phenomenon when taking in a godson. Even though the Flood Witch was so experienced that no one in the whole continent could compare to her, she was still confused. She only vaguely guessed. Could it be that someone had hung this matter on the heavenly way circulation array? But for such a small matter. To hang the heavenly way circulation array, wasn't it too much of a fuss? She had never seen such extravagance. However, what was comforting was that with the frequency of this situation, the Great Flood which gradually figured out a set of methods to slightly avoid it. That was to open up another space in her own divine soul, leaving a part of the space in power. Well, she could use the rest as usual. She would replenish this part, and the excess would overflow and be used by herself. She would draw. That was all. Unless it was a special kind of draw, it wouldn't affect the Flood Witch's strength. This was originally a helpless move. The Flood Witch racked her brains to come up with this method. And it was feasible. To be honest, the Flood Witch had never used her brain like this in her life, but this time she had no choice but to use her brain. But what she didn't expect was that the path she had never taken before, in order to cope with this strange phenomenon of replenishing and drawing, she came up with this strange method, was exactly the path she had dreamed of taking before. The embryonic form of beheading 3 corpses. As long as she continued and slowly perfected it, she could become a saint by beheading 3 corpses. This was a path that no one in the Wu people had ever taken since ancient times. The Wu people had always cultivated their bodies, which could move mountains and fill seas, and fight against heaven and earth. They had never cultivated their divine souls before. And the Wu people's divine souls weren't suitable for cultivating another path. However, the Great Flood Witch was forced to go down this path by being whipped while replenishing his energy. Of course, the Flood Witch didn't realize that she had made great progress. She only felt that the method she figured out seemed to be useful. Even her brain seemed to have become smarter. Sure enough, the reason why I'm the #1 in the world is that my brain is still very useful. After a while, Zhuo Duo had dug out almost all the top-grade jade of astral souls. She continued to dig down and found the top-grade astral souls jade at the lower level. The top-grade astral souls jade was the same size as a millstone. It was completely black without a layer of stone covering it. Zhuo Duo was so excited that he was trembling all over. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. Every piece was the size of a millstone, and there were thousands of them here. Zhuo Duo threw them into the Tower of Space Destruction one by one. It was a pleasant surprise, but Zhuo Duo still had some hope. Since there were so many top-grade jade of astral souls here, would there be a higher-grade jade of geocentric astral souls jade? This time it wasn't that Zhuo Duo was greedy. To Zhuo Duo, the top-grade jade of astral souls was already beyond his level. The higher-grade jade of geocentric astral souls jade was useless even if he had it. It would be a waste if he used it. He wanted it for another reason. Finally, when they reached the most central position, the Star Soul Jade gave off a different feeling. The jade of astral souls here are purplish red and black. They look like ripe grapes. Zhuo Duo could clearly feel that the quality of the jade of astral souls jade was higher. Moreover, there weren't many jade of astral souls of this quality. There were only dozens of them. At a glance, 36 of these stones were stacked together like a small tower in the middle of the mountain range. Zhuo Duo carefully moved them away. There was a round stone in the middle. It was about the size of an ordinary watermelon. It was transparent purple and shone with a mysterious fluorescent light. This should be the jade of geocentric astral souls. It's also something that Principal Yi and the others need to treat their injuries. Zhuo Duo was overjoyed. Such a big piece, it should be enough. Zhuo Duo happily put away the purple jade of astral souls. How could he not know that the 36 purplish-black, grape-toned large stones from before were already geocentric star soul jades? And this purplish transparent star soul jade was already in existence of another meaning. Zhuo Duo finally finished excavating the entire mine. After repeatedly confirming that he had not missed anything, he realized that he had excavated half a mountain. This is so fucking tiring. Zhuo Duo lay comfortably in the belly of the mountain. He could feel that the soil under the strange purplish transparent stones was also filled with rich spiritual energy. It was also a little purple. It has been nourished by the jade of geocentric astral souls for so long. It must be something good. Since it's something good, I can't let it go. Therefore, he took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel and shoveled a few dozen tons into the Tower of Annihilation. When he felt that there was no more profit to be gained from this place, Zhuo Duo finally left unwillingly. How nice would it be if there were a few more mines like this? I'm not afraid of being tired. What's a little hard work? Zhuo Duo was still a little dissatisfied. I'm a man, so I should do more of this kind of hard work. Not long after he left, the last earth vein was also taken away by Xiaolong. As the earth vein disappeared completely, there was a loud boom. and the entire mountain collapsed. This man and dragon had far surpassed the level of a thief who would not leave empty-handed, 9 feet higher, and feather-plucking swallows. They had emptied an entire mountain and even stolen the earth veins and earth chi that had been immersed in this place for countless years. They were the thieves of the century, stealing from heaven and earth. With the 5-colored stone in hand, Zhuoxiaoduo was in perfect condition at all times. Almost immediately, he entered the previous mode of leveling up and fighting monsters. Along the way, all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and all kinds of spiritual herbs on the ground and underground were swept clean. Chapter 790. All the demonic beasts that he encountered were killed, skinned, and sucked out of their bones. However, it was no longer like a swarm of locusts that were swept clean. Of course, it was not that Zhuoxiaoduo was no longer greedy. It was just that he had set his sights higher now. Demonic beasts below the nascent soul transformation stage were nothing in his eyes. Even though the space in the Tower of Annihilation was vast, it would take time to clean up those small fries. If he had the time, he might as well look for higher-level demonic beasts to hunt, look for higher-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or look for teammates. But after advancing for several hundred li, Zhuoxiaoduo flew to the sky dozens of times to check, but he didn't see a single human figure, nor did he hear any human voice. Helpless, he had to continue to act alone. Finally, after rushing into a mountain, Zhuoxiaoduo encountered another head-on attack. This time it was a demonic beast at the Demon King realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the Demon King realm. Its strength was several times more terrifying than the Centipede King in the Starry Mountains. In just one blow, Zhuoxiaoduo was sent flying. All the bones in his body were almost broken. Knowing that he was no match for the demonic beast, Zhuoxiaoduo naturally ran for his life. However, his escape speed was not as fast as the demonic beast. Finally, when he turned around the foot of a mountain, he fought for a gap and was able to enter the Tower of Annihilation. Damn, that was too dangerous. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the bloody flesh on his body and hurriedly took the multicolored stone. It was truly miraculous. In the blink of an eye, his physical body had already recovered. He was completely healed. Zhuoxiaoduo stood up and moved his body to check his condition. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. Damn, is this still the trial area of the nascent soul transformation stage? There is such a thing in the trial area of the nascent soul transformation stage. It is trying to kill me. Zhuoxiaoduo grimaced. He did not know that in this area, there was actually a demon king who was more powerful than this demonic beast. After countless years of evolution, the demon king's strength was completely different from before. Since it's already dusk, I might as well cultivate inside the tower. Without further ado, Zhuoxiaoduo began to cultivate. He spent 30 days in the Tower of Annihilation. Well, it was only one night outside. After Xiaolong continuously shifted the earth veins, the flow of time inside the tower changed again. One day outside was equivalent to 2 months inside the tower. While Zhuoxiaoduo was concentrating on cultivating, Xiaolong was not idle. He was still working hard outside. Xiaolong was now extremely enthusiastic and hard-working. Those countless beeps. Boss's beeps. I'm about to get them. Wow. On one hand he was exhausted from working, but on the other hand he was never tired. On the other hand he was filled with fantasies. And he was filled with happiness. Xiaolong was an illusory spirit body. Even if he encountered a powerful demon king, he would not be able to see him. Well, the main thing was that the other party could not see him at all. As long as he found the earth veins, he would not hesitate to break them up and then forcefully drag them away. This place was completely different from the outside world. There was no heaven way to control things like robbing earth veins. After entering this space, Xiaolong felt that his robber nature had completely recovered, even stronger than before. Zhuoxiaoduo cultivated for a night. Xiaolong had already shifted 4 small earth veins from the outside into the tower. For Xiaolong, these earth veins that had not yet formed into dragon veins were not difficult at all. He directly broke them up and took them away. It was easy and joyful. During this night, Zhuoxiaoduo was extravagant. He used the supreme grade jade of astral souls to make a couch. He placed his hands on his head and used the 3-hearted jade of astral souls to wantonly absorb the pure spiritual energy of the supreme grade jade of astral souls. He successfully raised his cultivation to the high level of nascent soul. He carefully crawled out and looked around. He found that the huge raging bull demonic beast was not far away. When it saw Zhuoxiaoduo reappear, it immediately rushed towards him. Zhuoxiaoduo used his body movement technique to fight with it. He even used the cat hammer to launch a sneak attack. However, he used all his strength to smash the raging bull demonic beast's body, but it could not break through its defense. After fighting for a few minutes, Zuo Duo ran away again. The demonic beast roared and chased after him. However, after chasing him for dozens of miles, Zuo Duo disappeared again. This cycle repeated over and over again. This reverse hunting battle lasted for 2 days. Zuo Duo had already started to suppress the nascent soul realm for the 5th time in the Tower of Annihilation. However, with this level of strength, he was still helpless against the raging bull demonic beast. He was not even qualified to resist. The raging bull demonic beast slowly lost interest in this little guy. What's the point of fighting and disappearing? Can't young people be a little more virtuous? Legend has it that one would rather die than submit to force. When Zuo Duo crawled out again, he found that the raging bull demonic beast had already returned to its nest. Zuo Duo went closer to provoke the raging bull demonic beast, but the raging bull demonic beast ignored him. Do whatever you want. Go and harm others. I want to sleep now. This was not a guess. The raging bull demonic beast king's spiritual energy clearly conveyed this message. Believe it or not, this place is about to collapse. You'll be finished if you stay here. Do you want to consider going out with me? Get lost. The raging bull demonic beast's spiritual energy roared. Fine, I'll get lost. Zuo Duo simply gave up on this area and crossed over the mountain ridges. According to the usual script, the raging bull demonic beast king would follow me and become my mount, free and unfettered. However, this place did not follow the script. I can't do anything. I've already wasted a lot of time with this raging bull demonic beast. I'd better hurry and find others. In this kind of environment, even I've encountered dangerous situations. Their realm is probably even worse. Along the way, he plundered heaven and earth treasures. He grew more and more tired of those low-level treasures. Not only did he not want them, he did not even bother to look at them. This trial space was really too big. If he delayed the high-level treasures because of these low-level treasures, the gains would not make up for the losses. Following the route that Xiaolong had planned, Zuo Duo plundered all the treasures along the way and advanced aggressively. In front of them, there was a huge mountain that pierced the sky. Boss, that mountain actually has a dragon vein and there's a lot of good stuff. Let's go. Zuo Duo waved his hand. Leave nothing behind. Yu Moyan wiped off the blood on his sword and put it back into its scabbard. Then he collected the interspatial rings and weapons of the people in front of him. He did not know if it was a coincidence or not, but he met people. Moreover, he met the disciples of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance at the same time. There were a total of 4 people on both sides. When Yu Moyan arrived, the 4 of them had already been fighting for a long time. It seemed that there was a jade moon fruit here. The 4 of them would decide who would get it based on the outcome of the battle. After Yu Moyan understood, he immediately attacked and killed all 4 of them. Then he expressionlessly found the jade moon fruit and plucked 2 of them. He directly swallowed one and continued forward. As for killing these 4 people, Yu Moyan did not feel guilty at all. If you can kill me, then my things will be yours. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. At this moment, Gao Qiao, and Wanli Xiu were running for their lives. Yes, these 2 girls were very lucky to have gotten rid of the demonic beasts that were chasing them. They were also very lucky to have met each other. The only pity was that when the 2 girls met, Wanli Xiu was being chased by more than 10 geniuses of the Umno Alliance. Gao Qiao, of course, went to help her. However, as soon as they met, she was dragged away by Wanli Xiu. Run. We are not their match. When Wanli Xiu said this, Gao Qiao's sword had already been knocked away by her opponent. As expected, there was a huge difference in strength between them. The 2 girls could only think of running for their lives. Behind them, the 12 geniuses of the Umno Alliance were chasing desperately with shining eyes. The 2 geniuses of the Astral Souls continent were actually both beauties. If it was one-on-one, Wanli Xiu was confident that she would not be afraid of any one of the 12 geniuses. She could even kill them. However, when facing 2 of them at the same time, Wanli Xiu could gain the upper hand and win. However, if the opponents were 3 or more, she would definitely lose. At most, she could drag one of them down with her. But now there were 12 of them. Even if she wanted to drag one of them down with her, she might not be able to do it. As for Gao Qiao, when Gao Qiao rushed out, Wanli Xiu knew that this girl's cultivation was just SOSO. She was even weaker than herself. Rather than saying that she was a help, it was better to say that she was a burden. The most important thing now was to run away first. Fortunately, women's bodies were originally light and agile. They usually practiced the light body technique more and more. Even if the opponents did not stop chasing, the two girls could still hold on. But in the long run this was not a solution. Women were more skilled than men in the light body technique, but their physical endurance and cultivation depth were often inferior to male cultivators of the same level. And the 12 people in front of them clearly had evil intentions, chasing after them all the way. In such a dense mountain forest there was almost no road. At first the two girls flew in the sky. Later they landed on the ground and ran wildly. Flying in the sky was not only an obvious target, but it also consumed too much spiritual energy. It was better to land and use the complicated terrain to escape. That would give them more room to maneuver. Along the way the two girls ran. Every once in a while, Gao Qiao would leave a secret signal on the side. Even when they were chased to the end, Gao Qiao did not give up. After drinking another bottle of life spirit water, Gao Qiao pulled Wanli Xiu's hand and said, "Run over there." On the other side there was a sky-piercing mountain. It was extremely steep. In this mountain range it was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Over there? Wanli Xiu was hesitant. There must be high-level demonic beasts over there. Moreover, the mountain was too high and too steep. Now that they were exhausted, they might lose everything if they made a single mistake. Up there. We'll have more room to maneuver and maintain the initiative. Gao Qiao said while running wildly, "When we get there we'll look down from the high ground. Then we'll find a place that's steep and dangerous enough. As long as we throw down a few big rocks, we'll be able to create a big commotion. It'll be easier for others to hear us. We can't do it here. The mountain here is too steep. The shrubs are also dense. I'm afraid a big rock will only roll a few times before it gets caught in the shrubs. That place is steep enough. Moreover, there's a cliff." Chapter 791. As long as we stand at the top of the mountain, we'll be more obvious targets. After running for such a long time, we don't have much strength left. If we continue to chase blindly, we'll really be finished when we're exhausted. Now we can only take a risk. Even if the people from the Wizard Alliance come, we'll accept it. If we don't fight, we'll only be waiting for death. Okay. At this time, the pursuers were only 100 meters away. Wanli Xiu took a deep breath and pulled Gao Qiao toward the mountain on the other side. This time she didn't hold back at all. She swallowed a handful of elixirs and forcibly restored her strength. For a time, the two women were like two slender lightning bolts, flying in the void and breaking through space. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to the left side of the mountain and rushed all the way up crazily. They are exhausted. The geniuses of the Umno Alliance behind them were overjoyed when they saw that the two women had suddenly shaken off their pursuers. Obviously they want to make a last stand. This mountain is the end of this chase. Everyone was a genius and clever person. When they saw each other's choice, they knew what each other was thinking. The 12 nascent soul transformation stage geniuses of the Umno Alliance immediately chased after them as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Let's enjoy first and then kill. I'll tell you in advance. Don't make it bloody and make it boring. Of course. Don't worry. When the time comes, we will divide into two groups and draw lots to decide the first one. Ha. Okay. Zwa, the mountain in front of us not only has a lot of earth veins but also a dragon vein. Xiao Long wagged his tail and pointed his small claws at the mountain in front of them, which was hidden in the clouds halfway up the mountain. This mountain seems to have demonic qi. Zwa Xiaoduo took a look. From the qi examination technique, this mountain was full of demonic qi. It was not a good place. There are also many good things. Xiao Long said. I'd better plan a safe path first. I don't want to meet those great demon kings again. Zwa Xiaoduo felt a little discouraged. Originally, he felt that he was already very powerful and could defeat all the soul transformation stage demonic beasts. However, he didn't expect that a mere demon king would be able to torture him until he was half dead and had to flee for his life. It was really too hurtful. Under Xiao Long's planning, Zwa Xiaoduo carefully looted all the way to the top of the mountain. Xiao Long, on the other hand, quietly burrowed into the ground to shift the earth veins. Zwa Xiaoduo and Xiao Long had the same plan. They would go up from this side and collect as much good stuff as they could along the way. Then they would go down from the other side and collect everything they could along the way. Since they were already here, how could they leave empty-handed? This way, nothing would be left behind and Xiao Long would have enough time to collect the ley lines. It was the best of both worlds, taking advantage of both. Because they planned before acting, Zwa Xiaoduo deliberately avoided the nests of several demon kings and began to loot. However, they hadn't even reached the halfway point of the mountain yet. Rumble. Rumble. Zhuxiaoduo's spirits were lifted. It seemed that there was a movement over there? Someone? Or a demonic beast? Zhuxiaoduo very straightforwardly gave up on plundering this area. His body was like an arrow that left the bow as he charged forward. At this moment he was already using his full strength. If there were people fighting, at least 1/3 of them would be people from the Astral Souls continent. What if they were at a disadvantage? If the rescue was delayed because of a herb, wouldn't it be a great pity? It had to be said that Zhuxiaoduo was a person who put himself first most of the time. He wasn't so calculative. Zhuxiaoduo's movements were as fast as lightning as he dashed all the way. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through the clouds and continued to fly upwards for more than 5,000 meters. As he gradually reached the top, the mountain range was covered in frost, and the higher parts were still covered in snowflakes. Zhuxiaoduo stepped on the layer of ice and reached the top of the mountain. The cold here had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. Even ancient martial art practitioners who were below the embryonic breathing realm of the origin elixir realm would be frozen into ice in a short time. Zhuxiaoduo silently used the flaming sun scripture to resist the cold. He stuck his head out and looked down. He could faintly see movement below, but there was no sound of people shouting. There was only the rumbling sound of rocks falling continuously. It doesn't seem like a battle between demonic beasts. If it were two demonic beasts fighting, their roars would have been heard long ago. Zhuxiaoduo's heart suddenly tightened. His body descended like a meteor. If it was a battle between the Tao League and the Umno Alliance, he might be able to take advantage of it. It was true that Zhuxiaoduo put people first. However, if it didn't involve the lives of his teammates, he would still look at money. He would still be calculative about what he should be calculative about. Gao Qiaoer and Wanli Xiu tried their best to climb up the cliff. At this moment, their spiritual energy was almost depleted. Previously, in order to push their bodies to their limits, they had taken too many pills in one go. Even if they forced themselves to take them again, the effect would be minimal. Wanli Xiu gathered her remaining energy and shouted. She slashed down a huge rock that was hundreds of thousands of kilograms that was hanging outside. The huge rock rumbled as it rushed down. The sound of it hitting the ground echoed continuously. However, it was a pity that after a while no one was coming. There was also no sound from anyone. Below, the silhouettes of the 12 Umno Alliance geniuses had appeared. They were only a few hundred meters away from them. Their faces were all pale. However, there was an inexplicable excitement in their eyes. The two women's hearts were cold. Wanli Xiu was silent for a moment. Then she said lightly, "Don't run. If we continue to run, we will really run out of energy. If we face them again, we can only wait to be slaughtered. We have created such a big commotion, but no one has come. Obviously the area is too big. There is no one nearby." Wanli Xiu took a deep breath and said, "Let's just end it here. Try to drag two of them down with us. If we continue to waste our energy, I'm afraid we won't even be able to drag them down." Gao Qiaoer smiled faintly and said, "Life and death are predestined. Let's fight to the death here. If two of us die, it will be worth it. If we can earn more interest, this battle will not be in vain." Then she opened the space ring and took out the last few bottles of life water and origin spirit recovery pills. The two women divided them. Then they raised their heads and gulped them down. Wanli Xiu slapped a handful of ice and snow on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "I will try to take 3 of them. Just do your best." Gao Qiaoer smiled, "I know I will only be a burden. I will try my best. If I really can't do it, then help me." In the face of life and death, the two women were very calm. Since they were in a desperate situation, why not fight? On the cliff, Wanli Xiu held a long sword. She took a deep breath and operated her martial arts. She tried to recover her strength as much as possible. She wanted to take a few more enemies with her. However, Long Yuxing's appearance uncontrollably appeared in front of her. "It is difficult to have a future in this life. Maybe I can't accompany you. I hope you will take good care of yourself for the rest of your life." With a whoosh, a Umno Alliance genius jumped onto the cliff. He had a playful smile on his face and said, "Why aren't you running?" Wanli Xiu was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. She was still operating her origin chi and trying to digest the pills she had just swallowed. However, there was only disdain in her heart. "If it were us, we would have already taken action. We were afraid that the other side would have more time to recover." This guy actually talked like a cat playing with a mouse. How could he be a Umno Alliance genius with such a brain? The Umno Alliance's geniuses are really not that high. Gao Qiaoer smiled and said softly, May I know the name of the Alliance's genius in front of me? I have to say you are really good looking. We all thought that the Alliance's geniuses did not look like humans. I didn't expect that all of you are quite good looking. Wanli Xiu did not answer, but Gao Qiaoer chose to respond to her nicely. Between the two of them, Wanli Xiu's fighting ability was much higher than hers. If she wanted to win, she would have to see how much Wanli Xiu could recover. As for Gao Qiaoer's advantage, it was more about her ability to use money and power. She smiled sweetly and used words to confuse the enemy. If she could delay for a period of time before attacking, it would allow Wanli Xiu to recover more strength and have more capital to play with her life. The Alliance's young man had a hooked nose. His eyes fell on Gao Qiaoer's pretty face. Gao Qiaoer smiled faintly. She stroked her hair and said, "What are you looking at?" The Alliance's young man's Adam's apple could be seen swallowing. Just now, when Gao Qiaoer stroked her hair, she showed her feminine beauty. His heart was burning. He could not help but say, "I am Yi Zhangyun. What is your name?" At this moment, the remaining 11 people had also climbed up and formed a circle. Gao Qiaoer did not seem to see the others. She only focused on Yi Zhangyun. She sighed and said, "We are on opposite sides. It's our fate to be like this. But to know the name of a genius of the Alliance before I die, it's worth it to die." She smiled sadly and said, "The night sky is vast and deep with white clouds. The world changes but the sky never changes. What a good name." Then she smiled bitterly and said softly, "Yi Zhangyun, senior brother Yi, how are you going to deal with us?" Yi Zhangyun stared at her face and said, "What is your name?" Gao Qiaoer's eyes were watery. She said pitifully, "My family calls me Qiaoer. Brother Zhangyun, how about you call me Qiaoer too? If I can be called by a pet name, it will be like being at home. It will be comforting." Her voice was very soft, and her words were spoken very slowly. Her voice was graceful and extremely pleasant to the ears. Although it was a dead end, she was still trying her best to stall for time in a subtle way. Yi Zhangyun said, "Qiaoer? What a nice name." On one side, a short and fat young man of the Alliance said impatiently, "Yi Zhangyun, what are you talking about? Hurry up and take them down. Could it be that you actually want to cultivate a relationship before you force yourself on her?" Chapter 792. The other youths all looked at the two girls with burning eyes and swallowed their saliva. Obviously, they already saw the two girls as theirs and couldn't wait any longer. When they were in the Alliance, they spent most of their time training and fighting. Everyone was surrounded by their fellow countrymen and classmates. Even if they had beast desires, they still had to restrain themselves. Now, facing the two beauties of the astral souls, they didn't have to restrain themselves anymore. They were enemies of life and death. No matter what they did, they should do it. And the two beauties in front of them were rare beauties even in the Alliance high martial arts school that they studied in. It must be said that in a war between races or countries, the so-called rape and pillage was a very normal thing. It wasn't that there was no bottom line, but in that kind of life and death environment, all the evil in human nature would be magnified to the maximum. The reason why the war between races was so tragic was because of this. Usually, after the enemy's army had passed through, the prosperous cities would immediately turn into ruins. Young and strong children would be killed, and the slightly beautiful women would be raped, killed, and taken away. That the so-called kindness of human nature, the so-called compassion and justice, all had no place in this kind of situation. Not only the warriors of the Alliance would do this, but the warriors of the astral souls would also make the same choice. Of course, there were also those who abided by the bottom line, but those people were definitely the minority. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I knew that there would be countless saints jumping out at this point, but it was futile to explain this part. Sigh. Gao Qiaoer sighed and said to the short and fat youth, "Brother, why are you in such a hurry? We sisters know very well what kind of fate we have today. Our last bit of effort is in vain, so we can only accept our fate. Don't you think that, if we talk, the result will be better?" Gao Qiaoer smiled bitterly. There was a kind of helplessness in the wind, and said, "In the end, we are just two weak women. In our hearts, we don't want to participate in this kind of war. But this is our fate, there is nothing we can do. Today, in this kind of hopeless situation. Don't we want to live?" Gao Qiaoer tried her best to move her lips and tongue to stall for time. She said, "Don't tell me. You only want to kill us?" Just because he wanted to satisfy his bestial desires for once. Did he have to force us to the point that there was nothing left to live for? Do you really want to force us to fight to the death with you? In that case we will certainly die, but what good will come to you? Or rather, where's the fun in that? The short and fat youth's eyes were burning. I think you're just stalling for time. Gao Qiao laughed. If we really had the strength to kill you, why would we need to run? Why waste your remaining energy to create a commotion and carry out that futile attempt? Isn't it just hoping for a fluke? Now that your hope has been shattered, you're already in despair in this hopeless situation. Even if you try to stall for time, what benefits can you gain? It had to be said that Gao Qiao's ability to see through people's hearts and speak eloquently was extremely effective at this moment. She fought for a bit of hope in the face of death. His words made the other Umno Alliance youngsters show expressions of approval. That's right, with just these two delicate girls in front of them, even if they stalled for time, what could they change? In this kind of hopeless situation, could they still turn the tables around? However, the short and fat youth's face became more and more serious. He slowly pulled out his sword and said lightly, even though what you said seems to make a lot of sense, even though I don't know what your intention is in stalling for time, my instincts tell me that I can't let you continue. Gao Qiao smiled sadly. Are you going to kill me immediately? She stuck out her chest and slightly leaned to the side, standing there gracefully. Intentionally or unintentionally, the beautiful curves of a woman's body were revealed without any concealment. As she tilted her face slightly and let the cold wind blow on her face, her beautiful hair immediately fluttered and her clothes fluttered. She was extremely beautiful, stunning everyone. At this moment, Gao Qiao could be said to have displayed her beauty and the charm that belonged to a woman to the extreme. Basically, every beautiful woman knew how to make use of her beauty, and Gao Qiao was one of the best among them. With just a simple tilt of her body, her originally messy hair fluttered in the wind. Her drooping clothes, with the help of the wind, turned into a beautiful fairy descending to the mortal world, her clothes fluttering in the wind. The youngster's eyes became even more fiery. That waist, that chest, that face, that butt, that style, that temperament. Some of the boys felt that even if they killed this woman after today's pleasure, they would still be unable to forget her beauty at this moment for the rest of their lives. They would linger in their dreams and forget to return. The short and fat youth's eyes were also intoxicated for a moment, but he suddenly ordered, "Attack together! Hurry up! Don't let her delay any longer. When we catch them you can do whatever you want. But at this moment, don't forget that they are still strong enemies. They are not some weak girls, everyone be careful." A loud roar instantly woke up the rest of the people. The 12 of them straightened their swords together, and their auras were also reactivated. However, at this moment Wan Lixio had already finished adjusting her breath. Gao Qiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. She knew that she had succeeded. She had achieved her goal. Just now, when she was speaking and acting, there were clearly some people who had tender feelings for the fairer sex in their eyes, and some who felt that they could not bear to kill her. And this kind of feeling was the atmosphere that Gao Qiao wanted to create. Once the enemy had this kind of mentality, whether they had realized it or not, then when she and Wan Lixio attacked, they might only be able to kill 3 or 4 people to accompany them to the grave. But under this kind of mentality, the two of them might be able to kill 5 or 6 people. Or even more. This was a woman's greatest advantage, her greatest charm. A woman's greatest charm was never how much money she earned, but a beautiful woman who could kill a man who should not have died. This was the best display of a woman's charm on the battlefield. Of course, this was the best result. The two of them would have to stop here and die prematurely. Gao Qiao was very clear that even if she continued to speak, the effect would not be better than this moment. If she spoke more, it might even make these men wake up and feel that they had been fooled, and become angry out of humiliation. Now was the best time to attack. However, even though Gao Qiao had quietly pulled out her sword, she still said pitifully, "Can I have a request?" On the other side, someone subconsciously replied, "What request?" Gao Qiao said sadly, "We sisters are destined to die today. But can I ask you guys, if we are no match for them when you attack, don't hit our faces. Thank you." As she said that, she actually bowed slightly. We are girls after all. Even if we can't avoid death, we still hope to keep our faces intact. You guys should understand that what women care the most is none other than their faces. The few men on the other side nodded lightly. "Okay, we promise you." Gao Qiao said, "Thank you. Even though before I die I will be. But this mercy is enough for me to be touched." Her heart calmed down again. With this restriction, the chances of her and Wan Lixio getting more scapegoats would be greater. This bunch of stinky men would definitely not hit their chests and lower bodies for their later desires. Now, even their faces had become a little more scrupulous. Gao Qiao took a deep breath and stood back to back with Wanli Xiu, saying, "Everyone please." Her long sword shook and a cold light flashed. The sword in Wanli Xiu's hand had already shot out like a bomb. The battle started instantly. Wanli Xiu was going all out from the start. Although Gao Qiao had a long sword in her hand, she was not in a hurry to join the battle. First of all, her combat power was not enough. Second of all, she had successfully created an atmosphere where the geniuses of the Wizard Alliance would not attack her, or at least not kill her. As long as she was there, she would be able to tie down the opponent's manpower more effectively than fighting in a battle. This operation was undoubtedly better than directly joining the battle. It would reduce the pressure on Wanli Xiu by a lot. This was a very subtle psychological manipulation. Gao Qiao grasped this balance very precisely. She seemed to be on guard, but in reality she was constantly paying attention to the battle behind her. As long as Wanli Xiu gave the signal, she would immediately turn around and use the most decisive method to take back her capital. Her target was definitely not the people in front of her who didn't attack her and were restrained by her, but the people behind her who were fighting with Wanli Xiu. Once she turned around, she would have the chance to kill the enemies to the greatest extent because of the unexpected outburst. Wanli Xiu's sword wind was getting stronger little by little. She pursed her lips tightly and fought meticulously. She was accumulating power. She was fighting and accumulating power at the same time. Her current attack mode did not have the lethality to kill the enemies. She could only wait until the sword net was formed. When she was most confident, she would risk her life to fight. Then Gao Qiao would move back and attack at the same time. She would use all her strength to attack and then self-explode. She would take away as many as she could. As for leaving behind corpses to be humiliated, Wanli Xiu did not think of this possibility. Gao Qiao also did not think of it. The sound of weapons colliding continued to sound. Wanli Xiu's accumulation of power had gradually reached the peak. She was about to launch a thunderous attack. At this delicate moment, a voice full of surprise sounded from the sky. "Wow, damn! Xiu, I can actually see you being bullied on such a remote ice mountain peak. This is too unexpected. I don't know how long Yuxing will thank me later." This voice came from the sky and was getting closer and closer. Chapter 793. Hearing this voice, Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu were overjoyed. He was so surprised that his heart was about to explode. "Boss!" Wanli Xiu burst out with all her strength. Gao Qiao also attacked at the same time. The moment their attacks surged, they forced the enemy to retreat. Then they quickly retreated and faced the person who spoke. At this moment, their attacks were no longer about earning profits. Instead, they wanted to save their lives and ensure that they could reach the person who spoke at this moment. Their lives were saved. The only feeling in the hearts of the two women was excitement. They were so excited that they were about to explode. This kind of extreme joy of escaping death almost made the two of them faint. At the last moment of desperation, there was actually such a strong helper descending from the sky. In this desperate situation where the hope of receiving help had been extinguished, they were about to go to the extreme. The strongest helper had come. The person who came was, of course, Zuoxiaoduo. The two women knew a lot of people. Even if the others happened to be there, it would be difficult for them to reverse the situation. Only Zuoxiaoduo had the strength to do so. He had painstakingly climbed over the mountain and followed the sound from the top of the mountain. He had just arrived at this moment. If he had arrived 1 or 2 minutes later, Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao would have self-detonated and risked their lives. Gao Qiao had racked her brains to stall for time. At this moment, she had received the most ample reward. If she had said a few words less, the battle at this moment would have been over. If the two women were already dead, even if Zuoxiaoduo helped them take revenge, what was the point? Until the two women retreated, Zuoxiaoduo descended from the sky. His feet touched the ground. His body didn't even sway. He had already floated in front of the two women, protecting Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu behind him. Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu gasped for breath. They couldn't help but sit down behind Zuoxiaoduo. They suddenly relaxed and felt that there was no strength in their bodies. However, an incomparable sense of security rose from the bottom of their hearts. They were safe. Seeing the uninvited guest, the 12 members of the Umno Alliance immediately became alert. Seeing that this kid was wearing the same clothes as the two girls, it was obvious that he was also from the same school in the Astral Souls continent. They couldn't help but understand. It turned out that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the Astral Souls continent. Now, there were 12 people on their side and 3 on the other side. Only one of the 2 women was relatively difficult to deal with, so the 3 of them could easily take her down. As for the other woman, she was basically just an extra. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would have the upper hand. If it was a 2-on-1 fight, they would be able to take care of her. In this case, there were still 7 people left to deal with this man. Seeing that this man was familiar with the 2 girls, he should be a student of the same level. Even if he was stronger than the 2 girls or even much stronger, the 7 of them should be able to take him down, right? No matter how one looked at it, there was no risk at all. So Xiao Duo looked at the many people in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked. How did you all gather together? Can you teach me? What he was most depressed about now was that he couldn't find a team. How could they gather together in such a big area? If they continued to be separated like this, situations like Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiao are being in danger would continue to happen. Even if they didn't encounter the people from the Dao League and the Umno Alliance, encountering the demonic beasts in the ruins would still be very risky. Maybe even now, who knew how many people had already been killed? The 12 people on the opposite side all narrowed their eyes. This guy who ruined everyone's mood actually asked this question as soon as he arrived. In fact, the 12 people were also very confused. After they landed, they didn't walk for long before they met each other. Naturally, they joined forces. God knows how they got together. However, there was no need to tell this fellow about this. If it was a beautiful woman, it would still be interesting to interact with each other. But with a gigolo like you, we have no interest. None of us are interested in your type. Gao Qiao stood behind Zhou Xiao Duo and only felt safe. She bit her lips and said bitterly, "Boss, these guys are up to no good." Up to no good. Zhou Xiao Duo looked at them and only felt a strong murderous intent rising. However, he suddenly smiled and said, "You have good taste. Every one of you is like a man, up to no good when you see a beautiful woman. This is well done." On the opposite side, the short and fat young man narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you?" Zhou Xiao Duo smiled and said leisurely, "I am your ancestor." The 12 people on the opposite side were all furious. In a flash, each of them held their weapons in their hands, overflowing with murderous intent. The short and fat young man took a deep breath and was about to give the order to attack. Stop. Zhou Xiaoduo's shout was like a clap of thunder in the sky. "If you want to fight, you can, but first take off your interspatial ring and give it to me. Otherwise it would be a waste to break them later." The 12 people were so angry that their mouths were crooked. This bastard is arrogant. Go. The order to attack hadn't been given yet. The young man on the opposite side shouted again, "Wait. What do you want now? I see that your faces don't look good." Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised to find that the death aura on the 12 people's faces was getting heavier and heavier since he came down. As his murderous intent grew stronger, the death aura on their faces also became heavier and heavier. Gradually, it became so thick that it was impossible to look at them. They were basically at death's door and there was no way to avoid it. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to let them go in his heart, but the death aura on their bodies didn't decrease at all. In fact, it was increasing bit by bit. Before he came in, he was indeed warned by the golden-scaled witch, but so what? He actually had such thoughts. If he didn't kill them, why would he keep them to disgust himself? Did he, Zhou Xiaoduo, look like someone who would endure such humiliation? Besides, the king of Zhuolu said that he would take care of it. Besides, his parents should have gone back by now, right? Even he couldn't find his parents, how could the flood witch find them? Of course, the key was that the king of Zhuolu would take care of it. This sentence gave Zhou Xiaoduo a sense of security. The king of Zhuolu and the heavenly king of the right, the star-plucking emperor and the sky patrol minister, were on the same side. When the king of Zhuolu couldn't take care of it, everyone would definitely come out together to take care of it. So many people couldn't take care of the flood witch? Besides, how free could the flood witch be? Therefore, when Zhou Xiaoduo jumped down, he threw the threat of the flood witch to the back of his mind. The king of Zhuolu was taking care of it. "I'll kill if I have to." What threat? Nonsense. What do you mean by not looking good? The short and fat young man was surprisingly interested. He actually reached out and stopped the people on his side. "You know how to read faces?" "Yes, I do. I'm an expert in this." The short and fat young man showed a thoughtful look on his face and said, "You see that we don't look good? Then look at us. Are there any of us who were separated from our family since childhood, or are we missing parents or one of our parents since childhood?" Zhuo Duo instinctively froze for a moment. He looked deeply at the short and fat young man and said, "You lost your mother when you were young, lost your father when you were young. According to your appearance, your father died not long ago. Today the aura of death is gathering on your face, and the gates of hell are open. You are destined to die. Your parents are still alive. You achieved success when you were young and your life was smooth sailing. Your luck was good and you have never been wronged. But today death is coming and a great disaster is coming." He pointed to another person. "You lost your mother when you were young, but your father is still alive. You have an older brother at home. Although you are full of the aura of death today, your father should be able to live a more comfortable life in the future. You lost your parents in an incident last year. You have a younger sister at home, but she is destined to wander around for the rest of her life. And all of this is because you are destined to rush into the gates of hell today, and there is no way to escape. Your mother was killed when you were 7 years old. Your father was killed when you were 12 years old in search of his enemy. Today death is inevitable. There is no way to avoid it. Your parents are still alive. You have a good family, and you are the only son in your family. But after you die today, your parents will follow you in at most 3 years." Zhuo Duo pointed to the 12 people and talked about them one by one. He commented on everyone's facial features, speaking as if he was telling the truth, speaking frankly and confidently. However, every word he said shook the hearts of the people involved. He did not say anything about the aura of death today. After all, it had not come true yet. But the family situation, parent situation, personal encounters, and so on, not a single word was wrong. There was no mistake. The short and fat young man stared at Zhuo Duo with wide eyes. Suddenly he asked in a hoarse voice, "You are from Phoenix City?" Zhuo Duo narrowed his eyes and said, "Greedy Wolf Sect? Am I right?" The short and fat young man took a deep breath and suddenly asked sternly, "Where is my junior sister Xianyi?" Zhuo Duo snorted and said, "I read your faces just now. Is what I said accurate?" The short and fat young man said angrily, "Of course what you said is accurate. But let me ask you, where is my junior sister Xianyi?" Of course what he said was accurate. This meant that he acknowledged Zhuo divination. What the short and fat young man said was, "Before you said that we were about to die, everything you said was accurate. But in Zhuo's understanding it was different. As long as he killed all of you, then what he said before was accurate. All of you had acknowledged him. In that case, the providence points given to these 12 people would definitely belong to the Zhuo family." Thinking of this, Zhuo Duo suddenly became spirited and said casually, "Your junior sister is called Mo Xianyi? I remember that she was killed by someone. It seems to be the king of Zhongyuan." The short and fat young man said angrily, "The king of Zhongyuan? That's right. This time, you will probably be able to see your senior sister again." Zhuo Duo laughed. Even though the other party was about to die, Zhuo Duo still did not intend to tell the truth. "Go find your senior sister in hell. If you can't find her, then it's your impatience." Zhuo Duo laughed. "Come on, no need to say anything else. Let's fight." The short and fat young man said angrily, "I haven't finished speaking. What's the use of that?" Chapter 794. Zhuo Duo said matter-of-factly, "Are you brainless? Or is there something wrong with your brain? I've already said what I want to say. What does it matter to me whether you finish your words or not? What's more, even if you break the heavens, can you still escape death? All of you are doomed to die. That's what I said." Wan Lixio was panting behind Zhuo Duo. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Our Zhuo is here. What's the difference if you say more or less? Anyway, you're all dead." As she spoke, Zhuo Duo had already rushed forward bravely and shouted, "Remember to be a ghost in front of the king of hell. I'm Zhuo Duo, nicknamed Iron Fist Young Master. When you're in front of the king of hell, don't be a muddle-headed ghost who doesn't even know the name of the person who killed you when others ask you how you died." As he spoke, the short and fat young man in front of him had been punched 3 meters away. "Iron Fist Young Master, Zhuo Duo will remember you." Suddenly, the short and fat young man reacted, "You're Zhuo Duo? This is a misunderstanding." He suddenly remembered what he had told him before he came. If they encountered Zhuo Duo, they would retreat. They were all dumbfounded. How could they retreat now? They were already fighting head-on. "Misunderstanding my ass." Zhuo Duo scolded, "Go back and send your sister to us astral soul so that we can have a good time. Then come back and tell me that it's a misunderstanding. A bunch of trash." It was already irreconcilable. The 10 people on the opposite side also had the intention to fight with all their might. Another person gritted his teeth and came forward with his sword. "We'll tell you when we get back. The person we killed is Iron Fist Young Master." Before he could finish speaking, his eyeball shattered with a "pa" sound. A small white jade gourd was embedded in his eye socket, and it exploded immediately. He let out a miserable howl and rolled on the ground in so much pain that he wished he were dead. That hidden weapon had entered his brain through his eyes. At this moment his brain was already a mess. Although he was still rolling, he was already a dead man nailed to the board. The moment the hidden weapon hit him, it had already announced his death. "Watch my iron fist," Zhuo Duo roared. He stood still in front of Wan Lixio and the other 2 girls and punched 3 times. Then 7 or 8 small white jade gourds flew out silently. Then the sword moved and Zhuo Duo shouted, "Watch my sword." The dragon gate kick under his feet attacked continuously at an unimaginable speed. Puff. Ouch. The 3 people on the opposite side covered their crotches and knelt down with twisted faces. As Zhuo's cultivation increased, he became more and more proficient in the dragon kick. It was impossible to guard against and his strength was super strong. After 3 kicks, the 3 of them could directly make tomato egg soup without stirring. The other people hurriedly dodged but felt something under their feet. Before they could react, they had already exploded and screamed. This bastard, he used his iron fist and sword. In the end, it turned out to be a sneak attack using hidden weapons. The main thing was that Zhuo's fame was deeply rooted in their hearts. They were already on guard against Zhuo's shout. After hearing it, they subconsciously guarded against the iron fist and sword. In the end, they didn't know that it was not the case at all. What they guarded against did not come and what they didn't guard against did not fall. This kind of tragedy was really speechless. If they didn't have such a warning before coming, although the outcome wouldn't be much better, it wouldn't be so easy. No. It could only be said that this was fate. Zhuo Duo swung his long sword and slashed 3 times in a row, chopping off the heads of the 3 people who were holding onto their crotches and howling miserably. Then he kicked the 3 heads off the cliff with 3 pangs. However, he carefully kicked the bodies behind him. "Xiao Air, search them and take their rings." Wan Lixio answered crisply. Gao Qiaoer, who was standing at the side, suddenly understood. No wonder Zhuo Duo had so many miscellaneous things last time. It turned out that they were all from this. While Wan Lixio was busy, another headless body was dragged over by Zhuo Duo. Screams could be heard. The 8 people on the opposite side had already been killed by Zhuo Duo. Wan Lixio was busy and felt lucky. Fortunately, she didn't spar with Zhuo. If they really fought, she would definitely have avoided a loving education. She couldn't even defeat 3 people, but Zhuo dealt with 12 people alone and killed 8 of them in an instant. This combat power was simply off the charts. As the 8 people on the opposite side fell one after another, drops of luck points fell from the sky. Zhuo Duo was in high spirits as he fought. This kind of battle was still the best. From inside to outside there were gains everywhere. The other 4 people screamed and turned around to escape. "Tiske, I haven't even paid you for reading your fortune and you want to run. How can there be such a logic in this world?" Zhuo Duo instantly unleashed his movement technique. With a speed that was 3 times faster than these people, he madly circled around. With 1 slash of his sword and 2 punches he sent 2 people back. With 1 kick he kicked another person's crotch and sent him flying back like a corpse. The short and fat young man looked at Zhuo Duo in despair. "We, the greedy wolves, won't forgive you. You talk too much." Zhuo Duo chopped off his head with his sword. "What's the use of saying this now? Is there any meaning to it? What a waste of saliva." Ignoring the pleas of the other 2, he killed them one by one with his sword. "Search them. I feel that these guys must have something good on them," Zhuo Duo said expectantly. He didn't hide his greedy face. Gao Qiaoer and Wan Lixio both rolled their eyes. "Boss Zhuo, you're a man. How can you let us 2 girls do this kind of bloody and dirty work?" Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. "Ha ha ha." Zhuo Duo also rolled his eyes. "Xiao, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't have realized this." "Then you realize it now, right? Why don't you do it yourself?" Wan Lixio said. "I mean, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't have realized that you're a girl." "Ta!" Gao Qiaoer suddenly burst out laughing and swayed back and forth. This sentence was a stroke of genius. How did Zhuo Duo come up with it? Wan Lixio was so angry that her breasts expanded by a cup size. She angrily threw the 12 rings to Zhuo Duo. Here, you stingy boss. Nothing else? I'll leave the weapons to you two. Duo looked at the corpses expectantly. After confirming that there was nothing else, he kicked them all into the abyss. He also swept up the wind and snow to clean the cliff platform. Then he warmly greeted them. Come, come. It's not easy to meet again. Sit down and have a good rest. We'll split the loot later. We won't split it, Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiaoer said at the same time. They had just been saved. How could they have the face to split the loot? Duo took out a large number of pills and healing potions. He placed everything on the ground. Okay. We'll listen to you. See if there's anything missing. This doesn't count as loot. Okay. This time, the two didn't stand on ceremony. If they continued to stand on ceremony, it would be pretentious. Especially for Wanli Xiao and Zuoxiao Duo, there was no need to stand on ceremony. Xiaoer, why are you so weak? You can't even defeat these few people? Zuoxiao Duo was very surprised. Didn't I hear that the two of you are the strongest among the new students in Yunduan High School? Wanli Xiao rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? However, Zuoxiao's question was really hard to answer. Gao Qiaoer smiled bitterly and said, You can't blame Sister Xiaoer. The selection this time is to select the most outstanding geniuses from the entire 3 continents. Those who are slightly weaker won't be able to enter the list. For example, how many people in our school are at the soul transformation stage? Those who can enter the Hidden Dragon High School, which one of them isn't a top pick? However, in the end, only 400 people can enter the list. As for the rest, any one of them, if placed in other high martial arts schools, would also be a top choice, right? Sister Xiaoer is indeed outstanding in Yunduan High School, but these people, in their own schools, I'm afraid that they are not much weaker than Sister Xiaoer. Gao Qiaoer analyzed, so, to be able to fight 1 against 3 is already a very impressive level of strength. Zuoxiao Duo said proudly, Then how can I fight 1 against 12? Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiaoer were so angry that their chests puffed up. So this bitch was waiting here. Just to show off? The 2 girls said in unison, gnashing their teeth, Because you are bitch. A bitch is invincible in the world. There was definitely no time to tidy up the space ring now. The space was so big and there were so many treasures waiting to be tidied up. How could there be time to open the space ring? With the cultivation of those brothers, how much could they have gained? It should be known that all the gains in Zuoxiao's space ring were piled up like mountains and seas. It was more than enough to supply the whole team. Right now there were only Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiaoer. The 3 of them rested for a while and went down the mountain. Along the way, Gao Qiaoer and Wanli Xiao were so shocked that they were numb. As far as their eyes could see, there was clearly nothing. However, Zuoxiao Duo started to dig a hole without any warning. And as soon as he dug down, he found a rare heavenly treasure. If they insisted that this was a coincidence, it was really difficult to say that this was a coincidence in this situation. That was why they insisted on saying that it was a coincidence. But then, along the way, there was a piece of messy stone. A few shovels also flattened it, revealing the flat ground, and continued to dig. After digging down, he found another ancient treasure. Zuoxiao Duo suddenly stopped on the smooth cliff. He dug a hole in a few moves and pulled out a set of heavenly and earthly treasures from the hole. Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiaoer looked as if they were in a dream. How did he find out all this? If Li Chenglong's search for heavenly treasures was based on the theory of physical properties and there were traces to follow, then Zuoxiao's move was really traceless and amazing. Zua, how did you find out all this? Wanli Xiao was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. It was a taboo for practitioners to pry into other people's privacy. However, Wanli Xiao and Zuoxiao Duo were close friends. In addition, she was too suspicious at this time, so she finally couldn't help but ask. This requires daily accumulation and good observation. I can see that you don't work hard usually. Zuoxiao Duo pulled a long face and caught Wanli Xiao to teach her a lesson. Chapter 795. Ah. Wanli Xiao's eyes widened in confusion. Have I learned this before? Zuoxiao Duo scolded her. Did you see it just now? There are patterns on the stone outside. The patterns are like a dog's tail. This means that there is something inside. Just now the stones there looked messy, right? In fact, it is an irregular triangle. You can tell that there is something below. And there at the lee side there are 2 dung beetles. Of course there is something below. Zuoxiao Duo made up a bunch of nonsense as if it was true. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You talk a bunch of nonsense that no one would believe. You are talking nonsense with a serious face. Wan Lixiu rolled her eyes. Gao Qiao was still thinking about the possibility of this nonsense. However, for Wan Lixiu, who knew Zhou Xiaoduo better, she didn't even believe in punctuation. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Zhou Xiaoduo spread his hands. Maybe it's because of my good character. I just casually dug and there is a heavenly treasure. Hey Xiu, don't move. All of a sudden he was startled and shouted loudly. Wan Lixiu stiffened and didn't move. What? Before she finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoduo took out the big shovel again and dug more than 10 meters under Wan Lixiu's feet. Under Wan Lixiu's surprised gaze, he dug out a 3,000-year-old blood-replenishing vine. He threw it over. Here I see that Xiu is weak now. There must be something good where you are standing. I just casually dug and it is indeed the blood-replenishing vine that you need the most. Here you go. Wan Lixiu's eyes widened. Gao Qiao's eyes widened too. Is this true? Gao Qiao hurriedly asked. Boss, look at what is under my feet. Zhou Xiaoduo took a look and said, You are not injured. What can there be under your feet? There is nothing. Gao Qiao, Wan Lixiu, The two women's lips twitched. They were a little skeptical. They didn't believe it at first, but it was dug out right under their eyes. As the saying goes, facts speak louder than words. To dig out what she needed the most right under her feet. Wan Lixiu felt a little dizzy. He was actually doubting his previous accurate judgment. A man's mouth was a scary ghost, but Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth was even scarier than a ghost's. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed so hard that his belly almost burst. He said, Let's go, let's keep going. I feel that you still need another heaven vein vermilion fruit to fully recover. How can we miss out on this opportunity? Heavenly vermilion fruit? Can't miss it? How can it be guided by destiny? Wan Lixiu felt a little dizzy. Come, let's go this way. Zhou Xiaoduo led the way. Follow this path down the mountain. You don't have to be so cautious. The heavenly axiom is there for you. If it's yours, it's yours. Your boss will always be your boss. Then he took the two of them and jumped down the rapid current. In an instant they fell more than 1,000 feet and landed on a flat ground. At this moment Wan Lixiu's feet landed on the side of a tree. She was about to continue flying down when suddenly, Don't move. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately said, Stand there and don't move. Wan Lixiu immediately became nervous. Is there something? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. When you fell your breathing was rapid. It was caused by your internal injuries. So, there must be something nearby that can heal your internal injuries. Wan Lixiu was surprised. Really? Gao Qiao was also dumbfounded. They couldn't really dig out the heaven vein vermilion fruit here, right? Then the two of them watched as Zhou Xiaoduo took out a super big shovel and dug down 400 to 500 feet. Then he reached out and pulled it out. It's out. Let me see. Damn. Xiu, it's really the heaven vein vermilion fruit you needed the most. And there are exactly 3 of them. One for each of us. Looking at the heaven vein vermilion fruit in Zhou Xiaoduo's hand that was shining with a black light and seemed to have stars twinkling in it, Gao Qiao, and Wan Lixiu's beautiful eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my god. It's really there? Could it be that Zhou wasn't spouting nonsense? Was there really such a thing? Zhou is really Zhou. Eat it quickly. Chew it together with the blood-replenishing vine. The effect will be better. Zhou Xiaoduo said sanctimoniously, It's more important to recover quickly. Wan Lixiu ate it as she was told. Indeed, she quickly recovered and almost fully recovered. This time the two girls were not surprised at all. As expected, they were naturally duped by Zhou Xiaoduo. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo realized that he had gotten himself into trouble. The two girls would stop at almost every place they went and stomp on the ground. Boss Zhou, quickly come and see if there are any opportunities down there. The first few times were fine and he was secretly happy. But after a while, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The heavenly Tao has proof of this. What you're doing is too deliberate. Sigh, my mouth is cheap. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little depressed. Trouble comes from careless talk. He only cared about acting tough and wanted to dissipate the fear of the two girls being hunted down. So, he made such a joke and in the end he got himself into endless trouble. The 3 of them walked forward happily. Gao Qiao still left signals and arrows along the way. Every once in a while she would fly into the sky and let out a long whistle hoping to get a response. Unfortunately there was no response. The 3 of them sped all the way and soon reached the foot of the mountain. But it was already evening. Let's find a place to rest. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly dug 2 big stone caves at the mountain pass. He gave one to Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao, and the other to himself. Right at the mountain pass? Gao Xiao was puzzled. Wasn't the target too obvious? It's okay. This is the only way. Zuo smiled. No matter who comes from here, they won't miss this place. Gao Xiao suddenly felt a toothache. This sentence, no matter who comes from here, seemed to have a deep meaning and lingered in her mind. After the arrangements were made, Zuo personally flew into the sky and let out a long whistle. Still, there was no response for a long time. He then called everyone back to the cave to rest. After Zuo entered the cave, he immediately went into the Tower of Emptiness to cultivate. Inside the Tower of Emptiness, there was a lot of time, and he had plenty of time to do anything. In the other cave, the two girls took out their camping equipment and tidied up their resting place comfortably. Then they huddled in a tent to talk. Why do I still feel like we've been fooled? Gao Xiao said. It can't be, right? Wanli was more honest. She said, Zhuo really dug it out from under my feet. How can this be faked? Even if Zhuo can clone himself, he can't create treasures out of nothing. The mountain walls and the ground are in perfect condition. That's not what I mean. I'm not saying that he's prepared something good in advance. But think about it carefully. No matter where we go, Boss will lead the way. He will take us wherever he wants us to go. As long as he has the intention, you'll stand wherever he wants you to stand. The more Gao Xiao thought about it, the more she felt that she had been fooled. She couldn't help but feel depressed. It's fine that Wanli was fooled, but why am I fooled too? What do you think Boss wants to do by arranging a campsite here? Is there something fishy about it? He wants to rob us. Wanli didn't know much about Zuo. She said directly without thinking, if the people coming up tonight are from our side in the Astral Souls continent, it's fine. But if they are from the Umno Alliance or the Tao League? Gao Xiao said, I think so too. If they are from the Tao League, it's fine. They will rob money and not kill. But if they are from the Umno Alliance, I don't think anyone will survive. Wanli sighed. Gao Xiao also nodded. From the moment Zuo killed those 12 people, the two women could feel it. Zuo's murderous aura was soaring. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. That was the truth. What the Flood Witch's warning. Fuck you. I will kill every member of the Wizard Alliance that I see. Anyway, the King of Zuolu said that he would help me. Who am I afraid of? Moreover, as long as I silence all of them, how can you accuse me of killing them? Do you think that just because you, the great flood sorcerer, claim to be #1 in the world, your words are law? Have you forgotten that we, the human clan, also have sky-inspecting ministers? That mighty figure with the surname Zhuo might even be my relative. Of course he is also my relative. Do you dare to act rashly? Late at night, Zuo, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for half a month, came out. The night wind was cold. Why hasn't anyone passed by here yet? Just as he was thinking, he heard a whooshing sound in front of him. Zuo was energized. He shouted loudly, which continent are you from? The person flying in the distance was also shocked. He did not expect there to be people here. He asked subconsciously, which continent are you from? Zuo said naively, I am from the Astral Souls continent. I am alone. I haven't found a team yet. You are from the Astral Souls continent, right? Are you from the Astral Souls continent? His voice seemed to be full of nervousness. From the Astral Souls continent? Alone? Someone suddenly laughed and said, you are from the High Martial Arts Academy, right? Other than those students and martial artists, the others would not be so naive. Zuo was overjoyed. Yes. You too? Ha ha ha. A few people on the opposite side laughed heartily. Then 6 or 7 people landed in front of Zuo. These people's attire was somewhat retro, all of them were wearing long robes. The leader was a young man with a beard. He looked at Zuo mockingly. Alone? People from the Astral Souls continent? Zuo's face relaxed. So it's the senior brothers from the Tao Alliance. Our two alliances are of the same breadth and branch, we are one family. We should work together. Bah. Who is family with you? Who wants to work together with you? The man from the Tao League scolded, Astral Souls brat. Hand over the space ring and kill yourself to atone for your sins. Zuo panicked. The Tao League and Astral Souls have always been on good terms. We work together to fight against the Umno Alliance. How can we not be family? How can you do this? No. Chapter 796. Don't. Zhuo screamed at the top of his lungs as if he was terrified. On the other side of the cave, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao were laughing so hard that they were shaking. This bitch was really bitchy. Not only did he want to kill, but he also wanted to create all kinds of reasons and opportunities so that he could stand on the moral high ground. Even if someone wanted to settle accounts with him afterwards, he would have something to say and be completely reasonable. Who's with you? Little bitch, you're about to die in front of your eyes and you still want to talk nonsense? The 6 people in front of him laughed evilly as they approached. Zhuo stepped back slowly, his face full of panic, and said, Don't. He screamed like a girl who was being forced by a pervert, desolate and helpless. How about, senior brothers, I have some knowledge of the similitude method and I can tell your fortune. Let's get to know each other. I'm known as the Iron-Mouthed Divine Fortune Teller. Zhuo was still in a state of panic. Then he immediately said in rapid succession, Your physiognomy. Why is it so bad? Must be careful. Why is there such a dense bloody calamity, immeasurable deity? Nonsense. It's true, there's really a bloody disaster. There's no door to fortune or misfortune. You're causing trouble for yourself, and your words and actions invite disaster. Fate will appear. Zhuo looked at him seriously as if he was desperately trying to find a reason for himself to live. Look at your face, it's full of black gas, and there's a murderous aura between your eyebrows. The bloody disaster is already in front of you, and it's only a moment away. Little bitch. How dare you scare us? The bearded young man stepped forward fiercely, and stretched out his hand to grab him. See if I don't kill you. Then with a soft sound, the bearded man's arm fell to the ground, and blood spurted out wildly. The young man was even stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly screamed, Little bitch, how dare you plot against me? Zhuo's face became serious and he stepped forward, slapping him hard in the face. First, he broke his teeth and then he grabbed the young man's neck and lifted him up. I said that you'll have a bloody disaster and it's true. Do you believe me now? The young man was choked to the point where his blood flow was obstructed. Unable to speak, he kicked his legs wildly. You. The other 5 drew their swords at the same time. Put him down. Each and every one of you will face a bloody calamity. Do you believe me now? Bullshit. Release him. Sword light flashed. A moment later, all 6 of them were lying on the ground with broken limbs. Bloody calamity, do you believe me now? If you believe me, I'll let you live. I believe you. Hand over all your spatial rings. Put them over there. Okay. That's all? Do you still have any private stashes? No more. Are you really willing to let us live? Zhuo said righteously. I said that I'll let you live, so I'll definitely let you live. A real man keeps his word. Thank you. I will repay this kindness in the future. You're welcome. Zhuo waved his long sword and said, As long as you can escape from my sword, I'll let you live. I'll give you a clear price for this. I won't cheat you. I can't watch or listen anymore. Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. From the beginning to the end, the 2 women did not intervene in this matter. Zhuo settled everything by himself. Carrying the spoils of war, he slowly returned to his cave. The 6 corpses had also been cleaned up by him. The mountain breeze blew and the smell of blood quickly drifted away. Tell me, did Boss Zhuo plan to silence him from the very beginning? No, how could such a thing happen? They were the ones who wanted to kill me first. I was just defending myself. It's legitimate defense, understand? Gao Qiao said, Boss is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. He showed weakness at the beginning to give the other party a chance. If the Tao League disciples were willing to let him go, he wouldn't have snatched their things. He would have let them go. His showing of weakness made the enemy think that they could bully him easily. From a certain point of view, it was also luring the enemy to have evil thoughts. But if these people didn't have evil thoughts, they wouldn't have been lured. Gao Qiao understood very well. She said, Boss said it well. There's no door to misfortune, only people call for it. This sentence is not false at all. Boss is guarding the pass alone here. It's a fatal crisis, but he's also a wonderful teammate. If they had good thoughts, they would have received Boss's protection. Helping them a few times is nothing. But if they had evil thoughts, it would have led to a fatal disaster. So, life or death, it's actually their own choice. Gao Qiao sighed faintly. In front of Zhuo, I've really verified a sentence. What sentence? Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. Gao Qiao said, he's this kind of person. If you treat him with kindness, he'll repay you with kindness. But if you show him evil thoughts, he'll be 10,000 times more evil than you in an instant. But whatever he does as he pleases. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear. In other words, as long as he feels in his heart that he can do something, he'll do it immediately. After he's done, he'll feel very good. He only pursues this. Gao Qiao sighed. She really envied him. This kind of person lived the most unscrupulously. Wanli Xiu nodded silently. Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo was this kind of person. All his words and actions were determined by his opponent. It was up to his opponent to decide his own life and death. When others showed their evil intentions to him, Zhou Xiaoduo would return with even greater evil intentions. He would feel more at ease. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. It's just that you didn't want to give me a chance. So why should I give you a chance? Requite evil with good, how should I requite good? Requite good for good, requite evil with justice. It wasn't a coincidence or not. They hadn't met anyone in the trial before, but for the entire second half of the night, 2 groups of people passed by the mountain pass. The second group was 3 people from the Umno Alliance. When they saw Zhou Xiaoduo alone here, they didn't say anything and directly killed him. Even when Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to read their fortune, he didn't have the chance to speak. He just flew into a rage and directly killed them. Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu seized the time to sleep and rest to recover their bodily functions. They didn't even come out. Early in the morning, the mountain pass was still as clean as ever. There was not even a speck of dust on it, as if it had been cleaned by someone. The 3 of them went on the road again. Waiting for an entire night was already the limit. They flew all the way for thousands of miles. Along the way they passed 3 mountain peaks. Zhou Xiaoduo once again collected a lot of spiritual herbs. What made Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu feel even more strange was that Zhou Xiaoduo never took the usual road. Although there were also shrubs and other things growing on the flat ground, it was still much easier to walk on than the mountain forest. However, Zhou Xiaoduo never walked. Along the way he basically chose to go through the mountain forest. Boss, are you looking for herbs? Why don't you take the normal road? Yes, I'm looking for herbs. I'm not stupid. There's no need for me to not take the good road. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo had to walk on such terrain because only in places with undulating mountain ranges could there be earth veins. Xiaolong had to wander around such a place, so Zhou Xiaoduo naturally followed him. And the richer Xiaolong's harvest was, the richer Zhou Xiaoduo's harvest was. Where there were earth veins, the earth qi would be much richer than on flat ground. And where the earth qi was rich, it meant that there would be heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This was an absolute theorem. As Zhou Xiaoduo gained more and more, Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao naturally gained more and more, and their wealth skyrocketed. What was that saying again? Even a little bit of dregs dropped from between the fingers was worth a lot. Moreover, how could Zhou Xiaoduo only give the 2 girls some dregs? And when encountering demonic beasts, as long as they weren't too fierce, Zhou Xiaoduo would command the 2 girls to fight them. How dare you, demonic beast? Look at my army of women. Therefore the army of women with only 2 people rushed up. Only when the army of women couldn't defeat them, Zhou would take action and end the battle. They swept all the way. After calculating the distance, Gao Qiao smacked her lips. Sister Xiu, do you feel it? All the places boss passed by were simply. On average they dug 300 meters underground. It's not just the 1 meter higher sky, it's at least 900 feet. Wanli Xiu sighed. There's nothing left. It's really too clean. After us, the geniuses who enter this area may have an easier time than traveling. As they were talking, they saw countless birds suddenly rushing up to the sky from the forest in the distance, flying away in panic. The scale was huge. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment and looked in that direction. They saw smoke and dust billowing up to the sky. Then, there seemed to be more than 20 small black dots shooting out from the forest and running toward them crazily. After that, hundreds. No thousands. No tens of thousands. No tens of thousands. No tens of thousands. Like a tide of violent black dots, madly rushing out without end. A long howl rang out. Even though it came from far away, it could be heard clearly here. Zhou Xiaoduo gloated. I don't know where these guys came from, but they provoked a pack of wolves. Haha, it's not an ordinary pack of wolves. Wanli Xiu was worried. I don't know if there are any of our people in there? I still can't see where they came from. If there aren't any of our people. Damn. Isn't that Long Yuxing? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Zhou Xiaoduo slapped his thigh in shock. If there weren't any of his own people, Zhuo Duo definitely didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Going against such a huge pack of wolves was not only risky, but also had little to gain. It was not in line with Zhuo Duo's plan of benefits. When Wanli Xiu heard Long Yuxing's name, she immediately rushed out. Don't rush. Zhuo Duo jumped down and held Wanli Xiu down. It's useless for you to go. I'll go. You and Xiaoer will be in charge of receiving them. Also treat their injuries. I think that there are all kinds of martial arts experts in this batch. Basically, they are all our people. We have to help them. However, we have to think of a strategy to help them. Brute force won't do. Chapter 797. After saying that, Zhuo Duo threw down a big bag of medicine. Then Zhuo Duo rushed up to the sky and turned into a brilliant light with his sword. He shouted, "Run this way." Now they could see clearly that Long Yuxing was not the only one who was rushing over. Zhou Yunqing, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Pai Yibao and the others were all there. There were also more than a dozen students and martial artists from Yunduan High School. Everyone was flying as if their lives depended on it. Behind them, the tide-like pack of wolves were also flying through the air, chasing after them relentlessly. It turned out to be a pack of demonic wolves that were at least at the nascent soul stage. If the number of demonic wolves at this level was not particularly large, even if Long Yuxing and the others joined forces, the threat would only be regarded as ordinary. But now, the number of the opponents was too much. Just now, there were tens of thousands of giant wolves, which was far from what Long Yuxing, Zhou Yunqing and the others could deal with. Among the running crowd, Meng Zhangjun was carrying a bloody person on his back. It was Zhen Piapiao. She was unconscious on his back with her eyes closed. Meng Zhangjun stimulated his primordial qi and ran desperately. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Zhuo Duo who came to help. Everyone was overjoyed. Class monitor Zhua. Help. You guys continue to rush. Wanli Xiu is waiting for you in front. I will block the wolves for a while. Go. Zhuo Duo rode the sword light and brushed past the crowd. The sword light flashed like lightning. As soon as it touched the three giant wolves, it had already divided them into 6 pieces. Then little white light sprinkled out like a rainstorm. Zhuo Duo had been practicing hidden weapons for such a long time. Today he finally made a fortune. Puff puff puff. Countless white jade gourds, white jade flying daggers and other things. Following the shortest trajectory, they accurately shot into the eyes of the giant wolves. The giant wolves howled miserably as they fell down. Although this pack of giant wolves had at least the strength of the nascent soul realm, and there was no lack of the cloud transformation realm, their combined strength was only at the level of the ordinary nascent soul realm. With Zhuo Duo's current strength, it was enough to kill them in seconds. This also caused the white jade concealed weapon mixed with Zhuo Duo's true essence and qi to be able to kill the giant wolves in seconds as long as it hit the vital part of the giant wolves. Looking from afar, Zhuo Duo looked like an indestructible dam in the sky. The sword light in his hand formed an absolute defense. Even if there were a large number of demon wolves in front of him, they could not advance any further after coming into contact with Zhuo Duo's sturdy dam. They could only fall down like dumplings. Zhuo Duo's roar shook the sky. The sword in his hand turned into a dense light screen, connecting the sky and the earth. From afar, from his hand, there were waves of white sword light surging out. Each wave was higher than the previous one, colliding with the black mass of the demon wolves. Soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic sword, river sea sky sword, drizzle sword, rainstorm sword. All kinds of exquisite sword techniques that came from his godfather matched perfectly with the footwork that his father taught him. The concealed weapons in his hand were also endless. One by one they were thrown out. With such a large number of demon wolves, it would be a waste to forcefully control them. He directly threw them to the north and south. There was no need to deliberately aim, he just needed to hit. As long as the slender white light flowed, the demon wolves would howl continuously. At least a dozen wolves would fall at a time. The warriors who had just escaped from danger and were beginning to heal under the care of Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao, were panting and taking healing medicine. Some of the students from Yunduan High Martial Arts University looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. They clicked their tongues and sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? How can he be so powerful? Long Yuxing panted and said proudly, "This is my boss. This is our boss." This sentence was said by Meng Zhangjun almost at the same time as Long Yuxing. They could not help but smile at each other. At this moment, Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao or had already made a cave nearby and carried Zhen Piapiao inside to treat her injuries. The other male warriors were treating her injuries on the spot. Medicine was sprinkled on the wounds, causing waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls. Zhou Yunqing panted and bandaged his injured thigh. His right thigh was almost bitten off by a demon cloud wolf. His face was twisted. What's going on? Zhou Yunqing was still in a daze. He had just arrived with a group of juniors from Yunduan High Martial Arts and saw these guys being besieged by huge wolves. Naturally, he went up to help without saying anything. At first it was fine. They almost had the situation under control. He did not expect that the more they fought, the more wolves there were. In the end, they were all over the mountains and plains, surging over like the tide of the sea. Such a pack of demon wolves, and all of them are high level. How could so many of them gather for no reason? Cough cough. Long Yuxing coughed and said awkwardly, "There was a rainbow tri-leaf orchid under a wolf's den on the cliff. I was with Meng Zhongjun and the others." Zhen Piapiao was moved when she saw it. Although this rainbow tri-leaf orchid is not very useful for cultivation, it is especially good for young girls' skin. And it was big enough. It looked like it was enough for 10 or 20 girls to use. So we took action. But there was a female wolf in the wolf's den? Zhou Yunqing sighed. Yes. There were also a few wolf pups. We killed them quickly and took the rainbow tri-leaf orchid. But before the female wolf died, it leaned on the ground and howled desperately. We knew something was wrong and rushed out. We thought that we would be fine after we rushed out of the mountain. But as we rushed out, more and more wolves appeared. In the end, we even met you guys. Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. Then we ran for our lives together. Zhou Yunqing was speechless. You guys dared to touch a wolf's den guarded by a female wolf, especially when there were wolf pups inside. That was an irreconcilable feud with the wolf pack. Everyone hurry up and heal. Those who have recovered their combat strength, go and help Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhou Yunqing sighed, there are too many wolves. With just Zhuoxiao Duo alone, it's impossible to maintain the situation for too long. I think that the wolf king of this pack is about to arrive. In the clouds in the distance, a giant wolf the size of a few houses stood majestically high in the sky. It howled from time to time, commanding the battle here. Even further away, there were still countless giant wolves rushing over like a wave of greenish-black waves. Long Yuxing stuffed a pill into his mouth and washed it down with a bottle of life water. He turned his head to look and panted. Zhui should be fine. Look at him fighting in full swing and he still has energy left. Even a wolf can't rush over, so he should be fine for now. Let's focus on healing our injuries first. Hurry up and recover. From the looks of it, the wolf pack won't retreat. Wolves are the most vengeful creatures. If we kill their female wolves and pups, I'm afraid that all the wolves within a 10,000-mile radius will rush over to take revenge. Moreover, the smell of blood here is so strong. Zhou Yunqing stared at the battle in the sky. Zhuoxiao Duo has restrained the attack of the wolf pack, but we don't know how long he can last in this state. Everyone needs to heal as soon as possible. He thought for a while and said, let's split into 2 groups. Later, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun, and a few of you from Hidden Dragon High School will go up with me. We'll use the fan wing formation to help fight. Replace Zhuoxiao Duo. Even if we can only delay for a few minutes, let Zhuoxiao Duo come down to rest for a while. We'll go up after he has some breathing room. As for you guys, when your condition improves, you'll rush up with Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhou Yunqing had to admit that among the students of Yunduan High School, other than himself, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu, the others really couldn't compare to this group of Hidden Dragon High School students in front of him. Moreover, the gap in strength seemed to be a little big. Even the girl who was seriously injured was still much stronger than the geniuses of Yunduan High School. At the most critical moment, Zhen Piapiao used a desperate method to fight with the Wolf King that suddenly appeared. That was why she was seriously injured. It could be said that if it wasn't for Zhen Piapiao, perhaps none of the people present would have survived except for himself and Long Yuxing. If the 2 of them were to be surrounded by the wolf pack, they still couldn't escape the fate of being completely annihilated. There was no doubt that they would have died. Whenever he thought of that scene, Zhou Yunqing still felt inexplicably shocked. That was a girl. At that moment, she resolutely stepped forward bravely and fought with her life. Using her weak body, she clearly knew that she was no match for the wolf in front of her. She fought to the death. She had 5 seconds for everyone to retreat. If it wasn't for those 5 precious seconds, the consequences would have been unimaginable. High up in the sky, Zhuoxiao Duo shouted loudly, You don't have to worry about me. Focus on healing your injuries. More than 10 different sword techniques seemed to have become one with him. If he wanted to be soft, he would be soft. If he wanted to be hard, he would be hard. He could bend and stretch, advance and retreat as he wished. He could suddenly attack the enemy's den and advance courageously. He could also retreat in an instant. He could reach the climax in an instant with dazzling brilliance. He could also shrink into a ball in an instant and defend himself tightly. Not only was he able to freely use his sword techniques, but he also shot out countless jade-colored hidden weapons in waves. Although the wolf pack was large in number, they couldn't advance as they were blocked by him alone. Under the command of the Wolf King, the pack of wolves formed a huge fan shape in the sky. They moved in unison from all directions and attacked Wuxia Duo, who was in the middle of the encirclement. As for the wolves on both sides, they were looking for an opportunity to rush down. Wuxia Duo shouted and changed his moves again. Suddenly, the spirit cat sword danced in the air at an extremely fast speed. Once again, the spirit cat sword performed the body and sword as one technique. In a flash, from east to west, from west to east, all the giant wolves that tried to break through the spirit cat sword from both sides were cut into halves by the spirit cat sword. Countless internal organs, severed limbs, and a large amount of blood rained down. The wolf pack came with the wind and was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. Wuxiao's position was against the wind. This situation made him very unhappy, because in this situation the earth hair dryer was useless. Chapter 798. If not, as long as he took out the earth hair dryer, he could probably turn these giant wolves into ashes in an instant. You guys find a big cave. Hide in it. Remember to leave someone to guard the entrance. Wuxia Duo shouted in the air. Long Yuxing was the first to react and hurriedly led everyone to move. High up in the sky, Wuxia Duo roared once again, and the sword light flashed violently. It actually rushed into the dense pack of wolves, and like a white light, it rushed straight into the pack of wolves, blocking everyone's line of sight. Immediately he changed the sword into a hammer and the two big hammers attacked. In a flash he fiercely hammered 3,000 times. After a fierce attack he wantonly consumed the opponent's strength. Then he changed the hammer into a sword and used the move of body and sword as one to rush out quickly. The people below who were working hard to carve out a hole could only hear a series of miserable howls in the air, one after the other. Everyone couldn't help but look up. High up in the sky, the other end of the wolf pack spread out like a bomb, revealing a large area of the sky in the middle. Everyone estimated that there were at least more than 1,000 giant wolves falling from the sky like dead meat. Boom, 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 the ground roared. Then, a dazzling sword light rushed out from the wolf pack like a stream of light. It was so fast that the space trembled and distorted. In a flash, it went to the front of the wolf pack. The sword light flashed again and again, and 4 or 5 giant wolves were beheaded and fell to the ground. What's going on? A student in Yunduan High Martial Arts instinctively felt trembling. What kind of attack was that? It actually killed thousands of giant wolves at once? Isn't this the nascent soul training area? Doesn't that mean that the student fighting above is actually nascent soul? Is he a nascent soul cultivator like me? But from what he knew, even a cloud transformation peak cultivator would not be able to do this, right? In my place of birth, even in Yunduan High Martial Arts, I was regarded as the best of the best. But now, it seems that I'm just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What's your boss's cultivation? Someone asked Long Yuxing, hoping for a different answer. He must be at the nascent soul transformation stage. Long Yuxing looked at the other party in surprise. This is the nascent soul transformation training area. Would he be able to come here if he had a different cultivation? It was really the nascent soul transformation. All the students of Yunduan High Martial Arts High School felt as if their world had shattered. If he's at the nascent soul transformation stage, then what are we? What was this? He was able to kill thousands of nascent soul and cloud transformation realm wolf demons in one strike. While we were having a hard time dealing with 2 of them, doesn't that mean that we can't even block a casual strike from him? What the fuck, they were actually in the same realm. Could it be that I, your father, am practicing fake martial arts? Now, this nascent soul student on the ground had already killed more than 6,000 giant wolves, right? The ground beneath him was completely covered. Blood gushed out from the ground, and the sound of flowing blood could actually be heard. The so-called rivers of blood were nothing more than this, right? Also, didn't he feel tired at all? Especially after using such a terrifying move just now, didn't he feel that he was running out of energy? Was he still human? Bang bang bang. Another 20 or so wolf corpses fell down. They didn't seem to have any wounds on their bodies, but they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. This was just the beginning. In the following period of time, hundreds of huge wolves fell down one after another. They were all like this. There weren't any wounds, only bleeding from their 7 orifices. Then, as the sword light flashed like a waterfall, their heads began to fall from their bodies. A woo, an earth-shattering wolf howl suddenly sounded in the air. The giant wolves that were still charging forward like a tide suddenly retreated in an orderly manner. They were pushed all the way to the sky hundreds of meters away and stood in formation with the wind. The ferocious eyes of the giant wolves were unusually complicated as they looked at the young man in front of them who was covered in blood but didn't have any of their own blood on him. Too strong. Really too strong. The eyes of the wolf demons were already filled with uncontrollable fear. They even felt that this young man could continue fighting like this forever and never get tired. He could fight until the end of time, or perhaps he could wipe out all of their wolves. The wind blew. A huge wolf king descended from the sky and landed at the forefront of the wolf pack. A pair of eyes that seemed to be burning with endless will, the wisps focused on Zhuoxiao Duo. A wave of spiritual energy vibrated. Who are you? That was the meaning expressed by the strong spiritual energy. Zhuoxiao's heart trembled. This wolf king. I don't seem to be able to defeat it. He took a deep breath and replied with spiritual energy vibrations. It's just an experience. Why do you have to force it? The wolf king sneered, my descendants can't die in vain. Zhuoxiao's spiritual energy vibrated, but I look at your descendants. Today each of them will face a bloody disaster. Instead of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, they are running toward death. What can I do? What? The wolf king was confused. It couldn't understand this sentence at all. What did it mean? What bloody disaster? What did it mean? Zhuoxiao Duo sighed and felt inexplicably depressed. It seemed that it wouldn't work. How good would it be if he could read the fortune of these wolves? With the number of wolves in this pack, even if there was a big discount, he still had to give it to his grandma. Damn, I can only read the fortune of people now, but I can't read the fortune of wolves. If I forcibly say that these wolves will face a bloody disaster, the luck points won't be given out, right? Let's fight. The wolf king's spiritual energy vibrated in the void. Its huge body was in a fighting posture. Zhuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes. Okay. Suddenly his body rose into the air. Taking advantage of this calm period, he took out long strips of cloth from the space ring and connected them one by one. His spiritual energy vibrated. Wolf King, wait for my weapon, Long Whip. The Wolf King's eyes were full of contempt. Long Whip? You're so soft and fluffy? What's the use of it? I'll wait for you. Zhuoxiao Duo quickly connected the long whip, that was hundreds of feet long. Suddenly he waved it in the air. With a soft sound, a whirlwind suddenly formed. Oh whoa! The Wolf King was about to rush forward. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Zhuoxiao's spiritual energy vibrated. In front of all his subjects, how could the Wolf King lose his king's demeanor? He stopped again and stood proudly. I'm just waiting for you to be ready. What do I have to be afraid of? On the other side, Zhuoxiao Duo continued to wave his long streamer. The wind whistled and suppressed the oncoming tailwind. All of them were pushed back and the wind was flowing. The sound of the wind was shrill. He actually artificially created a tailwind environment for himself. The increasingly violent hurricane blew the fur of countless giant wolves in the air. It was like a whirlwind storm in the sea. The wolf fur formed ripples. The sound of the wind was getting louder. The group of students below were puzzled. What was going on? Even Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, and Gao Qiao, who thought that they were very familiar with Zhuoxiao Duo, were also confused. They had never seen Zhui use such a skill. What was he doing? Finally, Zhuoxiao's streamer suddenly moved forward. The unprecedentedly violent hurricane blew strongly. At this moment, the sky was gloomy, the earth was miserable, and the sun and moon were dim. Begin. Before Zhuoxiao's voice died away, he had already taken out the earth hair dryer and sprayed it 3 times in a row. Then he immediately put it away and retreated quickly. The streamer continued to wave, continuing to create strong winds that blew toward the opposite side. He had wanted to use this thing for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to do so because of the fierce battle. Now that the Wolf King actually wanted to show off his kingly demeanor, he would give it some wind. Poison. Oh whoa! When the Wolf King heard the start, it howled toward the sky and immediately moved. Its body was as fast as lightning and it charged forward fiercely. It was just that. When it pounced over, it seemed to have automatically pounced into the black smoke that Zhuoxiaoduo had just released. This made Zhuoxiaoduo a little speechless. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. Anyway, this guy was too cooperative and his luck was too good. He rushed in blindly at the first moment. That the strong wind rolled up the black smoke and in an instant, it filled the entire wolf pack. The next moment, something shocking had happened. First, the Wolf King let out an earth-shattering howl, and its body, which was invaded by the black smoke, trembled rapidly. Then only a few moments had passed, and the gigantic body slowly fell to the ground. At first it was still twitching and struggling, but after a few breaths it stopped struggling. Halfway through the fall, the hair on its body began to melt and disappear, and its flesh was also rapidly decaying and disappearing. When it completely fell to the ground, only a few pitch-black bones were left. And these bones were still melting. Yes, even the inner core had melted. As for the tens of thousands of soldiers behind the Wolf King, after being swept by this strange black smoke, they all began to fall to the ground without exception in less than 10 breaths of time. All the giant wolves had turned into black ashes before they even landed on the ground. As Zhuoxiaoduo continued to create strong winds without sparing any effort, he flew backwards with a whoosh. Everywhere the black smoke passed, there was no exception. A large area was blackened and decayed, and then the entire forest rotted. The area became larger and larger, and finally at a certain point in time, it finally stopped. But looking from the other side, the space within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with darkness. Yes, it was a pitch-black flat land. All the trees and vegetation on the flat ground had disappeared. The huge wolf army of more than 40 to 50,000 had all disappeared. The ground was pitch black. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 799. Zhuoxiaoduo was still creating strong winds in the air. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was actually in the limelight. Once he stopped creating the wind, he would definitely be attacked. Who knew if there were any remnants of the earth hair dryer left in the air? Below, all the students were dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared at the scene in front of them blankly. All of them felt that their minds were blank. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and disbelief. They had completely lost the ability to think. After a long time. Gulp. A student from Yunduan High School swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. He only felt that his throat was so dry that it was about to catch fire. What is this? Demonic technique? How can it be so abnormal? Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun, and the others were also dumbfounded. What kind of secret technique was this? Or rather, what kind of poison was this? How could it be so abnormal? That was a terrifying thing that could poison any living being within a radius of several hundred li. The Wolf King was so huge and so many wolves were unable to resist it. Yet, in the end, not even a corpse was left behind. Also, many towering trees on the ground were also corroded into ashes under the attack of the black smoke. This was simply a dream. The wind in the air was still blowing. Zhuoxiaoduo had already landed on the ground. He looked like he was in a lot of trouble as he wiped off his sweat. Damn, what the hell is going on? How did we attract so many wolves? I'm so tired. Long Yuxing, I only saved your wife for 2 days and you're thanking me with this? You're repaying kindness with evil. You have to give me an explanation, you have to. Long Yuxing and the others opened their mouths and stared at him dumbfounded. Until Zhuoxiaoduo came over to speak, everyone still hadn't recovered from the shock. The scene just now was really terrifying to the extreme. It was so terrifying that everyone was speechless and unable to respond. Zhuoxiaoduo gently pushed Long Yuxing. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Do you think you can avoid an explanation by pretending to be stupid? Poof. Long Yuxing fell to the ground with a pale face. Boss, just now. What happened? Can you stop scaring me? Not only him, but Zhou Yunqing and the others also pricked up their ears. Fuck, you dare to blackmail me? Don't you know that I'm an expert in scamming? Are you talking about black smoke? Zhuoxiaoduo replied with a distressed expression. In the mountain range over there is a cave in the ruins and there is a bottle of this poisonous smoke inside. I don't know who left it behind, but I tried it once before and the effect was pretty good. I originally wanted to go to the battlefield to make a fortune, but in the end you guys brought over so many wolves and I had no choice but to use it. Now it's all gone in an instant. What a waste of such good stuff. If it was placed on the battlefield, how many military merits would I gain? Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. I'm telling you, kid, you have to pay for my loss. If you don't, I'll go to your wife and ask her to pay for it. Long Yuxing's face turned red and white. My wife can compensate, but she can't accompany. Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened. Fuck off. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. We've never seen such a terrible thing in our lives, and there's no record of it. So it was found here. This must be an evil thing created by the ancestors of the monster race. It's so vicious, or else it's the former master of the continent. However, Zhou Xiaoduo had saved their lives, and they had caused him to lose such a powerful treasure. They really felt guilty. Especially Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio. They didn't feel that Zhou Xiaoduo was blackmailing them this time, but they really felt that they owed him. If such a good thing was brought to the battlefield. Sigh, what a waste, what a waste. Zhou wasted it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed sadly. He looked at the densely packed wolf corpses on the ground in front of him and said gloomily, the wolf meat isn't delicious. I don't know if these inner cores and wolf skins can make up for my loss. Sigh, this time it's really such a good opportunity and it's wasted. Zhou Yunqing stood up and said, Brothers, what, don't worry. We won't let you suffer for nothing. Come, students, let's work together. We'll peel off the inner cores and wolf skins of these demon wolves and give them to Squad Leader Zhou as compensation. Squad Leader Zhou, if we get anything in the future, we'll definitely repay you for saving our lives today. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. What are you doing? How can you give me all these inner cores and wolf skins? This is the result of everyone's hard work. This is the result of our joint efforts. How can you give it all to me? This won't do. I was just joking. I didn't mean it that way. Zhou Yunqing held his hand. Brother Zhou, you're welcome. If it weren't for you, we would have been eaten by the wolves. At the very least, there are so many wolves here. 99% of them were killed by you. How can we accept it? You must accept it. Brother Zhou. Don't make us feel even more guilty and sad, Zhou Yunqing said. This isn't good, is it? Zhou Xiaoduo looked like he was in a difficult position. What's not good about it? This is what we should do. Zhou Yunqing looked at his classmates. Don't you think so? Exactly. These can't repay Brothers Wu's kindness at all. Ayaya. Zhou Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said honestly, we're all good classmates, good friends and good brothers. You don't have to be so formal. Alright, I'll accept it. If any of you need it, feel free to ask me for it. Thank you, Brother Zhou. You're welcome. Come, let's work together. The sooner we finish, the better. After that, Zhou Yunqing led his people to work. Zhou is awesome. Long Yuxing gave him a thumbs up with a flattering look. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at him and said, Don't give me that. When we were outside, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with me? I think now is a good time. When you're better, we can spar. You can ask Xiao to help you. I definitely won't mind. But I mind. Wait, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with you? It wasn't me. Long Yuxing shook his head like a rattle drum. I didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. It was you, Moyan, who said that. Didn't say that. Really didn't say that. Did I hear wrongly? Boss, you must have heard wrongly. I've always been loyal to you. Why would I challenge your authority? Long Yuxing rubbed Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulders attentively. Boss, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage. Well, this is not bad. Left, a little to the left, use some strength. Yes, to the right, up, down. Zhou Xiaoduo contentedly twisted his neck and enjoyed the service from someone. Squad Leader Zhou. Meng Zhongjun walked over anxiously. Go in and see Pia Piao. She's badly injured. Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao carried Zhen Pia Piao into the cave and hadn't come out yet. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up with a start. Just now, everyone was whispering about what happened this time. They were full of admiration for Zhen Pia Piao. Zhou Xiaoduo was also a little emotional. He didn't expect this usually delicate girl to suddenly show such a strong side today. Sure enough, if you didn't encounter something, you wouldn't be able to force out your hidden side. However, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao had many elixirs with them. Among them there was no lack of healing medicines. As long as she was still breathing, there should be a way to save her. Why hadn't she gotten better? Zhou Xiaoduo walked to the entrance of the cave quietly and asked softly, Xiao, can I go in? How's Pia Piao? This was a question he had to ask. After all, the girl was injured. Perhaps there was something inconvenient for men to see. Come in. Wan Lixio's voice was hurried. Zhou Xiaoduo stepped in. Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the others waited anxiously at the door. Pia Piao's condition is very bad. Gao Qiao said to Zhou Xiaoduo, When she fought with the Wolf King, she consumed 99% of her primordial qi. The remaining force of the impact fell on her body. In addition to losing a lot of blood, the bones in her chest and back were broken into several pieces. Her internal organs were damaged. With the current conditions, there is no way to save her. I have already given her the life potion, but it can only slightly replenish her primordial qi. Her current body can't stop the flow of primordial qi at all. I can't think of a way to save her. Zhuo was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Zhen Piapiao, who was lying on the ground and breathing weakly. Her primordial qi was indeed flowing away. Although it was just a glance, Zhuo was told that this girl was about to die. Zhuo took a deep breath. You two go out first. I will save her with the secret method. Okay. Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao were full of trust in Zhuo. Hearing this, they walked out without hesitation. Why did you come out? Meng Zhongjun asked anxiously. How is Piapiao's condition? Her condition is very bad. Squad leaders will use the secret method to save her. Gao Qiao said, don't make noise. We need the quietest environment now. Looking at the chaotic situation of the crowd, Gao Qiao made a prompt decision and sternly stopped them. All of you shut up. If you disturb squad leaders with treatment and something happens to Piapiao, will you be satisfied? All of you sit down. If not, go to work. Get out of here. After a pause, she said, why are only the people from Yunduan working? Do we, the people from Hidden Dragon Sect, just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Why don't you all go to work? She drove everyone away in a domineering manner. Although Meng Zhongjun and Hao Han were worried, they were mercilessly suppressed by Gao Qiao. They had to go to the other side to help. Gao Qiao, and Wan Lixio guarded the entrance of the cave with heavy hearts. They sighed in their hearts. In their opinion, Zhen Piapiao's injury was already fatal. There was no way to save her. Today, perhaps they really had to send away a good sister. As they were thinking, footsteps sounded in the cave. Squad leaders Zhuo Piapiao she. Gao Qiao looked up and asked hurriedly. But halfway through she suddenly opened her mouth wide. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 800. Wan Lixio turned her head to look and immediately cried out in surprise. She was stunned. She was completely stunned. Then she rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. It was Zhen Piapiao who came out of the cave. And it was Zhen Piapiao who was in perfect condition with a rosy face and fluttering long hair. If it weren't for the bloodstains on her clothes, it would be hard to prove that Zhen Piapiao was seriously injured just now. But what was going on now? It was such a serious injury that would have killed her. How did she recover? It hadn't even been that long, right? Piapiao? Gao Qiao was stunned for a while before she asked in disbelief, You're fine? You're fine now? In an instant, Gao Qiao had the illusion that Zhen Piapiao was dead and her soul had floated out. This was too amazing. I'm fine. Zhen Piapiao nodded with a smile. I feel that my current state is much better than when I wasn't injured. Then what about Zhuo? Wan Lixio asked hurriedly. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Just now, Zhuo said that he used a secret method to save Zhen Piapiao, and then Zhen Piapiao recovered instantly. What kind of secret method could have such a miraculous effect? Could it be a secret method of exchanging injury for injury, a life for a life? Otherwise, how could the effect be so obvious? Did that mean that Zhuo used his own body to heal Zhen Piapiao's inherent injury? Wan Lixio didn't dare to continue thinking. If that was the truth, it would be too terrible. In order to save me, squad leaders will use a secret method. He is now recuperating inside. He told me to tell you that he needs an hour. Don't disturb him. Zhen Piapiao said gratefully, I thought I was going to die. I even clearly felt that my soul was about to float out of my body, but it was still lingering for a short time. I didn't expect squad leaders Zhuo. Zhen Piapiao choked with sobs. Squad leaders Zhuo must have exhausted a lot to save me. Let's protect him together. Okay. The three women sat at the entrance of the cave to protect him. Piapiao. Meng Zhongjun came over like lightning and said in surprise, You're fine? That's great. Zhen Piapiao sighed softly. Her expression turned cold as she said, It was class monitor Zhuo who saved me. Don't be loud. You'll disturb class monitor's was recovery. Meng Zhongjun smiled and said in a relaxed manner, Good. I'm relieved that you've recovered. I'll go back to work now. You guys guard me well. He turned around and practically skipped away. It was a sense of relief that came from the bottom of his heart. Following which, Hao Han and the others also expressed their concern. Zhen Piapiao thanked him with a smile. Gao Qiao looked at the group of boys sweating profusely and couldn't help but laugh. Piapiao, it seems that you have a lot of suitors. She was indeed a femme fatale. It's just that I wonder who our great beauty Piapiao has taken a fancy to? Zhen Piapiao forced a smile and said, I'm focused on martial arts. I don't have the time to think about these matters between men and women. After saying this, she was in a daze. Gao Qiao imperceptibly glanced at Zhen Piapiao's face. She smiled faintly and said, there's no end to the road of martial arts. It's the same road for hundreds, thousands of years. Even if you're devoted to this road, it's inevitable that you'll feel lonely. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you. She sighed from the bottom of her heart and said enviously, just like our class monitor Zhua, he found a fairy to accompany him. That kind of appearance, that kind of temperament, that kind of charm, it's really enviable. To be honest, I had some thoughts about class monitor Zhua at first, but since that day I've been completely desperate. There's really no comparison. Alas, my life is bitter. My first love ended before it even started. Don't you think I'm miserable? Hearing Gao Qiao's words, Zhen Piapiao lowered her head. In a place where no one was paying attention, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. She said with a smile, yes, only such a fairy is worthy of class monitor Zhua. Then she said, Sister Qiao, as the most beautiful woman in Fenghai, you must have a lot of pursuers, right? First love is difficult to have a result. Why hang yourself on a tree? Just choose another one. Gao Qiao smiled, Piapiao, your family is different from mine. Your Zhen family is rich and powerful. You don't have to worry about anything. But our Gao family is completely different. She sighed deeply, it's a long story. The two women began to chat about their daily lives. Wan Lixio was concentrating on guarding. She didn't listen to what the two women said at all. This kind of talk was really meaningless. Wan Lixio didn't realize that Gao Qiao had cruelly extinguished Zhen Piapiao's love fantasy in these few words. In the stone cave, Zhua Xiaoduo went into the Tower of Space Extermination as soon as Zhen Piapiao went out. This 1 hour of rest was necessary. Otherwise, Zhen Piapiao's quick recovery was bound to arouse suspicion. It would lead to endless trouble and even disaster. He entered the Tower of Space Extermination to cultivate for an hour. Now, 1 hour in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days in the Tower of Space Extermination. He didn't want to waste time. The process of him treating Zhen Piapiao was actually very simple. He just put the multicolored stone and it was done in a moment. But this kind of divine object was an extreme thing that couldn't be exposed. It was already at the level of defying the heavens and changing fate. No matter which force or expert, they wouldn't let it go. It couldn't be exposed. 3 beautiful women guarding the door. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly super high. However, this wasn't the focus of everyone's attention. The martial artists who were cleaning up the battlefield were all quietly discussing. What is Zhua's cultivation level? Isn't he too strong? I don't believe that he's only at the nascent soul level. A martial arts student in Yunduan High School couldn't hide his admiration. He had already naturally called him Zhua, like the other students of the Hidden Dragon School. And he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling him that. Only such a strong person was qualified to be called the boss. Of course, Boss Zhou of Yunduan was also called the boss by his own people. But one was the boss of the Hidden Dragon School or the common boss, while Boss Zhou, was just the boss of Yunduan. He's really at the nascent soul level. And he just broke through not long ago. Before this, he had been working hard to suppress his true essence. I heard that he suppressed it 9 times. Zhua has a similar true essence suppression at every level of cultivation. Otherwise, how could his strength be so strong? The students of Hidden Dragon Academy were proud of him. In all fairness, when they were in school, they felt that class rep Zhua was a cheap person. Even though they knew that he was strong and far surpassed his peers, they never had such a strong impression of him up close. Now that they were facing a life and death situation, they were powerless even though they wanted to help. Then they saw class rep Zhua turn the tide with all his might. The shock and impact of the comparison between the two made them realize that class rep Zhua, who didn't put on any airs in school, was the best person to rely on in a life and death situation. He's already so strong at the nascent soul level? The students of Yunduan exclaimed. That's because you're ignorant. Class monitor Zhua is invincible in Hidden Dragon School. Many 3rd and 4th grade cloud transformation high cultivators aren't his match. How is class monitor Zhui usually? He's usually amiable in school. You can't see that he has a temper at all. The students of Hidden Dragon School bragged. This is a big shot. He's approachable and blends into his every move and action. The students of Yunduan exclaimed. The students of Hidden Dragon School's first grade twitched the corners of their mouths. They turned their faces away and didn't participate in the discussion. The students of Yunduan sighed. Why doesn't our school have someone like Swa? Look at how happy the students of Hidden Dragon School are. With such a boss they feel so safe. The students of Hidden Dragon School expressed. It's only at times like this that they feel safe. Usually when he's cheap they don't feel this way. At that time they just want to beat him to death. And they can't beat him. Hao Han moved closer to Meng Zhangjun. Brother Jun Zhen Piao. Doesn't seem to be very warm to you. Meng Zhangjun was silent for a moment and said, Do you want to see how warm she is to me? Hao Han frowned and said, In short, she was neither cold nor warm before, but now she's quite cold. It seems like she's deliberately distancing herself from you. Meng Zhangjun stopped tidying up and turned to face Hao Han. His face showed that he was struggling. You have to pay attention to what you say. All this time, since the military store, I've been pursuing her, but she's always ignored me. Until now it's still like this. She's never had anything to do with me. Meng Zhangjun said, She's never hinted at anything to me, let alone accepted any gifts from me. Hao Han, what are you trying to say? Hao Han let out a long sigh and said, I just feel that. After so many years, even if she has a heart of stone, she should have warmed up, right? Meng Zhangjun said sadly, Hao Han, if a woman doesn't have you in her heart, then even if you give your whole life, it's hard to warm her heart. Hao Han was speechless. After a long time he said bitterly, Then Zhuo Duo. Meng Zhangjun reached out and stopped Hao Han. He said bitterly, Hao Han, please give me some hope. If Piao likes someone else, I still have hope. If she likes Zhuo Duo, then I'm destined to have no hope in this life. Hao Han said unhappily, What's so good about Zhuo Duo? Isn't it just that he's a little more handsome than you, taller than you, fairer than you, more popular than you, better at earning money and a brighter future? Yes, and his cultivation strength. That's a little stronger than yours, but what else does he have? Meng Zhangjun looked at Hao Han with grief and indignation. After a long time he said with trembling lips, Hao Han, we've been classmates for so many years. I only know that your ability to comfort people is actually so strong. Chapter 801. An hour later, Zhuo Duo came out of the cave. His face was as pale as paper, and his footsteps were weak as if his body had been hollowed out. Zhen Piao was the first to step forward. Class monitor Zhuo, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. I have such a strong foundation. What can happen to me? Are you all okay? Zhuo Duo patted his chest. He made a heroic face. We're all fine. Our injuries are almost healed. That's good. Zhou Yunqing walked over and handed over a space ring. Brother Zhuo, there are 7,203 demon wolves' inner cores and fur inside. They're all here. Okay. Zhuo Duo didn't refuse and directly accepted it. Zhuo Duo was very clear in his heart. If it was his, he would not decline or act pretentiously. He also wouldn't do something like, he did all the work alone but shared the spoils equally with everyone. Equal distribution could only happen between a limited number of people. He had contributed the most in today's matter, so it was only right for him to get it. He would let Gao Qiao count later to see if it was this number. Zhuo Duo knew how many wolves he had killed. After counting, he confirmed that there was no discrepancy in the number. He thought that if he did this in the future, then after he went out and exchanged these things for resources, he would naturally give everyone a share. If you know the rules, I will show my own demeanor more. But if you don't know the rules, the number is wrong, or if there are any problems in the future because of this, then I'm sorry. These are all mine. Whoever wants them, draw your sword and take them. This was Zhuo Duo's character. Everyone was in a good state and organized the team. There were a total of 8 Hidden Dragon martial artists and 11 Yunduan martial artists, making a total of 19 people. Zhou Yunqing came to discuss with Zhuo Duo. Should we split up or move together? What do you think? Zhuo Duo actually didn't have any opinion about splitting up or moving together. Anyway, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, and the Hidden Dragon martial artists would definitely follow him. It didn't matter if the others came or not. Let's split up for now. Zhou Yunqing said, we are here to gain experience. If we stay together with your cultivation, you will be invincible in this area. If we follow you, it will be like traveling. Although it may be dangerous for everyone to split up, it is also the best way to gain experience and grow. All right. Zuoxiao Duo straightforwardly agreed, and then something unexpected happened one after another. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu came together and bid farewell to Zuoxiao Duo. We will be in a separate group. Don't worry, we won't be too far away from you. All right. Zuoxiao Duo thought about it and agreed. Zhou Yunqing's concerns were very reasonable. With everyone around him, this trip was indeed meaningless. Let's form a group as well. Meng Zhangjun suggested, we Hidden Dragon High School's people should choose another direction. We should split up into batches and train separately. We shouldn't all gather together. All right. After this assignment, there was only one person left besides Zuoxiao Duo. Gao Qiao. Even Zhen Piapiao had chosen to go on an adventure alone. However, Zuoxiao Duo decided to go west. Zhen Piapiao also went west, but she was separated from Zuoxiao Duo by dozens of miles. If there is danger, I will call. But when I can handle it myself, I will train alone. Zhen Piapiao smiled and waved her hand. Class monitors would take care. Only Gao Qiao was very casual. I don't plan to train alone. From the beginning, I didn't ask for a strong cultivation. It's good enough as long as it's enough. Gao Qiao said, it's safest for me to follow you. I think I can still help you with some work. All right. Zuoxiao Duo smiled and said, however, following me doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe. Gao Qiao just smiled indifferently at this sentence. She really didn't believe it in her heart. Zuoxiao Duo was invincible in the nascent Soul Realm's training ground. This recognition had been deeply rooted in Gao Qiao's heart. So, how could it not be safe to be by his side? But soon, her cognition was subverted. When Zuoxiao Duo carried her to escape crazily and the Demon King Realm demonic beast chased after them desperately, Gao Qiao even felt a little regretful. This guy actually risked angering the Demon King Realm demonic beast to steal the heavenly treasure that the Demon King Realm demonic beast was looking for. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. But he succeeded in stealing it. After that, the Demon King Realm demonic beast only reacted when it saw that the treasure was gone. This was simply inconceivable. Gao Qiao didn't know that Zuoxiao Duo carried the Void Transformation Stone with him. It was really easy for him to sneak into a Demon King's storage. She only knew that she almost died in this escape. Well, Zuoxiao Duo got a starry peach this time. If he just picked a few peaches, the Demon King Realm demonic beast might not be so angry. But this guy carried the whole tree away. More importantly, the peach was not ripe. Facing this situation, the White Elephant Demon King's heart was broken. The starry peach only ripens once every 2,000 years. I didn't make it the last time and it was eaten by other demonic beasts. After more than 10 years of hard work, I fought off all the opponents and guarded it for more than 1,980 years. It's about to be ready to eat. I can smell the fragrance of the ripe starry peach. What the fuck is this thing that came out of nowhere? He even carried the tree away. Can you be any more shameless? The White Elephant Demon King's combat strength was undoubtedly strong, but because his body was too big, he was inevitably lacking in agility. As Zuoxiao Duo fled, the White Elephant Demon King was so angry that he screamed and spat blood behind him. There was nothing he could do. Even though his boundless mental energy had shattered the void countless times, it was useless against Zuoxiao Duo, who was as slippery as a loach. He could only sigh helplessly. When the peach ripens, I'll give you one, Zuoxiao Duo said to Gao Qiao. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was an extremely rare act of generosity. There were 99 starry peaches on a single tree. There were quite a lot of them. Moreover, Zuoxiao Duo had dug up the entire tree. It was no wonder that he was so generous. I estimate that if you eat one of these peaches, you can increase your pure cultivation by about 500 years. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. When you go back, hurry up and cultivate to the peak of nascent soul. After suppressing it a few more times, you'll be able to eat the starry peach. I estimate that you'll be able to directly rush to the peak of cloud transformation. It's even possible for you to directly break through to the God-reigning realm. Zuoxiao Duo explained happily. Gao Qiao thanked him profusely. However, she was doubtful in her heart. This peach is clearly not ripe yet. How can you guarantee that this thing will definitely survive in your hands? Pulling it out so barbarically like pulling out grass. Aren't you afraid of hurting your roots? But although she criticized him in her heart, Gao Qiao still believed Zhuo Duo almost instinctively. Along the way she had seen too many incredible things. 70 to 80% of the things that Zhuo Duo had plundered had been transferred to Gao Qiaoer's hands. Go back and deal with it. It was just that the many things that she had obtained so far made Gao Qiaoer feel that buying half of Fenghai City didn't seem to be a problem. What made Gao Qiaoer even more shocked was that this Zhuo was directly scraping the ground as he advanced. Wherever he passed, wherever he could see, no matter whether it was on the ground or underground, he didn't let go of anything. Not to mention other things, just the inner cores of demonic beasts that Zhuo Duo had handed to Gao Qiaoer for her to deal with when she went back had already exceeded 20,000. 20,000. Even for someone like Gao Qiaoer, she had never seen so many inner cores since she was born. At the very least, there were more than 20,000 inner cores of demonic beasts at the nascent soul level. In addition to the inner cores, there were all kinds of demonic beads and bone pearls, all kinds of demonic beast corpses and furs. The units were all in the tens of thousands. And this was just the demonic beasts. It didn't include the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were harvested along the way, those that grew on the ground and those that grew under the ground. It was just like a sea of them. There were also all kinds of strange metals. In addition, Gao Qiaoer knew very well that although these harvests seemed to be huge, it only included the low-level and mid-level items. As for the high-level items, Zhuo Duo didn't put them out at all. They were all for his personal use. But this was an experience? Gao Qiaoer really felt dizzy. For others, even if they didn't constantly hover between life and death and struggle to survive, they would at least have to suffer a lot. But this Zhuo, all the way here, was simply to travel and make a fortune. As for the path that Zhuo Duo passed by, it was really... Even a mouse that entered would rush out with tears in its eyes. There was nothing left. It was too clean. The group of students gradually expanded as time went on. Slowly, the nascent soul cultivators of the Astral Souls continent began to meet one after another. They contacted each other and then separated to gain experience. After a few days, according to the feedback, more than 100 people's whereabouts had been reported. However, Zhuo Duo was still very anxious. Because he hadn't seen Umo Yen, Li Chenglong, Li Zhangming, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong and the others. Since he knew that this place was dangerous, how could he not be worried that what Zhuo Duo didn't know was that in another direction, Li Chenglong and the others had all gathered together. Li Zhangming had painstakingly gotten rid of the sow and then dug up a few spiritual herbs. He even ate a few red fruits that he had accidentally picked. As he was circulating his energy to digest the medicinal effects, he saw Yu Yen being chased by a large group of demonic beasts, running in a sorry state. And it was a large group of high-level demonic beasts. Li Zhangming looked up to the sky and sighed. He knew that he couldn't win against them, so he simply went forward and helped Yu Yen block them. While running for his life, he activated the Great Dream Divine Skill. In the end, he successfully carried Yu Yen and a large group of demonic beasts, and fell asleep together. When he woke up and carried Yu Yen who was still sleeping soundly, he ran into Li Chenglong and the others. Li Chenglong looked at Yu Yen who was sleeping soundly on Li Zhangming's shoulder and was shocked. Damn, you slept with her again? Chapter 802. Li Zhangming had a stomach full of complaints. What do you mean I slept with her again? Do you even know how to speak properly? Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing and the rest all had strange looks on their faces. Naturally, they were reminded of the arena battle back then. After that, they encountered a group of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Both sides had a disagreement, and after a battle, both sides suffered injuries. However, just as things were about to reach a climax, the mountain beside them collapsed. An ancient demon's cave abode that shone with treasures had appeared majestically. Both sides were energized. At this crucial moment, dozens of people from the Tao League had also found this place. The three sides were in a heated debate about the ownership of this demon's cave. However, in terms of strength, Li Chenglong's side was the strongest. Li Chenglong dominated all the geniuses and no one was a match for him. However, with Li Chenglong's display of strength, the Tao League and the Umno Alliance gradually showed signs of joining forces. Li Chenglong was smart enough to suggest that the three sides should negotiate and enter together. As for who would obtain the treasure, it would depend on their luck. Everyone agreed readily. Regardless of whether it was the Tao League or the Umno Alliance, if they had a choice, they would not be willing to join forces with each other. The three sides entered the ancient demon's cave abode one after another. However, after everyone entered, the ancient demon's cave abode suddenly disappeared. Along with everyone else, it also disappeared from the ground. As time passed, more and more geniuses from the 3 continents encountered each other. It became more and more frequent. As for Zhuoxiaoduo's side, although they were training separately, they were in the same direction. Once there was any sudden change, he would roar and everyone would respond together. Under such a mechanism they would not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention there was also Zhuoxiaoduo who traversed the entire region. This huge shitstirrer was basically a ready-made cheat. All the geniuses of the Dao Alliance and the Wizard Alliance who encountered him gritted their teeth and harbored evil intentions. They either died on the spot or had their rings stolen by him. There were only a few exceptions. The reason why he was an exception was probably because there were a few geniuses from the Dao Alliance who were mild-mannered and were spared by Zhuoxiaoduo. After that, Zhuoxiaoduo blamed himself for a long time. Why did I suddenly become soft-hearted? Is this still my Zhuoxiaoduo? Could it be that he was possessed? He must be possessed. There were also a few groups of geniuses from the Alliance. Their attitudes were also very gentle. After meeting Zhuoxiaoduo, they actually introduced themselves and asked for Zhuoxiaoduo's name. As soon as they heard the name Zhuoxiaoduo, these people immediately gave in and took out a large number of natural treasures they had obtained from the secret realm, saying that they wanted to make friends with Zhuoxiaoduo and form a good relationship with him. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't understand at all. What was going on? You're from the Alliance, okay? We're enemies, okay? Why are you being so polite? What's your stance? This makes it difficult for me to do anything. Hence, Zhuoxiaoduo started to pester them endlessly, demanding for a yard after getting an inch. He was obviously trying to find a reason to do something. However, these geniuses from the Alliance were too good-tempered. Their faces were full of subservience and they would do whatever he said. You want something? Okay, I'll give it to you. You want a ring? Okay, I'll give it to you. What else do you want? If you want a beauty, we have it here too. Even if you want us, we're not a problem. I'll take off my pants and wait for you. You want to beat us up? Okay, we'll lie down and you can beat us up. You want to kill us? We'll stretch our necks and you can kill us. We won't make a move, we won't make a move. Do whatever you want, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. Faced with this scene, Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was gloomy. Even if the other party scolded him, he would still be able to come up with a reason. No matter how lame the reason was, it was still a reason. However, if there was no reason, then there was really no reason. There was a fundamental difference. Even if they showed a humiliated or angry expression, he could still use it as a pretext to make a fuss. What? Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Are you provoking me? I think you're just looking down on me, Zhuoxiaoduo. However, there wasn't even an angry expression on the other party's face. What the fuck, that he had no choice but to read their fortune one by one. Then he extorted a lot of treasures as payment for reading their fortune. He pulled Gao Xiao away unhappily. Gao Xiao was dumbfounded. When did Zhuo have such a big reputation? The geniuses of the Alliance, each and every one of them, were like mice that saw a cat when they saw him. They didn't even dare to move. What the fuck, the same geniuses of the Alliance chased after me and Wanli Xiu for thousands of miles when they saw us. However, these groups of people were much more numerous than that group of people, but they were like sheep in front of Zhuoxiaoduo. They automatically offered treasures and bowed to him. And Zhuo didn't look happy at all. This was simply too awe-inspiring and domineering. One person showed his name, and the other party collectively prostrated themselves respectfully. There was also a group of people who saw the situation from afar and immediately turned around and ran away as if there was oil on the soles of their feet. Where's your loyalty? But all of this was too unimaginable, wasn't it? Of course, there were also those who didn't know what was going on. There were also those who were successfully picked on by Zhuoxiaoduo. Those people's ending was that after they contributed many treasures and rings to Zhuoxiaoduo, they also contributed a bunch of luck points that were fulfilled by the bloody calamity. That ever since Zhuoxiaoduo had entered the mystic realm, he had obtained more than 400 providence points. It could be said to be an unprecedented huge harvest. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. The nascent soul transformation cultivators on Zhuoxiaoduo's side from the astral souls continent improved their strength and cultivation rapidly. Moreover, they cooperated with each other. At least in terms of safety, they were much better than the other two sides. Seeing this situation, Zhuoxiaoduo let Gao Xiao go back. I'll walk around alone and look for opportunities a little further away. Zhuoxiaoduo thought very clearly. With him secretly following them, these students wouldn't be in any danger, but because of this they wouldn't have any experience. If he wanted them to really grow, he had to leave them alone and let them face the difficulties and dangers on their own. Gao Qiao also knew that if she followed Zhuo Duo, she would only be useful in dealing with the harvest. The rest would only be a burden, so she nodded happily and went to find the main group. Gao Qiao's goal was very obvious. My aptitude is not that of a peerless genius. I'm destined to have no hope of reaching the peak of martial arts. Then I'll set my goal as a second-rate cultivator. As long as I don't fall too far behind and don't leave the main group, it'll be fine. If this is the premise, then no matter if I rely on elixirs or opportunities, I'll cooperate with my own efforts to improve my cultivation. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't fight the enemy head-on and kill them. I'm more suitable for logistics. So if I don't follow Zhuo, I'll find another relatively safe person to accompany me. After thinking about it, she entered the middle position of the group. Not far to the left was Meng Zhongjun and the others. Not far to the right was Hao Han and the others. Accompanying her was Zhen Piapiao. Well, it's decided happily. It's safe and foolproof. After Zhuo Duo separated from Gao Qiao, he immediately turned into a sharp arrow and sped away. Another reason why Zhuo Duo decided to separate from Gao Qiao was that this large area, about thousands of miles in radius, had been drained clean by Xiao Chang. There were only a few kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this area. Zhuo Duo was gradually dissatisfied with such a harvest and even irritated. Although it was very annoying to say this, for Zhuo Duo so far there were only a few harvests on this trip. There were no more surprises, so he was very depressed. If his thoughts were heard by other nascent soul geniuses, it would most likely arouse public anger. They would attack him together and beat him to death. You fucking obtained wealth that we may not be able to obtain in our entire lives. How dare you say that you didn't get anything? But in Zhuo's heart, this was really what he thought. Maybe it was because he had gained too much, and his vision had become a little higher. It was a bad result of being used to it. After parting with Gao Qiao, Zhuo Duo swept across the hilly area of the 7,000-mile plain in one breath. Like a gust of wind, he galloped across. Except for stopping to rob two groups of geniuses from the Umno Alliance, he didn't stop. However, in the process of robbing, Zhuo Duo unexpectedly met a weirdo. The other party was a tall and thin man who belonged to the Umno Alliance. He was dressed very luxuriously. When he saw Zhuo Duo coming down to rob him, he was actually very arrogant. However, this guy did have some goods under his hands. Not only did he dare to go against Zhuo Duo, but he also resisted Zhuo Duo's attacks for a full 3 minutes before he was defeated. Then when this guy was kicked in the crotch by Zhuo Duo and flew into the air, he screamed and showed a gold medal. Stop. I'm a disciple of the golden-scaled Great Wizard clan. I have the death-free gold medal of the left and right heavenly kings. Then he covered his crotch and screamed, ah, 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 ah. Zhuo Duo never dreamed that he would meet such a weirdo. He felt the gold medal and found that there were indeed 3 extremely powerful spiritual forces on it. They should be the top geniuses from the Umno Alliance, the group of people that the 3 continents had promised not to hurt. However, Zhuo Duo felt very angry. Why don't I have this thing? What the hell, who is he looking down on? Am I not more talented than him? Am I not more promising? Zhuo Duo was angry. Although he did not dare to kill him, he still stripped this descendant of the great wizard down to his underwear. Give it to me. Zhuo Duo's fiendish expression. You should at least leave me something, right? At least leave me the ring. This guy argued, I'll empty the ring for you, okay? As the descendant of the great wizard, I have to be shameless. Shameless? What's your name? Shahai. Shahai. Your ancestor's surname is Jin, and your surname is Shah? Do you think that I, Zhuo Duo, have no brains? Have you never been to school? Zhuo Duo began to find excuses. Are you looking down on me, Zhuo Duo? Chapter 803. My name is Shahai. My ancestor is a golden-scaled shaman, but the golden-scaled shaman. His surname is not Jin. Shahai yelled, feeling wronged. Brother Zhuo, since you said you're educated, why don't you have any common sense? How dare you accuse me of having no common sense? It seems like you still haven't realized the reality. Zhuo Duo was so angry that he beat up the 11 geniuses of the Umno Alliance, including Shahai. Shahai was silent. He finally realized that this hero Zhuo Duo was obviously unhappy that he couldn't kill anyone. No matter what he said, he would still be beaten up. He could only keep quiet. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. The less he said, the less mistakes he would make. He did not give him any reason to be angry. Let's see what Zhuo can do. Zhuo looted everyone and left without hesitation. You should have left a ring. I still need to put away this token, right? Shanghai yelled behind Zhuo. You took it away, where am I supposed to put it? You can stuff it in your ass. Zhuo said fiercely, I'm telling you, if you see my astral soul's martial arts, you'd better take a detour. If you dare hurt anyone, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave the arcane realm. I don't believe that your token can stop me from killing. Shanghai was so sad that he did not dare to make a sound. He thought that he had obtained a lot of good things in the past few days, but it turned out that they were all prepared for someone else. Besides, he could not do anything to the astral souls in the future. The situation is better than the person. We can only target the Dao League now. Sansi sighed. I need to hurry up and run into a group of geniuses of the Dao Alliance and snatch an interspatial ring from them. What the fuck? I ran into someone who doesn't know anything and is completely unreasonable. I already said that he was a descendant of a grand shaman, but he actually snatched everything clean. Master Hai, are we really not going to deal with the astral souls? Even if we kill them, Zhuo might not know. What if he finds out? Do you think he was just being arrogant just now? He is forcing us to violate his taboo first. As long as we touch his bad luck and give him a reason to kill, he will really dare to kill. Shanghai still had some lingering fear in his heart. He probably doesn't know that this is for Skysoar Realm cultivators. Let's just hope that Brat doesn't find out about this in the secret realm. Everyone. Immediately Shanghai was brimming with heroic spirit as he said, everything must be done safely. When I get out this time and cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, I'll definitely kill Zhuo and avenge today's humiliation. The people behind him were speechless. When you came in, you acted as if you were number one in the world, boasting shamelessly that you would sweep through the secret realm. When you talked about Zhuo, you snorted and said that you could kill this so-called Zhuo with a fart. In the end, he really encountered Zhuo. If you're so fucking awesome, why don't you just take it head on? Why don't you just kill him with a fart? Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Aren't you just relying on that ancestral tablet to stay alive? Now that it's been snatched clean, you don't even dare to snatch it back from the astral soul's mainland. You only dare to snatch it from the Dao League. Do you have to listen to him so much? What do you mean by killing him after you break through to the cloud transformation realm? Hehe. Right now, all I can think about is hehe. When you break through to the cloud transformation realm, he will still crush you. Maybe he will crush you even more. I thought he was the greatest king, but in the end, he's just a best mouthy king. Let's go. Everyone, follow me to cause trouble for the Dao League. Shanghai waved his hand. His words were spoken in an incredibly heroic and imposing manner. It was as if he didn't hold Zhuo and the others in any regard at all. It was as if he could single-handedly defeat the 7 swords of the Dao Alliance. The 10 people behind him felt a wave of exhaustion. When I first started following you, I saw that you were killing people everywhere. You were very awesome. You didn't smile and you had a cold face. I really thought that you were amazing. But I only realized that I was following a clown when I met a tough opponent. Zhuo walked for a few hundred miles, but he still felt uneasy. Why don't I have that tablet? Why didn't anyone give it to me? What? Am I not a genius? Who do I need to appeal this matter to? Zhuo counted with his fingers and sighed. I don't know anyone from the upper management of Astral Souls. Should I tell Principal Yi about this? Should I ask Principal Yi to fight for it? What am I thinking? Principal Yi's position is only useful in Fenghai. In front of the upper management of Astral Souls, he has no say at all. Then we can only rely on Uncle Nan. It seems that Uncle Nan is the chief of the South. Zhuo sighed softly. Dad and Mom only know one high-ranking official in our lives. Although it's already a great achievement to know this high-ranking official, I don't know when I can see Uncle Nan again. Let's see if I can be thick-skinned and mention it. But this matter involves the approval of the Heavenly King. It seems that Uncle Nan can't do it. Damn it. Is the descendant of the golden-scaled great witch so awesome? How dare he threaten me in front of my face? Zhuo was really angry. His life's dream was to win without doing anything, but this dream was shattered by someone who even wanted to do the opposite in front of him. Such a blatant threat, clear in front of his eyes. You can't kill my descendant. This should be my way of doing things. What kind of logic is this? We are enemies, okay. But I can't kill your descendant. Then what's the point of fighting? This life is full of difficulties and frustrations. I can't say anything when I'm threatened. When I'm on the top of the sky in the future, I'll catch a great witch and beat him up. He wrote a poem very gloomily. Only then did he feel a little spiritual victory. He looked up at the road ahead. He saw dark clouds in front of him. Moreover, this dark cloud didn't seem to be moving. It just lay across the sky in the distance. At the end of his gaze was a tall mountain that reached straight into the sky. The mountain peak directly pierced into the dark clouds. Over there, lightning flashed like silver snakes. In short, it looked very terrifying. However, Zhuxiaoduo suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. I seem to have a feeling here. I really want to go in. It seems that something is waiting for me to go over. It was a very clear and real feeling. Xiaolong came over like a gust of wind. His eyes were filled with fear. Boss, let's change direction. It's extremely dangerous ahead. The power of the way of the heavens is in a chaotic state over there. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. What's going on? Tell me specifically, why is it in chaos? Xiaolong stammered and said, that seems to be the chaotic sea of thunderclouds. Zhuxiaoduo didn't understand the term chaotic sea of thunderclouds at all. However, he vaguely felt that there was something over there that was vaguely attracting him. Let's go over and take a look. Try to be careful. If things don't work out, we'll retreat immediately. Zhuxiaoduo hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't control the feeling in his heart. I'll go over and take a look. Just a look. If there are benefits and the danger isn't too great, I'll naturally try. If I feel that the danger is too great, then I'll turn back and leave. I'll never turn back. Zhuxiaoduo gave himself a few shots of precaution. Boss, I still suggest that you don't go. The rules of the way of the heavens there are really chaotic and out of focus. Xiaolong's words and actions were full of fear. Boss, you're protected by the way of the heavens. According to common sense, you'll be fine in the land of astral souls. However, once you go to the land of the Tao League and the land of the Umno Alliance, things might not be the same. However, if you only go to the land of the Umno Alliance and the land of the Tao League, even if you're targeted, you'll still have a lot of chances to escape. It's not impossible for you to survive the danger. However, in such a chaotic place, the way of the heavens will be difficult to take effect. Boss, please reconsider. Zhuxiaoduo was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? I'm protected by the way of the astral souls? What do you mean by that? He really didn't know about his own way of the heavens. Although he used to look at his face in the mirror, he really couldn't see much. As for the way of the heavens, neither the divination technique nor the aura observation technique could see one's own way of the heavens. Zhuxiaoduo only knew that his luck was good, and his way of the heavens should be stronger than most people. However, this was only his own guess and there was no actual proof. At this moment, after listening to Xiaolong's words, he vaguely understood something. Can you tell me in detail what's going on with the chaotic way of the heavens? Zhuxiaoduo tried hard to recall the relevant knowledge he had seen. I don't know the details either. Just the name. Xiaolong was also dumbfounded. It's probably very dangerous, the kind that's extremely dangerous. If you go even a little closer, you might die. He was already scared out of his wits when he saw the chaotic way of the heavens. To Xiaolong, such a place was a land of death. If he really entered, he would be completely torn apart in an instant. Such a place was a land of death even for the Son of Providence who carried the way of the heavens. Because in such a place, the more providence one had, the easier it was to be targeted by the chaotic way of the heavens. After the Son of Providence was torn apart, the providence he carried would be absorbed by the chaotic way of the heavens. It was no different from a great tonic. Zhuxiaoduo could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He became more and more apprehensive. If he would die if he went close, then it would not be as simple as a land of death. How can there be a place with chaotic way of the heavens? Zhuxiaoduo was puzzled. Could it be that this was caused by the separation of the continent back then? Xiaolong said in fear, no. The chaotic way of the heavens is actually the chaos of the universe before the heavens were opened. It was chaotic and disorderly. Xiaolong said, I don't know the specifics and I've never really seen it. Anyway, it's very, very dangerous. Moreover, in any world after the heavens were opened, the chaotic way of the heavens would not completely disappear. It might be temporarily hidden or it might be sealed. In such a place, only powerful people who have a very, very high level of cultivation can protect themselves if they enter. Those who are slightly weaker will be torn apart immediately if they enter. There are very few lucky people. Xiaolong was a little puzzled. But why would such a place appear here? Isn't this the trial space? This is simply equivalent to a martial disciple who has just entered the way of the Tao encountering a formation set up by the Umno Alliance's great shamans. It's not just a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, it's simply a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. Chapter 804. After hearing Xiaolong's words, Zhou Xiaoduo was even more confused. Yes, according to what he knew, this was a training space that was about to disappear. How could there be such a super-level item? Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo did not know the reason. Or rather, the Flood Witch who had entered this place once did not know either. This Crown Prince's Academy was a special space that sealed the chaotic heavenly Tao after the opening of the sky. Back then, the Rock Demon Master lost the opportunity to prove his Tao and had no choice but to find another way. He asked for the help of the 2 Demon Emperors on the condition of being the Demon Master of the Crown Prince. With the help of the 2 Demon Emperors, countless powerful figures of the Demon Clan worked together and separated a piece of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then this piece of land became the Rock Demon Master's territory. The Rock Demon Master lived in this place and used the chaotic rules to train himself day and night, hoping to find another way. In the end, the Rock Demon Master succeeded in comprehending the spatial rules. It was all because of the tempering of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, the Rock Demon Master used this space to compress the space he lived in and created this Crown Prince's Academy. He used layers of seals to seal the chaotic heavenly Tao. However, it was also because of this Crown Prince's Academy that the Rock Demon Master left. Because the last person to enter the Crown Prince's Academy, the 7th Prince, somehow broke into the chaotic heavenly Tao's seal and died inside, along with all the demon generals that accompanied him. The Demon Empress was furious and pursued the matter. Even though the Rock Demon Master was a demon master, his days became difficult. Later on, he left the Demon Clan due to some other matters and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, this was all in the past. However, one thing was certain, and that was, the Crown Prince's Academy might really collapse, but the chaotic heavenly Tao would not disappear. Once it broke free from this shackle and left the sealed space, there would naturally be new opportunities. However, Zhou Xiaoduo did not know this at all. These were things that were far beyond his knowledge. He only felt that something was attracting him. However, he was worried because of Xiaolong's reminder. Could it be that the chaotic heavenly Tao wants the power of fate that I carry? Is it deliberately creating this feeling to lure me over? My lord Zhou doesn't want to get caught here. Zhou Xiaoduo calculated the distance. At this moment he was about 1,000 miles away from the chaotic dark clouds in the sky. To go or not to go? This was a difficult choice. As far as the eye could see, the dark clouds on the other side changed again. Following the sudden explosion of thunder and lightning, thousands of white lights shuttled back and forth in the sea of clouds, twisting and turning. It was as if huge dragons were fighting each other and the battle was in full swing. Immediately after, another ball of red light shot up into the sky. That ball of red light was so huge that it looked like a mushroom cloud. Zhou Xiaoduo stared blankly. The intense red light, especially the abundant energy contained within, reminded him of his heart of the ardent sun. If this was Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. Don't think about it, don't think about it. It's too dangerous. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. It was better not to go. Thus he turned around and walked back. My lord Zhou would not go to such a dangerous place. Long, that place looks like the heart of the ardent sun. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered casually. Although he had decided not to take the risk, he could not help but feel depressed. Xiaolong, even if you don't answer, I know it must be there. But I don't dare to go. Xiaolong watched as Zhou Xiaoduo walked further and further away. Finally he was relieved. A huge bear the size of a small mountain rushed out. It ran a few hundred meters with each step. When it passed by Zhou Xiaoduo, it was less than 1,000 meters away from him. However, it ignored Zhou Xiaoduo. It didn't ask him anything and just rushed past him. Zhou Xiaoduo watched from the side, his heart beating fast. However, in addition to his fear, doubts grew in his heart. Long, didn't you say that there was danger over there? Why are all these powerful beasts running in that direction? It's impossible that they didn't sense the danger. Why aren't they avoiding it? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and asked. This chaotic space of the heavenly axiom has a limit because it's too chaotic. That is, in the constant strife inside, there will often be some good things falling out of the cracks in the space. These beasts should be going to snatch these things that they like. Didn't you have a similar feeling just now? If I hadn't stopped you, you might have already passed by now. Xiaolong explained patiently. However, after hearing what he said, Xiaoduo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Doesn't that mean that there won't be any danger if we just wait outside? Xiaolong suddenly widened his eyes in confusion. It's true that there won't be any danger if we just wait at the edge. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to resist going in. Just now you almost fell into the trap. With your addiction to the world's wealth and treasures, I'm sure you can resist it. Xiaolong, oh Xiaolong, how dare you lie to me? Today's matter isn't over. Xiaoduo turned around and left. These beasts are fine if they go there to pick up the treasures, but will something happen if I go there? Besides, I have the Void Transformation Stone on me. I'm an expert in this kind of sneaky business. I'm an expert in this field. That big bear just now was definitely it. Back then, I wore the Void Transformation Stone and stole the spiritual medicine around it. Didn't I still not discover it? Wherever these powerful beasts are, I'll be there. Can't I just sneak around? As long as these powerful beasts are not dangerous, then I, Xiao, who is like a speck of dust, will naturally not be in danger. This is such a simple logic. This is such an obvious opportunity to get rich. 2 sleeves of Embibo, I'm coming, wait for me. Xiaolong was so anxious that his mouth was full of bubbles. Boss, don't go. I beg you. It's really too dangerous over there. You won't be able to withstand it with your small body. Ah. Don't worry. I'll just stay nearby. I'm not greedy. I just want to get some benefits. Xiaoduo comforted him. Don't you understand me? Even if it's a treasure comparable to the entire heaven realm, it's not as important as my life to me. Xiaolong felt that this sentence made sense. Boss's fear of death had gone to a considerable extent. His degree of cautiousness was also obvious to all, and he had a good reputation. It shouldn't be a problem to just take a look and get some benefits. Xiaolong followed Xiaoduo anxiously and started to walk towards the mountain in the distance. In just an hour they reached the foot of the mountain. Under Xiaolong's guidance, Xiaoduo hung the Void Transformation Stone in front of his chest. He also tied the small piece of multicolored stone with a rope and hung it around his neck. It was tightly attached to his chest to replenish his vitality at all times, in case of any sudden danger. Then, like a huge lizard, it climbed up silently. Its cautiousness was much greater than when it was plotting against the centipede queen. Xiaoduo climbed about 4,000 meters. Suddenly he saw a space ring in a crack of a rock. It was connected to half a broken finger. Although the blood had dried up, it didn't seem to have been there for long. Xiaoduo took it out and looked at it. It took him a little time to break the seal. After checking it, he couldn't help but sigh. This was a relic left behind by a student of Yunduan High School. There was also the school emblem of Yunduan High School inside. It seems that I'm not the first person to find this place. Xiaoduo thought to himself. At the same time he became even more vigilant and cautious. As he continued to climb, he saw endless bloodstains as far as the eye could see. There were bits and pieces of all sorts of things. Some tattered pieces of cloth were blown up and down by the wind. There were clothes from the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. There were also pieces of clothes from the Astral Souls. Looks like there really were quite a few geniuses who came here to train, but on their way up the mountain, they were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Xiaoduo increased his vigilance. He was almost always on his guard and was very careful. Rumble. Kachacha. A thunderous rumble suddenly erupted from the dark clouds thousands of meters above their heads. The rumbling was deafening. Xiaoduo's whole body was pressed against the cliff, but he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. He saw that in the dark clouds, there was a sudden flash of lightning. It was like a chaotic storm of smoke and dust. And in the storm of smoke and dust, there was a sudden flash of golden light. That was a total of 12 huge golden lotuses, blooming in the boundless chaos. The golden light spots suddenly scattered all over the sky. Chapter 805. Against the huge golden lotus, there were 12 other equally huge lotuses, but their color was as dark as the starry sky, and they collided with each other. The black light and the golden light, after the extreme collision, exploded and scattered in all directions. At this moment, the lightning connected the sky and the earth, forming a complete area of hundreds of kilometers. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes instantly felt an inexplicable soreness as tears flowed down. But then he opened his eyes wide, regardless of the sore eyes, that he saw that in the clouds high up in the sky, there were pieces of golden and black light spots falling down. Floating in the air, that they really fell down. They fell down. Zhuoxiaoduo roared in his heart. But then his body stiffened. Countless powerful demonic beasts burst out from the mountain, biting and tearing at each other. They fought in the most ferocious and extreme way, driving each other away. Then they used their own bodies to touch the light spots as much as possible. The first one to bear the brunt was the golden eagle. It touched 2 golden light spots, and then it couldn't help but cry to the sky. Screech. The golden light on his body suddenly surged, and his body, which was already quite huge, began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already expanded to twice his original size. When it spread its wings, it was already 1,000 meters wide. It really covered the sky and covered the earth. Then another giant bear appeared in the air and charged into the black light spots. It roared at the sky, and its body also gradually grew bigger. Its aura was also increasing rapidly. It roared to the sky and beat its thick chest continuously. However, at this moment, suddenly, from the top of the mountain, dozens of huge streamers rushed down and went straight to the giant bear. The golden eagle was shocked. It flapped its wings and flew up quickly, and its speed was indescribable. But the giant bear was too big a target, and its movement was relatively clumsy. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts pounced on it from several directions. A series of furious roars, and the two sides used all their strength to fight desperately. However, even though the giant bear's strength increased greatly after touching the light spots of the Black Lotus, and its body became bigger, it was still outnumbered. In less than 100 breaths, the giant bear's huge body was torn apart by many opponents, and its skin, flesh and bones were eaten by dozens of demonic beasts. Only a few bones were left, and they rolled down from the mountain. In the sky, there were countless powerful demonic beasts fighting for the golden light spots and the black light spots that those who had eaten wanted to leave, but they were immediately besieged by those who didn't. In a short time, a few huge demonic beasts were besieged, and they were eaten by the demonic beasts. The smell of blood filled the sky, and it spread everywhere. Zhuoxiaoduo felt cold all over his body. That giant bear, with just a slap of its paw, sent him flying for dozens of miles. Now, it, whose strength had increased exponentially, was being eaten by other demonic beasts right in front of him. The individual strength of these demonic beasts was too strong. The most important thing was that Zhuoxiaoduo saw clearly that the golden light spots and the black light spots were only scattered bits of the original. Most of them didn't escape, and they returned to the chaotic space of the heavenly way inside. That those that could flow out through these little cracks were probably only 1 in 10,000 or even less. But just this little bit, this little bit, this little bit, this little bit, had already caused the demonic beasts to undergo earth-shattering changes. What kind of treasure is this? Zhuoxiaoduo grimaced and whispered to Xiaolong, "Those 2 lotuses? How would I know?" Xiaolong's eyes were also drooling, but he tried hard to control himself. "But it's definitely something good. I'm afraid it's not inferior to an innate spiritual treasure." "Fuck, you didn't say that." Zhuoxiaoduo snorted disdainfully, "So you're also a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything." With the disappearance of the golden light spots and the black light spots, the whole mountain regained its peace. But not long after, Zhuoxiaoduo had only climbed 500 meters silently. Suddenly there was another explosion in the sky. It was still the same situation as before. The dark clouds within thousands of miles were all lit up like giant light bulbs. In the chaotic space, a green vine was waving, whipping the land within thousands of miles. On the vine there were green leaves, and at the top, there was a small gourd. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. This time it was unknown what it was whipping. After a few seconds the world returned to darkness and peace. But this time nothing dropped. The demonic beasts waited motionlessly and expectantly. Pairs of incomparably huge eyes were focused on the sky. Even the demonic beasts that had climbed to the highest point were still thousands of meters away from the chaotic space at the top of the mountain. They didn't dare to approach. In such a peaceful moment, Zhuoxiaoduo even saw the demonic beasts changing their positions, while the other demonic beasts completely ignored them. Even if other demonic beasts stepped on their bodies or walked over their heads, they still didn't move. At most, they would roar impatiently, but they wouldn't really make a move. Obviously, all the demonic beasts were conserving their strength and concentrating, waiting for the next eruption of opportunity. All the demonic beasts were worried that if they fought with other demonic beasts at this time and the light spots suddenly erupted, they wouldn't be able to catch up and miss the opportunity that this was not an if, but a fact. If two demonic beasts fought now and the light spots erupted at the right time, they would definitely not be able to catch up with the eruption. They would only be taken advantage of by other demonic beasts. At such a critical moment, no one wanted to do such a stupid thing. Zhuoxiaoduo's body moved like a snake as he silently climbed up the mountain. The mountain range was very big, and the route Zhuoxiaoduo chose was the steepest and most difficult to climb. His whole body was completely integrated with the mountain rocks and no aura leaked out. The heaven-defying effect of the Void Transformation Stone was perfectly and directly displayed here. Climbing up further, there was a huge platform surrounded by traces of battle. At first glance, it was obvious that it was caused by demonic beasts. Zhuoxiaoduo hid under a big rock below the platform, only revealing two sneaky eyes. In the sky there were many strange phenomena. One moment, black clouds rolled over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The next moment, white clouds soared into the sky and fought with the black clouds. The next moment, there were flashes of lightning in all directions. The next moment, there were flashes of golden light, and the next moment, there were red clouds like a volcanic eruption. There were all kinds of spectacular phenomena, and there were all kinds of images of precious treasures. Zhuoxiaoduo was dazzled by them, and he couldn't wait to hug them all in his arms. But he also knew that it was just his imagination and it was simply unrealistic. Just the aftershocks of these precious treasures were enough to kill him thousands of times over. Great, this is too awesome. It's too tempting, but I'm too weak. I can't even get one of the treasures in the mountain. Zhuoxiaoduo was very depressed. This was a real mountain of treasures in front of him. The whole mountain range was full of treasures. As long as he could get one of them, he would be rich for the rest of his life. However, he couldn't even get a single one of them. He couldn't even get a tiny bit of it. This made Zhuoxiaoduo, the miser, feel as if his heart was being fried in a pan of oil. This uncomfortable feeling, needless to say, was not something that could be described with words. There was another explosion, but this time there were green light spots falling down. On the top of the mountain, more than thousands of demonic beasts were shaking together. A hurricane was blowing and its momentum was shaking the sky and the earth. It was a disaster. Zhuoxiaoduo was hanging on the cliff, almost suffocated by the demonic beast's astonishing momentum. He was almost crushed into a meat patty. I can't even deal with one of these demonic beasts. Damn it. I don't even dare to go out and grab a light spot. I'll die if I go out. What did I come here for? Is it just for the sake of coveting? Why do I have to suffer like this? Zhuoxiaoduo was speechless to the extreme. His whole body was sore, as if he was being run over by a truck that weighed dozens of tons, or being raped by hundreds of burly men. Xiaolong had already escaped by now. In fact, when Zhuoxiaoduo was still climbing halfway up the mountain, Xiaolong had already run away. If he continued to climb, even if he was at the same height as Zhuoxiaoduo with the characteristics of his body of providence, he would be absorbed by the chaotic heavenly axiom and disappear in an instant. Therefore, Zhuoxiaoduo simply let Xiaolong go down to collect the earth veins. If Xiaolong was here, Zhuoxiaoduo would not be so uncomfortable. But now that Xiaolong was not here, Zhuoxiaoduo was lonely and uncomfortable, and he did not dare to make the slightest move. There was no need to mention this feeling. It was also indescribable and indescribable. Suddenly, two shrill screams came from the bottom of the mountain and the middle of the mountain. Obviously, geniuses who came in for the trial found this place. However, they did not have the heaven-defying skills of Zhuoxiaoduo. They were almost eaten by the demonic beasts as soon as they arrived. It was as if they were delivering food. This is simply... Zhuoxiaoduo racked his brains to think of a solution, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, when the demonic beasts erupted again, he quietly dug a hole under the stone and stuffed his body in, leaving only his head outside. He looked at the demonic beasts outside, quietly drooling. I'm really out of my mind this time. It's useless to come here. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. There are too many demonic beasts. If there were only one or two, I could try to sneak in and take advantage of them. But in this situation, even if there were 100 more void transformation stones, it would be useless. They can only hide one's breath, but not one's body. Even if he doesn't have any aura, the demonic beasts aren't blind to the fact that there's such a big living person in the air. By then, my fragrance Zhuoxiaoduo will become a stinky poop. Why don't I have a stone that can make me invisible? Zhuoxiaoduo looked at him anxiously. Slowly he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 806. The commotion in the air gradually subsided. Some of the monsters on the top of the mountain suddenly roared and activated their mental strength to shake the void. The meaning behind his words was simple and clear. Zuo Duo heard it clearly and understood everything. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The opportunity in the crack has ended. Get lost. As the monsters on the top of the mountain roared crazily, the monsters on the bottom of the mountain scattered instantly. The monsters on the top of the mountain where Zuo Duo was standing were all monsters at the Demon King level. Many of them left immediately after the roar, but there were still some monsters who refused to leave. Then the monsters on the top of the mountain rushed down, roaring crazily and fighting. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. With a bang, an inner core the size of a goose egg flew into the cave where Zuo Duo was hiding. Zuo Duo grabbed the inner core, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His heart was full of bitterness. This was the inner core of a monster at the Demon King level. Should be a good thing. But now I've come here after so much effort. Compared to the good things here, the inner core of a Demon King is insignificant. It's just a speck of dust. It's better not to have it. Zuo Duo cursed angrily in his heart. He put the inner core into the space ring with a flip of his hand. Damn it. Even a speck of dust is better than nothing. Not only was the mosquito's leg meat, but so was the mantis's leg. Then he buried his head in the cave again. But a moment later, a monster flew past here. It seemed to be looking for the inner core that had just been sent flying. But it didn't smell anything and flew down to the bottom of the cliff to look for it. That's why Zuo Duo didn't dare to show his face again for a long time. He deeply felt that this trip was really stupid. I'd better just leave after a while. I don't even dare to move now. How can I snatch the treasure? However, the feeling of waiting was still unpleasant. It was truly indescribable and could not be described with words. Damn, in just one day, no, in just a short period of time, I personally felt 3 kinds of negative emotions that couldn't be described with words. This was truly a day of great sorrow for anyone. However, at this moment, Zuo Duo's gaze suddenly stopped. In front of him, there seemed to be some special marks on the mountain wall that he had just dug out. It actually looked like handwriting? Handwriting? Zuo Duo was shocked. It was said that no one had come here for tens of thousands of years, so how could there be any writing left behind? What's more, I happened to be digging a hole here to hide, and there were actually traces of words left behind. Isn't this too ridiculous? He tried to dig at it with his finger and it went in immediately. The place he touched was actually very soft and slippery. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Zuo Duo was bewildered. But with the strange phenomenon in front of him, if he didn't do anything, he would be letting down this fortuitous encounter. Zuo Duo followed the small hole and dug all the way down. About half a minute later, he suddenly felt that his fingers seemed to have touched something hard. He felt for a moment that it looked like a sword hilt or a saber hilt. Zuo Duo became more and more puzzled. How could there be such a thing here? He tried to pull it out but found that he could not. This thing seemed to be inserted into the mountain at an angle. Zuo Duo changed to using elemental energy to slowly erode the surrounding mountain. After more than 10 minutes, he finally dug out the thing inside. When the object was in his hand, Zuo Duo looked at it carefully and found that it was a very ancient-looking thin long sword. Well, in terms of shape rather than a sword, it was more like a round awl. Its entire body was dark red. Other than that, he could not find any other trace of it. However, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as Zuo Duo touched it, he could already feel an endless demonic aura emanating from it. An abundant demonic aura was rising and dense. This demonic aura was vast and majestic. It was far purer than the demonic aura of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak. Zuo Duo looked at it carefully again. The tip of this sword was pointed downwards, and it was inserted into the belly of the mountain. Reflecting on this angle, it should have come down from a high altitude. Following this angle, Zuo Duo mustered up his courage and looked up. He saw that the sword was inserted in the opposite direction of the chaotic space of heavenly Tao above his head. What was more, it was almost at the position where the light spots had just dissipated. Maybe it was because this sword flew out from there that those light spots could float out from this Shao-shaped hole? So, it's not that the seal has loosened or anything like that. It's just because this sword shot out from the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao, that's why there's such a small crack? Zuo Duo thought about it and felt that his speculation was not far from the truth. It was the most suitable for the current situation. Then he became more and more inexplicably shocked. What kind of power, and what level of power, is needed to directly penetrate this sword from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao? and then insert it so deeply into this mountain. Zhuo Duo guessed correctly. This sword really did fly out from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao, and it was indeed inserted deeply into the belly of the mountain. However, as the demonic beasts continued to fight and fight, half of the mountain was almost destroyed. This was why Zhuo Duo coincidentally found this sword. Zhuo Duo held this mysterious sword and carefully touched it, repeatedly playing with it. This sword was at most 2.5 feet long. The oval-shaped body of the sword was covered with blood grooves. It was extremely sharp, and the tip of the sword was so sharp that Zhuo Duo felt frightened just by looking at it. The hilt of the sword was in the shape of a strange demon. It had a human head and a snake body, and it coiled around to form the hilt of the sword. Zhuo Duo tried to hold the hilt of the sword. In an instant he felt as if the sword was about to stick to his palm. No matter who held this sword, they would feel that this sword was very comfortable to hold. This sword is really a good one. After repeatedly playing with it, Zhuo Duo gradually felt that he could not bear to put it down. This sword, only the tip of the sword still showed its original sharpness and shine. The other parts of the sword had already changed color. This was not the metal itself changing color due to the passage of time, but the accumulation of murderous aura due to too many killings. Zhuo Duo speculated that for a weapon to reach such a level of precipitation, the number of high-leveled martial artists it had to kill must reach a terrifying number. Admiring it in his hand for a while, based on his martial artist's instinct, he slowly penetrated the sword with his divine spirit. But just as his divine spirit entered the long sword, clang, clang. Two sword sounds filled with murderous aura suddenly rang out. The murderous aura among them, with a peerless momentum, soared into the sky. This was the true meaning of the sword chi soaring into the sky. Zhuo Duo was instantly scared out of his wits. My life is over. There are so many powerful demonic beasts here. But he did not know that the moment the sword sounds rang out and the murderous aura soared, all the demonic beasts on the entire mountain, no matter what they were doing, all knelt down neatly on the ground. Among them, several powerful emperor-level demonic beasts were already dripping with blood. They were so scared that they wet their pants. All of them whimpered and begged for mercy in a low voice. It seemed that they had encountered a huge and unimaginable threat. They could not resist at all, and they did not even have the thought of resisting. Zhuo Duo, who was originally dumbstruck on the spot, had his consciousness firmly attracted by a scene. It was an extremely chaotic environment. The surroundings were full of colorful rings of light, which were like tunnels. On the other side, there was a destruction formed by a terrifying whirlwind. There were 40 or 50 demonic beasts, all pale and covered in blood, surrounding a young man in white. All of them looked like defeated soldiers with no way out. The young man in white had a weak appearance. His face was pale, but his face was very handsome. He sat upright on a rock. Even though he was seriously injured, his body was still surrounded by an awe-inspiring aura, as if he was in control of the world and could overturn the universe. It circulated naturally. What he was holding in his hand was none other than the odd-shaped spirit sword that he was currently holding. The young man in white was seriously injured. His words were intermittent, but the divine light in his eyes was getting redder and brighter. There is a traitor who sneaked into the team and led me to the chaotic place of the heavenly Tao. 300 brothers have been killed in the chaotic heavenly Tao. Today's situation is a matter of life and death. I only hope that Lord Kunping can save us in time. With the Wahuang sword as the basis, Di Kun, please die. My chance of survival is in your hands. Then, the young man in white suddenly stood up and suddenly spat a mouthful of fiery red blood on the sword. He shouted sternly, "If I don't die today, I will rule the demonic beast court in the future. I will sweep the 3,000 worlds and repay my brother's kindness. Go!" With a loud roar, the long sword was about to be thrown out of his hand. At this moment, black light suddenly flickered. It was emitted from the dozen or so demons beside the young man in white and merged into the sword. "Brothers, please. Your Highness, take care." The 13 demons fused their remaining essence energy into the spiritual sword. Their bodies immediately collapsed and fell apart. The sword immediately turned into an earth-shattering stream of light and sped away. Then he heard the young man in white shouting, You don't." Then he could not hear anything. As far as his eyes could see, the sword was mixed with an indestructible power. It rushed out of the chaotic space and pierced through the layers of barriers. However, at the last moment, just as it was about to penetrate the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao, when it passed by a green vine, a white hand suddenly appeared from the void. A finger gently touched the sword. On the sword body, a black gas burst out, and a red light suddenly flashed, colliding with the white finger. The black light dissipated and the red light disintegrated. A soft sound of dissipated in the air. However, that gentle touch still had an effect. It caused the tip of the sword to change its direction slightly and shoot towards a certain direction. The finger disappeared, accompanied by a soft sigh. I caught a cold. My whole body is cold. The most unfortunate thing is that I have been writing the biggest plot of the entire book these 2 days. No matter what, I can't explode today. Brothers, please understand. Chapter 807. The tip of the sword violently rushed towards the seal of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao. As if it was cutting oil paper, it spun rapidly and tore open a hole. The moment the hole was torn open, it began to burn. Then the sword turned into a stream of light, and with the power to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it plunged straight down. Zhuo Duo only felt pain in front of his eyes. The last image stopped at the sword piercing into the mountain, and then disappeared in a flash without a trace. Zhuo Duo only felt cold sweat all over his body. What was this image? Was this in the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao? His Highness the Crown Prince? What His Highness the Crown Prince? It seemed that this sword originally had a clear target, but because of that finger, it changed direction? It ended up here? Just as he was thinking to himself. Suddenly, a thick black gas appeared from the body of the spiritual sword in front of him, and a huge amount of demonic aura dispersed bit by bit. Bit by bit, the soul imprints that seemed real and illusory appeared one by one on the sword. Faces also appeared, but they were all illusory. They had weakened to a certain extent and were about to completely disappear, and looked like they would not survive for long. Looking at their faces, it was the 13 demons beside the white-clothed crown prince in the image just now. It was also them that the moment the sword flew out of the white-clothed crown prince's hand, their bodies suddenly collapsed and merged into the sword. But at this moment, they were all like candles in the wind, and their souls were so weak that they would be extinguished with a touch. One of them sighed and said, "Too weak, really too weak, and will not be able to continue. Perform the soul combustion fusion, we have to send the message out." Okay, then let's perform the soul combustion fusion. North and South 13 stars, burn your souls immediately and gather Dubhe. That weak soul gave the order. Then, the soul that gave the order and the other 11 did not have any objections. At the same time, their souls burned and instantly turned into spots of light, which turned into pure energy and merged into the last soul body that looked stronger. Dubhe, the crown prince is yours. You must. Before he finished speaking, the light spots had already merged into the soul. They didn't even have the time to look at each other, nor did they see what kind of environment they were in. This was because too much time had passed and they were too weak. If there was even a slight delay, it would really be difficult for them to continue, and even this last glimmer of hope would be lost. The last surviving soul had a sorrowful expression on its face, but its body and face were clearly clearer than before. Only then did his eyes focus on Zhuo face. He asked, "Who are you? Where is the demon master? Where is my lord?" Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded. What demon master? Tianshu was stunned. Looking at Zhuo Duo, despair slowly crept onto his face. You're a human? You're a human? But why would a human appear in the territory of our demon race? Zhuo Duo looked aggrieved. How would I know? You demons have disappeared from this continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Tianshu was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. More than 100,000 years? Is it really more than 100,000 years? Tianshu murmured. His originally illusory body started to sway even more. All of them were already seriously injured. Later on, they used the method of completely burning their souls to attach themselves to the swords as a precaution. However, halfway through, they really encountered an interception. Even though they desperately erupted with all their soul strength and barely managed to prevent their swords from being intercepted, from that moment on, they were already like lamps that had run out of oil. After going through the mountain, they attached themselves to the sword and completely fell into a deep sleep, waiting for someone to wake them up with their divine souls. However, over the long years, they were slowly worn down. Finally today, when the sword fell into Zhuo hands, the 13 souls were on the verge of collapse. We know. Perhaps it's been a long time. But we didn't expect. More than 100,000 years have passed. Tianshu's illusory body shook. The demons have disappeared for so long. What happened? Where is His Majesty Donghuang? His Majesty the Demon King? Where are they? Faced with these questions, Zuo could only shake his head. He really didn't know, and he didn't know how to answer. He really didn't know anything. Tianshu heaved a long sigh, extremely disappointed. But now there was no other choice. He said painfully, "In that case it's you." Me what? Zuo was stunned. "What can I do with my insignificant cultivation?" "You go in and save our crown prince." Tianshu stared at Zuo, commanding him in a condescending manner. Zuo was stunned. No, how can I go in? What's my cultivation? That's a chaotic space. Under the heavenly way only the strongest can enter. How can I go in? Not to mention I have the heavenly way's luck. If I go in I'll be torn apart. Besides, it's been more than 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. Your crown prince is probably long gone. Then you'll die in there. Tianshu's power was already dissipating. He knew that even though his brothers had merged all their remaining power into his body, there was still not much room left. He didn't have much time left. If you have a chance to come out, remember the direction where the sword flew out. Please, if you die, I'm sorry. Don't. Think about it again. Look, there are so many demons on the mountain. They're all very powerful demons. Zuo instinctively felt that something was wrong. He desperately wanted to shift the blame. Look at the golden eagle. That horn is very powerful, even more powerful than me. And it's a demon. But Tianshu ignored him. At this moment, there was no time and no interest in talking nonsense with him. As for those demons, how can they be called demons when they don't even have spiritual intelligence? Anyway, it's you. All of a sudden, Sky Pivot's soul began to expand rapidly, transforming into a towering giant. At this moment, he used all the energy that his brothers had passed on to him. He grabbed the strange spiritual sword and stabbed Zuo's finger with the tip of the sword. Zuo only felt that his blood was crazily rushing into the sword as if it was being pumped by a pump. No. Zuo begged, "This will suck me dry. This is too fierce." Being grabbed by Sky Pivot's soul, Zuo didn't have any strength to resist at all. He felt like a little chick being grabbed by an adult golden eagle. His whole body was in pain. "You. Be gentler. Pain. Ah wow." Tianshu suddenly exclaimed and grabbed Zuo's clothes on his chest. When he saw the multicolored stone inside, his eyes shone brightly. "It's the heaven-mending stone of Empress Hua. No wonder. Huang's sword, heaven-mending stone. This is fate. It's destined. It's supposed to be you. It's supposed to be you." At this moment, Tianshu's eyes were full of joy. Although he wasn't sure, the heaven-mending stone of Empress Hua and the Huang sword suddenly appeared at the same time. This was a kind of omen. This greatly boosted Tianshu's confidence. Zuo's blood kept flowing into the long sword, and the heaven-mending stone kept providing him with vitality. He didn't need to worry about dying from blood loss. Finally, the long sword stopped absorbing. The sword flashed and shone brightly. Zuo found that his right hand was firmly holding the sword. Tianshu shouted and his whole body exploded instantly, turning into a whirlwind. He really couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, his soul power could only passively dissipate. "Go. Your Highness, I wish you peace. Boy, if you don't want to die, use all your strength to cooperate. Otherwise, you will die in the heavenly law space turbulence. Use all your strength. Use all your strength. Swing the sword. Go." The last bit of his soul power turned into a black whirlwind, rolling up the long sword and Zuo as it soared up into the sky. Its target was the small opening that the sword of Empress Hua had made. At this moment, Zuo could only passively cooperate. He unleashed all of his strength and fiercely swung his sword. He had to cooperate. That Tianshu was obviously a lunatic who was about to die. He was in his prime. He didn't want to die. At this moment, Zuo really didn't have any other ideas. He could only fight for it. Because even if he didn't fight for it, this guy would still use him to fight for it. He would still throw him in. If he died in there because he didn't cooperate, Zuo wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. He had to work hard. The sword light rushed to the sky, followed by the lingering black gas. After Zuo and his sword merged into the black light, Tianshu had completely disappeared. Only the last of his pure strength was left. He carried Zhuo and drove the Wuhuang sword straight to the sky. Zhuo only felt that his current speed had already surpassed the highest speed that he had ever been able to display. It was even faster than the highest speed that he had ever seen, although he had never seen the speed of a rocket. But Zhuo estimated that he was now many times faster than the so-called rocket. It could be seen from one point. As soon as he took off, all his clothes were completely torn apart by the high-altitude hurricane. His entire body was naked and clean as he rushed straight up into the sky. Initially he wanted to tease him by saying, "That's awesome." But now his second brother felt as if he was being madly dragged down by someone. Although he was in the sky, that feeling was really not wonderful. It was really hard to describe with words. It turns out that my second brother is actually a burden when he is too fast. Zhuo thought to himself. For his second brother's safety, Zhuo immediately performed the shrinking manhood technique to protect his second brother tightly. Sure enough, there was no longer the feeling of being dragged down. The strong pulling feeling also disappeared, and the flight was extraordinarily smooth. Zhuo suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I was wondering why girls are stronger than boys when it comes to Qigong. Now I finally found the reason. I've solved an eternal mystery. Chapter 808. The speed was getting faster and faster. Zhuo's hair was crazily rushing backward and was even pulled out strand by strand at a high speed. The hair on his forehead and the top of his head were gone once again. Only the hair behind his ears and the back of his head were left. Master Zhuo now looked like a balding middle-aged web literature god, Yueguan, not Ryuguan. The top of his head was bald and there was a circle of hair below. He was filled with the aura of a hooligan. In short, he was a hooligan. He stood out from the crowd and could do what others couldn't. With a light swoosh, the black beam that carried Zhuo plunged into the hole created by the sword of Empress Nvy years ago, flying back along the same path as before. When it drilled into the hole, its path was slightly twisted. It flew past a green vine that covered the sky and earth. After a slight turn, it returned to its original path. It meant that the flight path of Sword of Emperor Nvy was exactly the same as the one when it was disturbed by someone when it came out of this place. At this moment, the black light on the sword was almost undetectable. It finally dissipated completely. A sigh drifted in the wind. Tell the Crown Prince to be careful of the west. The sky pivot that he had waited for hundreds of thousands of years finally disappeared completely. There was no trace of it. He had wanted to see the Crown Prince one last time with his last bit of soul. However, he couldn't even fulfill this wish. The last voice was neither sad nor happy. There was only a hint of regret. Zhuo's momentum was still there. He was still rushing forward like a rocket. Finally, he reached a certain space. With a bang, the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Zhuo's body rolled out. With a bang, he crashed into a stone pillar made of an unknown material. With a bang, a 3-centimeter-long bump appeared on his forehead. Zhuo turned into a unicorn in an instant. If there were any acquaintances nearby, they would definitely give him a new nickname. Unicorn Dog. Oh. Zhuo held his forehead. It was so painful that tears welled up in his eyes. When his soul calmed down and he turned around, he saw that this place was a desolate place. There was nothing but desolation in front and behind him. There were a few sparkling white bones to his left. Those were the bones left behind by the demon clan in the past. Those bones were sparkling and translucent. Even though so many years had passed, the body of the Almighty back then had already been cultivated to an indestructible state. Even after so many years in the chaotic space of Heaven's Way, their last traces were still not erased. Zhuo subconsciously reached out and took out a shiny white bone. Feeling the soaring demonic chi contained within it, he couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of years. If they were ordinary bones, they would have rotted in a few years. However, the bones of these experts were still so tough even after hundreds of thousands of years. They could even be used as weapons. Demonic chi soared into the sky, enough to annihilate all living things. They were dead after all. As for what Zhuo saw, the place where the white-robed demon clan crown prince had been sitting had been blown into a big, smooth rock by the strong wind. When he touched it, he even felt that it was too slippery to hold back. Spiritual chi was overflowing in all directions. Looking at this rock, he seemed to see the white-robed crown prince again. He waved his sword and broke open the chaotic space. The rock was still there. But the white-robed youth was nowhere to be seen. It seems to be something good. Duo rolled his eyes. He didn't care about the demon clan crown prince at all. Whether he did or didn't, he never took it to heart. He just saw this rock. In this place, even if it was a rock, something that hadn't been destroyed after hundreds of thousands of years in the chaotic space, was an incredible treasure. Duo simply collected the rock and the bones left behind by the demon clan and put them all into his space ring. Even the stone that almost smashed his head when he first came in was put away without any trace of politeness. These are all good things. If possible, I really want to collect the air and wind in this space. Unfortunately, I can't do that. As for finding and saving the white-robed demon clan crown prince, Duo didn't have any hope at all. Not to mention that the demon clan crown prince in the image was already seriously injured. After hundreds of thousands of years, how could he still be alive? What if it was a joke? The reason why the great demon was so insistent was probably because he wanted to complete his last mission. But since you sent me to this relatively safe space, I won't waste your kindness and loyalty. I'll do my best to collect as many things as I can before I leave. Is the ground under my feet made of dirt? I wonder what kind of dirt it is. Duo thought, if it's useless, I can throw it away when I get out. But if it's useful, I won't be able to come back in the future. So he took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel and shoveled it into the ground. With a bang, Duo was rebounded by the force of the shovel. The heavenly witchcraft copper shovel that he had used to dig countless times was almost broken. Fuck, is it so hard? Duo squatted down to examine it carefully. The ground under his feet was neither gold nor jade. It was a strange texture that he had never seen before. Duo was excited. He took out the Wahuang sword that he had just obtained. He filled the sword with his primordial qi and slashed it down. Instantly, a big hole was made. It could be dug with this thing. Duo was overjoyed to see this. He dug down in one breath and threw large chunks of wondrous creatures into the void-extinguishing pagoda. However, after digging down for about 70 to 80 feet, there were only ordinary soil and stones below. Duo was more and more certain that this object was not ordinary. He continued to dig, sweating profusely. He dug up hundreds of square meters in a row. Of course, each of these hundreds of square meters was more than 10 square meters. When Duo wanted to dig more, he realized that the Wahuang sword was not cooperating. It was humming loudly, full of grievance. What the hell is this thing? You're using me to dig. Do you have any moral integrity or respect? I'm being resisted. Thinking that he would have to use this sword to fly out later, Duo did not dare to lose his temper. I'll deal with you when I get out. I'll deal with you when I need you today. The Wahuang sword flew lightly in the air and quietly landed about 1,000 meters away, in the middle of a few big rocks that were neither gold nor jade. On this side, the chaotic storm unique to this place was already very strong. Duo walked over carefully. He could not help but be amused after carefully identifying them. He said, "There are so many here. What kind of rocks are these? How can they be so hard? Even after being tempered by storms for so many years, they are not weathered. How annoying. Take them away." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He collected the 5 big rocks into the Tower of Annihilation. The Wahuang sword hummed loudly. It's all because of that western bastard's finger that intercepted me halfway. I haven't recovered yet and can't communicate with this guy. And this guy with a low cultivation level can't resonate with me because his cultivation level is not high enough. It's really troublesome. Did I ask you to collect these eternal starry sky stones? I asked you to look at something else, okay? After Duo collected the 5 rocks, he realized that the bottom of the rocks seemed to be much softer than other places. Between the 5 rocks, it seemed to be very different from other places. It was as if an eagle on a cliff had made a simple nest. Duo's mind raced. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Is there something good here? Duo came to this place by chance. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach. He could not wait to remove all the air here. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He immediately started digging. Since the sword was not allowed to be used for work, and the texture of this place felt soft, he might as well use the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to try. As a result, he used the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to test the water. It dug down 3 feet. So soft. Duo was shocked. He continued digging with the shovel and turned it over. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. He dug out 6 eggs with one shovel. 6 eggs the size of goose eggs. Duo was even more surprised. How could there be eggs laid by animals in this place? And they were hidden so well? What kind of explanation is this? Could it be the eggs of a divine beast? The more Duo thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He carefully picked up the eggs and made a nest with the soft cotton cloth. He then merged them into the space-destroying tower as if he was serving his great-grandmother. I hope these are the eggs of a divine beast. Duo swallowed his saliva. 1 for Dad, 1 for Mom, 2 for Nyen Nyen and the cat, and 2 for me. In the future, when our family goes out, we will all have divine beasts following us. Wahaha. 6 divine beast eggs. They must be divine beast. Duo was a little nervous. Duo had his own considerations. How could ordinary demonic beasts come to such a dangerous place? They would die before they could even get close. To be able to survive in this place and even lay eggs. How could they be ordinary? If that's the case, what kind of eggs could they be? Divine eggs. Waha. After putting away the 6 eggs, Xiaoduo's cautious heart rose again as he planned to retreat. After all, since the divine beast had laid eggs here, how could he just leave it be? With his small arms and legs, if the divine beast came back, he would probably be blown to death by a breath. Please don't come back, please don't come back. As he muttered, he held the Wahuang sword and looked around vigilantly. In front of him, there seemed to be a green leaf swaying. Duo carefully took a step in that direction. When he reached the edge of the open space, he took out the thigh bone of a demonic beast from the space ring and stretched it out with trembling hands. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the hard thigh bone of the demonic beast was instantly turned into powder. Fuck. Duo shuddered. Chapter 809. This was simply too fucking dangerous. The first half of the bone club in his hand had turned into powder, and the remaining half was still slowly melting. With a bang, Duo threw it on the ground. His whole body was cold and his face was pale. This is too dangerous. This is too dangerous. The power of this wind was actually so terrifying. Walking back along the path, except for this open space, no matter which direction he went, he was surrounded by the wind of destruction. There was no escape. No matter which direction he went, a gust of wind would blow over and incinerate everything in an instant. After a few probing attempts, Duo was in despair. There was clearly a sparkling green plant over there. Furthermore, it was swaying with flowers blooming on it. It was swaying just like that. How could there be anything ordinary growing in such a place? It was clear that he could get it if he walked another 10 meters, but because of the wind of destruction, he couldn't go any further. And on the other side there was only one big leaf. What the hell was that? But that big leaf was swaying back and forth in the wind of destruction, as if it was wandering in the breeze. If he could get it, he might be able to avoid the threat of the wind of destruction. For this big leaf, Duo lost a good weapon. It was the best weapon among the spoils of war. Although it was not as good as the cat spirit sword, it was still a good weapon. Duo used all his strength and threw it out with the hidden weapon whirlpool technique, hoping to use the whirlpool to bring back the big leaf. In the end, that treasured saber, which could be called a divine weapon, turned into pieces of iron before it reached its target, and became dust in the sky. This won't work. This wind of destruction is too overbearing. Duo was extremely depressed. Did I come in this time just to move these few stones? No, it was not a matter of a few stones now. Because, after Duo took away all the stones, he probed a few times. The safe space where he was standing seemed to be gradually becoming unsafe. The destructive wind in the surroundings actually began to compress towards the center. Furthermore, as time passed, the rate at which this safe zone was being nibbled away grew faster and faster. The reason why he was safe was because of the eternal stones around him. Now the eternal stones were taken away by Duo. It's absolutely impossible to put the stone back. It was impossible for Duo to give away something that was already in his hands. Duo would never believe that the stone, which had been safe and sound in the wind of destruction for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer, was not a treasure. Since it's a treasure, it's mine now that it's in my hands. There were so many treasures around him, but he couldn't get a single one of them. After realizing this, Duo held the thin sword sadly and prepared to go back the way he came. As for saving the crown prince. How could there be a crown prince in this place? It's not that I don't want to save him, but your crown prince has already disappeared. I didn't see him when I came in. You can't blame me for this, right? What? Look around? Why don't you try looking everywhere? Zhuo was actually not confident at all about whether he could go back the way he came. However, this did not prevent him from wantonly plundering the land first. Since he came in and was forcefully thrown in, since he couldn't resist, of course he had to enjoy himself in this environment where he couldn't resist. He would take whatever he could get. He would take whatever he could get. If he was unlucky and died, then so be it. He wouldn't say that he once had it or something like that. But what if he went back alive? Then it would be an opportunity for him and he would make a fortune. Zhuo was very open-minded about this. In fact, he had thought about it since a long time ago. Although he was very afraid of death and cherished his life, he only had one thought every time he was in such a dangerous situation, and that was to do his best. If he failed, then it was fate. If he made it out, then it was luck. He kept walking along the way. Zhuo was trembling with fear. He was really 10,000% cautious. He was still naked and had no intention of putting on clothes. He was the only one in this realm. How could he put on clothes for others to see? Of course, another more important factor was that once he put on clothes, his sleeves would flutter. Along with the wind, the fluttering of his clothes might cause him to deviate. If he deviated even a little bit, half of his body might be gone. In such an environment, Zhuo had no choice but to be magnanimous to the end. Following the narrow path that the thin sword took, Zhuo leaned sideways and sucked in his stomach. His whole body was flat as he walked forward. As for flying out on the sword, Zhuo didn't even dare to think about it. He really didn't dare to take even a single step along the way. Even if he saw spiritual materials and elixirs that were within reach, he didn't dare to act rashly. I didn't see it. Zhuo walked forward cautiously, but he felt the pain of his heart being torn apart. It was too unbearable. The feeling of entering a mountain of treasures and returning empty-handed made Zhuo feel like his heart was being torn apart and his liver and guts were being torn apart. Who did I, Zhuo, offend? Why did I have to suffer such inhumane torture? Zhuo looked at the heaven and earth treasures that were swaying in the wind of destruction around him. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. How many top-grade heaven and earth treasures have I missed on this trip? These were truly top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His heart was twitching and hurting. I'm not a stingy person, I'm not a greedy person, but why does my heart hurt so much? Finally, after walking for a few thousand meters, the passage still hadn't disappeared. It was still there. It was fine as long as it was still there. Zhuo let out a sigh of relief. Immediately he took that sigh again. It was okay to let out a sigh of relief and rest for a while, but he couldn't let it go just like that. So, he had to take it again immediately. This was a matter of life and death. Even though I, Zhuo, have always viewed life and death as trivial matters, this was still my life. If he didn't care, it would be someone else's life. At this moment, there was an inexplicable tremor in the air. It came very suddenly and without any warning. The wind of destruction suddenly blew wildly. In front of Zhuo and behind him, everything was a blur. Zhuo instinctively lowered his body and curled up into a ball. He didn't move at all, trying his best to reduce his presence. A red light and a white light shot up into the sky. Zhuo squatted on the ground and watched in shock. In the distance, the red light shot up like a volcanic eruption. That was the ultimate yang energy, as if hundreds of thousands of fiery suns were erupting at the same time. Zhuo instantly became anxious. If this energy was given to me, I would be able to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra to the peak. It was too pure, too awesome. On the other side, there was a white light that froze the world. It was filled with extreme coldness. Ice and fire clashed fiercely in the air. One after another, fire birds wailed and fell. One after another, ice birds wailed and fell as well. I really want to go over and pick them up. Zhuo was extremely envious. He could feel that the energy contained in each of the falling fire birds was much more than the heart of the ardent sun. Although he didn't know what level those ice birds were, they were definitely very useful to Nian Cat. It was a pity that they were trapped here and couldn't go over. Zhuo's eyes were swollen. While the battle was still going on, the other side suddenly erupted with a rumble. In the air, the 12 golden lotuses and the 12 black lotuses started fighting again. Bolts of lightning flashed from north to south, east to west. As the two lotuses started fighting again, the entire chaotic space of the heavenly axiom fell into a trembling atmosphere. Rumble, rumble. Countless bolts of lightning whizzed past Zhuoxiao's head front and back. They were like long swords that could split the world. Zhuoxiao curled up and didn't dare to move. Come on, I won't move anyway. I firmly believe that this route is safe. What can you do to me? Zhuoxiao could of course hide in the Tower of Annihilation now. But Zhuoxiao wouldn't go in no matter what. I've already gained nothing. How can I let go of this opportunity? Why was it called an opportunity? Because after the golden and black lotuses fought, they would scatter golden or black light spots. The golden and black light spots that appeared in the outside world were few and far between. And now, Zhuoxiao was in the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, watching the two lotuses fight at close range. The light spots were scattered all over the sky and earth. Zhuoxiao felt that even if he didn't move, he would still be able to touch a few, 3, 5, or even 10 or 8 light spots, right? As long as he could touch a little bit, it would be a great benefit. So, how could he hide at this time? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lightning flashed in front of and behind him. Each bolt was 100 meters long. Zhuoxiao trembled in the cracks. I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. At this moment, golden and black spots of light began to fall from the sky. Zhuoxiao watched helplessly. As it landed, fall quickly, fall on me. And at this moment, another bolt of lightning came at him at the fastest speed. This one was much closer than the previous one. It swept past Zhuoxiao's buttocks. Ow, Zhuoxiao screamed. Half of his perky buttocks were cut off. What the hell? Zhuoxiao gritted his teeth in pain. No, my buttocks are too perky. This. I really envy those people with flat buttocks. Damn it, it hurts. The heaven-mending stone instantly took effect and healed him. Zhuoxiao didn't dare to be negligent. He operated his spiritual power and separated the skin and flesh of his buttocks as far as possible to make them flat. And in this way he was really fine. Only his buttocks were cold and no longer covered. There shouldn't be any snakes here. Zhuoxiao wanted to reach out and cover it, but he didn't dare to. Maybe if he reached out, his hand would be cut off. He could only endure it like this. Forget it, I admit it. Fortunately, the penis entered my abdomen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to control my thoughts of missing Miss Cat. At this time, if second brother got hard for no reason, wouldn't I lose more than 20 centimeters? Zhuoxiao was very grateful for his foresight. Chapter 8:10. Golden light flickered and black light flickered. The golden light spots and black light spots in the sky finally fell. Under Zhuoxiao's expectant gaze, 2 drops of golden light fell on his bald scalp, as expected and as expected. Then waves of spiritual energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed into his meridians and dantian. In an instant, Zhuoxiao felt like he was about to explode. There were still light spots falling around him, but Zhuoxiao did not dare to absorb any more. He immediately entered the interior of the Tower of Annihilation and took out the 3 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls. He quickly placed them in front and behind him. What if the golden light spots fell on the jade of astral souls and had other effects? Zhuoxiao had already entered the Tower of Annihilation and started to cultivate and compress his real vitality. The spiritual energy supplied by the 2 golden light spots was like a tide. It was so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. It rushed into his dantian and was instantly filled to the brim. Zhuoxiao had been swinging a sledgehammer in his dantian since the beginning. I smash, smash, smash. Just the 2 drops of golden light spots had allowed Zhuoxiao to compress his dantian 7 times. There was still some left for him to compress his dantian for the 8th time, the 9th time. All the way to the 15th time. Only then did they quietly lay dormant in Zhuoxiao's body. Zhuoxiao was not surprised by this. Demonic beasts of the Demon King level or higher would instantly double in size when they came into contact with the golden light spots. Their cultivation realm strength would also increase tremendously. It was reasonable that Zhuoxiao could use this power to suppress his cultivation to such a level. Of course, Zhuoxiao himself still felt that this was commendable and admirable. It was mainly due to his perseverance that Zhuoxiao carefully slipped out of the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing he did was to look for the few pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls that he had previously placed. Looking around, he saw that 2 of the 3 pieces of supreme-grade star soul jade that he had placed down were missing. The remaining piece was placed on the ground, and there were 4 drops of golden light on it, shining brightly. I'm rich. Zhuo Duo immediately put the remaining supreme-grade jade of astral souls into his spatial ring. Then he followed in to take a look. He saw that the golden light spot was still on the supreme-grade astral soul's jade. There was nothing wrong with it. Only then did he feel relieved and continue forward. This trip was not in vain, this trip was not in vain. Zhuo Duo looked at the chaotic space that had calmed down again. Ahem, the so-called calming down again only meant that the two lotuses were no longer fighting each other. The other dangers were still there, not much less. Regarding this, Zhuo Duo felt somewhat regretful. Those two lotuses should be supreme-grade spiritual items of the sovereign level. If only these two lotuses could be taken by me. However, why did the other two pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls disappear? Only one piece was left? Logically speaking, the place where he stood should not be attacked by the wind of destruction or lightning. This was confirmed by the remaining piece. Then, why did the other two pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls disappear? Zhuo Duo thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. The golden light spot and the black light spot could not coexist. The piece that was left behind only had the golden light spot, so it was left behind. As for the other two pieces, both types of light spots must have dripped onto them. The two types of energy could not coexist, so they were destroyed. What a pity. As he thought about it, he continued to move forward. Zhuo Duo felt that his current speed was already the fastest he could move in this situation. However, after walking for more than a day, he still had not made it out. Come on, don't slack off. You must be careful, and even more careful. I've already walked more than half of the journey. Don't suddenly relax and regret the rest of the journey. The more you walk, the more you walk. You must remember this. After continuously preparing himself mentally, Zhuo Duo became more and more alert. The air was still turbulent. All sorts of spiritual creatures were fighting, and all sorts of auras were fighting. Occasionally, small mountains would fly here and there. Rumbling sounds could be heard as countless landforms changed and were destroyed in an instant. However, countless new landforms were being built and stabilized in an instant. There were faint roars in the distance, but he did not know what it was. A green light suddenly shrouded the sky and immediately disappeared. Yellow light, white light, and blue light flickered continuously. Zhuo Duo felt that he was 10 million times more colorful than when he was walking on the night of the Lantern Festival. With such an experience, I can definitely brag about it for the rest of my life. Zhuo Duo felt inexplicably proud. Even if the Flood Witch, who was known to be invincible, came here, would he be able to escape unscathed? I reckon that he would be cut into pieces. Only I, Master Zhuo, can walk through danger with ease, walk on the line between life and death, wander at the gate of hell, with the demeanor of a gentleman. Although I'm not wearing clothes, although I'm naked, although I'm handsome, my heart is free, my mind is strong, my spirit is proud. Whether a person's heart is strong or not has nothing to do with whether he's naked or not. Zhuo Duo moved forward carefully and proudly. His actions were careful, his heart was proud, and his thoughts were proud. Finally, he saw the green vine at the very beginning of the entrance. At this moment, Zhuo Duo's eyes were filled with tears. I'm going to go out now. I'm not going to come in again. Whoever wants to come in can come in. Bless you. He was finally going to go out. Zhuo Duo was excited, but his actions became more and more cautious. He knew very well that the last part of a journey was 90% complete. Looking at the green vine from the corner of his eye, he turned sideways and walked carefully along the path for a full 3 hours. Finally he came to the left of the vine. On the left of the vine, he could already see the triangular Shao-shaped gap created by the Huahuang sword, which was dozens of meters away. It's there. As long as he rushed out from there, he could get out and truly escape from this forbidden death zone. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Duo could finally put his heart back into his stomach. This trip was really too dangerous. It could easily lead to a fatal disaster, and his life was in danger. After coming in, there was almost no gain. It was a big loss. He was so worried that during this period of time, a total of 4 days had passed, right? A full 4 days. In the outside world, even if he didn't go out to train or search for heaven and earth treasures, he could still cultivate for almost a year just by going into the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. How many fortuitous encounters, spiritual materials, and spiritual herbs would he lose? This wasn't the most infuriating thing. It wasn't that there weren't any heaven and earth treasures here. On the contrary, there were heaven and earth treasures everywhere, and all of them were of the highest quality. What was the use of seeing them but not being able to get them? It was even more infuriating than not having any at all. Duo was full of remorse. He felt that he had suffered so much that he was about to cry. Tell me, what did I get? All I got was a broken sword, a few broken stones, some land, and a few eggs that I don't even know if they'll hatch out. What's the difference between this and nothing? If it weren't for the few light spots at the end, which could be considered as a small gain, I would have gone in naked and come out naked. No, my butt was even fucked once. That was double damage to my soul and body. I'm quite perky on the 15th of August. At this moment, the Wahuang sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. The sudden vibration almost made Duo lose control. If it weren't for the fact that this kid used his blood essence to establish a half-own mode, I would have cut him in half. Broken sword? Who are you talking about? Also, of the things you obtained, apart from the last few light spots that were dispensable trash, which one of them wasn't a good thing? Why don't you say that you're an ordinary person with shallow knowledge who can't see gold and jade and have no knowledge at all? Fuck, I'm about to explode because of this bastard. Who's his father? Damn it, I probably don't know him. Who's his ancestor? Why are you shaking? Do you know what kind of place this is? Duo grabbed the hilt of the sword and said in surprise, I'm different from you who looks slender but is actually dead heavy. I'm about to go out but I'm not even excited yet. Why are you so excited about a sword? Don't you know that the last few steps are the most dangerous? If something happens to me at the last moment, you'll be buried with me? I'm not excited. I'm angry. I really don't know what to say these days. I even lost my patience with a sword. Fortunately, I still have it. Duo grabbed the sword and threatened, Don't shake. I know that your sword is strange and has spirituality, but you've already swallowed my blood, so you're mine now. You're not being honest. Why don't you try shaking again? If you shake again, I'll piss on you. The Wahuang sword shook violently and then stopped moving. It was like a person who was extremely angry and suddenly fainted. I'm about to explode from anger. If I had lungs. However, the lungless Wahuang sword really didn't dare to move. Although they hadn't known each other for long, the Wahuang sword had already seen through this kid's temper. This kid was a mischievous person who would rather die than be taken advantage of. Moreover, his character was so weird and despicable that it made people want to beat him to death. This kind of despicable person. I've only seen two in my life. The Wahuang sword thought to himself. And that one more time he was more or less dignified. He wasn't as despicable as the one in front of me. This kind of guy was a man of his words. If he were to shake again, not to mention being peed on by this brat, even if he were to be peed on, it wouldn't be surprising at all if he were to be peed on. The Wahuang sword became obedient. Duo naturally became more and more proud of himself. I can even subdue such a strange sword. Who else? Duo carefully walked out. When he reached the other side, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the wind of destruction was much weaker than before. Moreover, the huge vine had blocked more of the wind of destruction. Basically, it wasn't much of a hindrance. After confirming this, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. For a moment, Duo only felt relaxed and happy. He held the bone stick and stretched it around to make sure that the bone hadn't been cut or incinerated. That meant that he was really safe. Since this place was safe, Duo couldn't help but have more thoughts. Looking at the huge vine in front of him, Duo felt that it must be something good. Just the vine alone was already as thick as a tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. If this thing could be moved out, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Duo stroked the vine with a greedy look on his face. The vine in front of him was not only thick, but it also extended to an unknown place. The top of his head was full of lush branches and leaves, and he estimated that it had entered the chaotic thunderclouds. He didn't know how far it went or how high it was. Duo was intoxicated. His hands were soft and gentle as he stroked it gently. He was indescribably fond of it. If he remembered correctly, there was a small gourd at the very top. If that doesn't work, you can give me the small gourd. The Wahuang sword couldn't help but tremble in his hand again. Are you kidding me? You actually want to touch this? This thing only needs to tremble a little and you will fly to God knows where. It will directly throw you into the depths of the chaotic sea and turn you into ashes. It will only take a thought. It's an extremely ordinary thing. We are about to get out. Don't you dare court death. Don't you know that you are halfway through a journey? This was really the last time it trembled. Didn't you say that just now? It's your business if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. If I die with you, I won't be able to face anyone. Duo shook the huge vine with force, trying to test it. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't move at all. The exit was right in front of him. Duo turned to look at the exit, then turned to look at the huge vine in front of him. He really couldn't bear to part with it. His eyes were full of desire and anticipation. Since I am already here, you should at least give me something, right? Duo muttered to the vine. He really couldn't take it lying down now. It wasn't easy for me to come here. You said it was a coincidence, but where is the opportunity? Do I really have to go back empty-handed? This really doesn't make sense. It's too embarrassing. Since Masters was started his cultivation journey, he had never been so embarrassed. There was such a vine right at the entrance. If he let it go, it would be inexcusable no matter how he looked at it, and no matter how he looked at it, it wouldn't make sense. Even if it gave him a leaf, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. It could be considered a chance. Stroking the thick green vine, Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. He couldn't move it, he couldn't shake it, and he didn't dare to jump on it. He was afraid that if he jumped on it, he would be blown away by the wind of destruction. Damn, this vine was a treasure that was not afraid of the wind of destruction. The more he thought about it, the more precious it was, and the more reluctant he was to let it go. It wasn't easy for him to get here. The treasure tree was right in front of him, but he had to let it go. What should he do? Even the wind of destruction couldn't do anything to this vine. What could he do with his small arms and legs? High up in the sky, a green vine quietly bent back. On it, two small gourds, one white and one black, were quietly hiding in the wind of destruction. They seemed to have eyes and were looking at Xiaoduo with great interest. The two small gourds were twining around each other. They seemed to be very curious, circling back and forth. Xiaoduo's eyes kept rolling. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He held the Wuhuang sword in his hand and waved it at the vine. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Let's try one last time. Let's see if the Wuhuang sword can do anything to this vine. If the Wuhuang sword can peel off the skin of this vine. Maybe I can take a bottle of tree sap with me. Xiaoduo was really determined. If it doesn't work, I'll take the tree sap with me. No matter what, I have to take something with me. Otherwise, I'll suffer a loss. And with this move, an accident occurred. The mottled bark of the huge vine suddenly burst open like ripples on water. On the vine in front of Xiaoduo, an old face appeared. Looking at Xiaoduo speechlessly, he sighed and said, "My young friend, I've already let you go. I even helped you block the wind of destruction. Why do you still want to peel off my skin? People should know how to repay kindness." Xiaoduo looked at the old face that suddenly appeared with a shocked expression. A face had actually grown out of a vine, and it could even speak. Furthermore, it could speak with such perfect articulation. This was really, who would believe it? You are a monster? Xiaoduo was shocked. He couldn't help but hold the Wuhuang sword tightly. Oh my god. The vine spoke. The Wuhuang sword was completely speechless. Yes, this guy was a monster, but he was definitely a good monster. He was the kindest monster. He had only suffered losses in his life. He had never taken advantage of anyone. He had never killed anyone in his life. He had never hurt anyone. He was also a monster who was always kind to others. I can also be considered a monster. The old face was very kind. He laughed and said, "My young friend, you're still able to enter the chaotic space at such a clear time. It's not just an opportunity. It's really a great blessing." Xiaoduo was speechless. It's really a chance encounter. However, I really don't feel any great blessing. I've gained nothing this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to take advantage of you at the last moment. You're a magnanimous man. Xiaoduo was very smart. At first glance, he knew that this old guy was a super existence that he couldn't afford to offend. However, this old man was also very kind. He immediately began to act pitiful. He changed his tone and no longer asked for the tree sap. "I'm not a magnanimous man. But you said that you gain nothing." The old man's eyes looked at the Wuhuang sword. "This sword is already in your hands. You're telling me that you gain nothing? How else do you want to gain it? Old man, you've been here for so many years. You must be very lonely with no one to accompany you. Look at your wrinkled face." Xiaoduo sighed. "You've been alone for so many years. No one talked to you. You must be very lonely. If it were me, it wouldn't take many years. As long as no one talked to me for 3 to 5 days, I would be lonely and worried. I would have to find ways to contact someone. The old man's mouth twitched. I don't feel lonely. It's good to be alone. Why do I have to worry? What's all this about? What are you trying to say, kid? Do you want to go out and play with me? The outside world is really wonderful, Zuo Duo tempted. The outside world is really wonderful. However, there are also many dangers, the old man said with some melancholy. At this moment, the old man's face showed infinite recollection and vicissitudes of life. Thinking back on that mountain side, there were so many old friends. Unfortunately, they only wanted things. They didn't want to stay and chat with me. Although I couldn't speak at that time, I had already opened my spiritual sense. It was the time when I was the loneliest and most eager to be recognized by others. However, no one cared about me. Now that so many years have passed, I've already gotten used to it. However, such a little guy came and chatted with me. A vine that this encounter is really. Then, a pair of eyes full of kindness looked at Zuo Duo. Follow me. It's definitely not dangerous. I will protect you. Zuo Duo patted his chest. He felt that this vine was really easy to talk to. His ambition seemed to be very promising. Haha. The old man sighed. If it was a few periods ago, maybe I would really go with you. But now, I can't. Zuo Duo was suddenly full of interest. A few periods? What's that? A unit of measurement of time? I've never heard of it. The old man just smiled faintly and said, since you've come here and seen me, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Then it fell into a long silence. After an unknown period of time, an old hand appeared on the left side of the vine. Its fingers were constantly moving as if it was calculating something. In the sky, the two small gourds were a little anxious. They were struggling to get down. After a full 2 hours, the kind eyes on the old face opened. He raised his head and looked at the two small gourds in the sky. They were entangled with each other while trying their best to break free from the vines. His gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. Then he sighed softly. He looked at Zuo Duo and said, I didn't expect. I've been waiting here for so many years. I've been waiting for you. Zuo Duo frowned. Waiting for so many years? Waiting for me? He didn't understand a word of these words. The old man smiled kindly. After thinking for a long time, he said, young friend, can you promise me one thing? I don't know what it is. I'm small with narrow shoulders and small arms and legs. My strength is very limited. I don't dare to take on everything. Zuo Duo said very modestly. The old man hesitated and said, I have 7 children and grandchildren who are wandering outside. They have been separated for many years. If you have the chance in the future, can you let my children and grandchildren reunite? Reunite your children and grandchildren? Zuo Duo said with a little confusion. Your children and grandchildren are all separated? But I don't even know what your children and grandchildren look like. Let alone reunite them. I want to promise you, but this is beyond my ability. I can't do anything. When you see them, you'll naturally sense it. You'll know. The old man was a little emotional. I'm just doing this on a whim. It's okay if you don't agree. No. Since you've asked, I'll promise you. Didn't you say that I'll naturally know the reason when I see them? It's fate that we met. I agree to your request. Zuo Duo laughed and agreed. The key now was to build a good relationship. The refusal just now was just an excuse to bargain. When it really came down to it, he would definitely agree to it. It was just a reunion of his children and grandchildren. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, it was even easier to sense it when they met. As soon as Zuo Duo agreed, the sword of Empress Nva in his hand began to vibrate violently. I can't stand it anymore. Idiot. Big idiot. Don't agree. Don't agree. You dared to agree to whatever you know. I've really misjudged you. I thought you were such a cautious kid who would size up the situation and be scared of death. But you're actually a daring person. Damn it, that's something that no one dares to agree to. You don't even know what you're facing. Those are the top few people in the entire universe. Idiot, don't agree. Go back on your word. Go back on your word. Chapter 8:11. Why are you trembling? Zuo Duo was very dissatisfied. This sword was really not obedient. He exerted more strength in his hand and held the Wuhuang sword tightly to prevent it from trembling. He smiled at the old vine face and said, my words are like the wind. I promise to help your descendants reunite. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely help you. He chuckled and said, I will definitely help. He thought to himself, it's just finding a few gourds. How big of a deal can it be? The old man's kind face suddenly blurred for a moment and then appeared again. He said helplessly, don't worry. Just remember this in your heart. Even if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. This old man has a lot of descendants. If they can be reunited, it's fate. If they can't be reunited, it's also fate. Don't force it. Zhuoxiaoduo was puzzled. I'm not in a hurry. I also said that it's fate. I will only help if I have the chance. He didn't know that the old man's words were not for him, but for the Huahuang sword. The Huahuang sword became more and more weak. It didn't struggle anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't force it, but this kid has already agreed. Since he said it, how can it only be 9 cauldrons? In such a chaotic place, every word and action was karma. That was a promise that would last forever. Zhuoxiaoduo's promise was not an ordinary karma. It was an enormous karma. Such a terrifying karma. How dare you agree to it? Even the person who created this world back then would not dare to agree to it. However, this brat actually agreed without even frowning. How ignorant and fearless must he be? How fucking stupid. The old man smiled faintly and said, let nature take its course. If it can't continue, then there's no need to force it. This old man is just holding on to the slightest hope. I have to thank you for agreeing so readily. Following which, a cool breeze blew over. It seemed to have come from the end of the sky, and a dark green vine quietly curved over. The jade-green vines were slender and verdant, and there were thin, furry thorns on them. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned for a moment. It was actually a gourd vine? There seemed to be 2 small and cute gourds hanging on the thin green gourd vine. There are actually 2 of them. I think I only saw one when I was outside. Small gourds, one of them was snow-white and delicate, seemingly transparent yet not transparent at the same time. One would fall in love with it at first sight. The other one was pitch black, mysterious and dazzling. Looking at it would make one's heart happy. 2 gourds, one white and one black. The old man stretched out a hand and gently stroked the 2 small gourds, looking very reluctant to part with them. After a long time he said softly, the chaos has lasted for a long time. Fate is coming to an end. It's time for all of you to be born. Go. The 2 small gourds suddenly broke off from the branches and quietly fell into Zhuoxiaoduo's arms with a tender vine. The old man looked at the 2 small gourds in Zhuoxiaoduo's hands with a deep gaze. He was a little sad and a little reluctant to part with them. He said, I've given birth to 9 children in my life. The previous children were all taken away by them. No one cares about my feelings. Everyone only sees connate spiritual treasures. Every birth of my children is a great calamity of the world. Countless living beings will die because of it. Let these last 2 follow you. These are the last 2. From now on, there won't be any more in the chaos. The old man sighed. Little friend, if you can let them see each other again, it's already a reunion. Don't force it. After all, it's just a dream. A beautiful dream. Zhuoxiaoduo stroked the 2 small gourds lovingly and said happily, yes, I know. I'll do my best. I won't force it. Finally, he didn't return empty-handed this time. The 2 small gourds looked very good. When he took them out, just holding them in his hands and playing with them would be worth the ticket price. It looked like it would be very beautiful if he played with them. They were really too exquisite, too small. He liked them too much. A trace of melancholy appeared on the old man's face. He forced a smile. Little friend, please treat them well. Then a sharp thorn suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced Zhuoxiaoduo's middle finger. Instantly, blood gushed out like a tide. A strong surge of blood rushed into the 2 small gourds. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't even have time to cry out in pain before it was all over. When Zhuoxiaoduo looked up in confusion, he saw the old man point a finger accurately between Zhuoxiaoduo's eyebrows. A surge of vitality poured into Zhuoxiaoduo's body like an entire sea. This should be enough for my child to grow up smoothly. Zhuoxiaoduo was exultant. A little more. The tide-like vitality stopped flowing. The old man's old face seemed to have aged thousands of years in an instant. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at Zhuoxiaoduo with tired eyes. Little friend, please. A dark green shadow of a vine appeared and entered Zhuoxiaoduo's eyebrows in an instant. With my soul imprint, find my children and grandchildren to reunite. Heavenly Tao. Little friend. There is no heavenly Tao in this world. Little friend, I hope you treat them well. If fate wills it, perhaps we can meet again in the future. Since the beginning of the chaos, fate has finally brought us together. Little friend. Don't let down this life. The old man's words became more and more ethereal and soft. In the end he said 2 words, but they were already like whispers in the wind. They couldn't be heard clearly at all. Duo wanted to say something, but he saw a wave of illusory mist in front of him. It seemed like the surface of the water had fluctuated. However, the huge gourd vine had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of its existence at the original place. Why is it gone? Duo looked in front of him in confusion. He even reached out his hand to touch it, but he only touched air. The Wuhuang sword drooped in his hand. It was too weak to complain. You little brat, keep acting. I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of trouble you've caused. That I really admire you for being able to laugh now. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. Wise words have always been true since ancient times. There's finally something good. Duo grinned. He looked at the 2 gourds in his hand, one white and one black. His eyes narrowed. These 2 gourds are really beautiful. You're only looking at them now. The big trouble is behind. Just you wait, that these aren't just gourds. These are 2 monstrous big trouble. The Wuhuang sword didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was useless to talk to him anymore. As for the fact that he finally got something good, that was not wrong. These 2 gourds were indeed good things. No matter where they were in anyone's hands, they would definitely be top-notch treasures. However, do you know what it means to be undeserving of one's position? The karma that you've caused for these 2 treasures is also unimaginable. Not to mention you, even the demon emperor, Empress Hua, and the other lords didn't want to provoke such karma. They didn't even want to try. They didn't dare to try. If they were in such a situation, they wouldn't want these 2 gourds at all. They would just run as far as they could. However, you little brat, your cultivation is now as thin as paper. Your cultivation is not much stronger than an ant's. You actually agreed to such an ancient promise. That's a huge karma that even the saints of the heavens don't dare to promise. Other than your commendable courage, I'm already speechless. Really. I really admire you so much that I want to die. Let's see if there's any chance. It's important for me to get away quickly. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be implicated by you and be consigned to eternal damnation. As the Wuhuang sword thought about it, he couldn't help but think of those old rivals and old friends from back then. When he thought about how he might be the only one facing everything, he couldn't help but tremble. Oh my God. You might as well kill me directly. Those back then. Every one of them had to call me boss when they saw me. No. You want me to face everything alone? Including those few gourds. I have to call them boss gourd. What is this? Could it be that I'm going to bear everything alone after all? I must get away from this little lunatic as soon as possible. When Duo was about to put the 2 small gourds into the space ring, he flipped his wrist. The small gourds disappeared. However, they didn't enter the Tower of Annihilation or the space ring. Instead, they directly entered Duo's spiritual space. Then they settled down in the spiritual space and didn't come out. Come out? Duo was really dumbfounded this time. Ever since he entered the path of Tao, he had encountered countless rare things. Whether it was the divination technique, the aura observation technique, or even the existence of Xiaolong, all of them were unimaginable and unbelievable. Recently, there was the Tower of Annihilation that produced a change in the flow of time, and the ancient thin sword, Wuhuang sword, which was the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. However, no one, no life, had ever entered his spiritual space in any form. This sudden change was too shocking. The small gourds completely ignored their master's orders. They floated in the spiritual space as if they didn't hear him. In the spiritual space there was a green sea of vitality. In it there was a thin gourd vine, and 2 small gourds, one white and one black, were lying on the vine, floating in the sea. They floated up and down, very comfortable. Oh my God. Duo was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for me to get these 2 gourds, but they don't listen to my orders? Therefore he tried to command them with his mind, but it was still useless. The 2 small gourds were leisurely and didn't listen to him at all. Come out. He shouted in a dignified manner. The small gourds still didn't move. Duo was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I've invited 2 masters into my spiritual space? The Wuhuang sword didn't move in his hand. I'm not going to tell you. With your current cultivation, you can only raise the children of the gourd vine. You want to command them? You must be crazy. Chapter 8:12. You're going crazy thinking about it? The Wuhuang sword kept criticizing him. Wait until you cultivate for another 3 to 5,000 years. Well, if you cultivate for 3 to 5,000 years, it means that you have great talent and countless opportunities, and you can improve by leaps and bounds. If you can't do that, then 3 to 5,000 years or even 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, who knows that you're an idiot who messes around with karma. You're an idiot who makes promises the moment you open your mouth. You're the most troublesome idiot since ancient times. I hate you to death. That Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, but he soon accepted the reality of the two little gourds who didn't listen to him. After all, the old vine was far beyond his knowledge. It could kill him with a blow, and it could easily resist the wind of destruction. His current cultivation was shallow, so it was reasonable that he couldn't use the two little gourds, right? The two little gourds were obviously extraordinary. It didn't matter that he couldn't use them now as long as he could look forward to it in the future. If you don't want to come out, then come out. Anyway, you two can't run away. If you can't run away, then it's still mine. Thinking of this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel happy again. As long as it's still mine. You're not obedient now, that's because you don't know your brother's methods. There will be a day when you're obedient, and when you come out, I'll take you out in minutes. Let's go. Finally, he got two great little gourds. Although he couldn't use them now, they were still his, so he could use them sooner or later. Carrying the Wuhuang sword, Xiaoduo flew out in high spirits. The exit was right in front of him, and the air shook again. It was the two lotuses fighting again. Xiaoduo almost took a step forward, but he retracted his foot. I'll wait a little longer. Looking at the golden light spots in the air slowly falling, Xiaoduo's eyes were full of desire. And the Wuhuang sword found that this kid had secretly cut off a part of his divine soul power, and left a little divine soul mark at the small opening he made. What was even worse was that this kid seemed to be afraid that the soul imprint would be obliterated, so he actually added another layer, then another layer, then another layer. Then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal. The Wuhuang sword was speechless. Could it be that this brat had taken this dangerous place, where even Ninth Heaven's experts would be crushed to pieces, as his personal territory where he could come and fleece at any time? Did he leave the mark to come in the future? I don't know if I should say that the ignorant are fearless, or that this brat has been blinded by greed. The golden light spots. Xiaoduo looked at the golden light that was about to reach the top of his head and waited excitedly with his neck stretched out. Suddenly, the wind along the edge of the seal's edge, and a strongs, along the edge, the wind, and the sword. It was followed by a strong force, as if there was something hidden in this strong wind. With a whoosh, the golden light spots were blown up again. 2 or 3 of them directly floated out of the crack. The rest were taken away and then slowly extinguished in the air. It was as if there was something hidden in this strong wind, and it was swallowing these light spots. Xiaoduo waited for a long time, but it was all for naught. Thinking of this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel depressed. The Wuhuang sword was somewhat depressed in Xiaoduo's hands. With its strength, it naturally had the ability to keep some light spots, but the Wuhuang sword really didn't care about those light spots, and secondly, the Wuhuang sword's heart was filled with a kind of atmosphere called panic. I'm going to go against the bosses? Boss Zhong? Boss Fan? Boss Ta? Boss Fu? I'm going to go against all of them? This. It's too scary. How can I go against all of them? I'll definitely be beaten to ashes. Even in the sword world, I'm not the boss. I'm actually just a little brother. The more it thought about it, the more gloomy it felt. The Wuhuang sword thought about it, and it became depressed. Back then, why did the Empress give me to the 7th Prince for temporary use? Why did the 7th Prince get plotted against? Why did those fellows have to use me to break open the space? That finger of that bastard from the West really deserves to die. He made me wait for so many years, only to get such a wretched and lazy person. What a scam. The last bit of golden light benefit was still not obtained. Xiaoduo's head drooped, and it first checked the heaven-mending stone that it was wearing, then checked the void transformation stone on its chest, and then it swallowed a mouthful of antidote pills. Finally, it rushed out of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao without hesitation, reluctantly. When it was inside, it was indeed on tenterhooks. Every minute and every second, it hoped to get out safely. As long as it could escape unscathed, it didn't ask for anything else. Now that it was finally out, it was reluctant to leave, and its thoughts were endless. Well, the most important thing was that it wasn't enough. It was lingering. Although it had some gains today, it still felt like it was a loss. After going in, there were so many good things, but I only got 2 gourds that couldn't be commanded, 6 demonic beast eggs that I didn't know if they could hatch, a few stones that couldn't be blown away by the wind, and a few light spots. Other than those light spots that made me feel like I had some gains. The only other thing was this dark and swarthy sword that still had some sense of existence in my hand. What a failure. The moment Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out of the crack, all the demonic beasts on the mountain stood up at the same time, and then they crawled on the ground at the same time. It was as if they didn't see it. That aura. Why did it follow me out again? Zhuoxiaoduo was still naked as he landed on the mountain. The first thing it did was to rush into the cave. No one paid attention to me. Cough cough, no demonic beast paid attention to me. Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly put on his clothes. The time was too tight and it was too late to wear underwear, so he just put it on like this. Then he carefully changed his position several times. After making sure it was safe, Zhuoxiaoduo waited until the golden light spots in the sky exploded again, and when all the demonic beasts were fighting for it, then he sneaked out of the mountain. Even though he already knew the truth of this area, it was still too dangerous for him now. He would never come back to this place again. At least, before he was strong enough, he would never come back again. Zhuoxiaoduo ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was safe. Run. After he left, the local demonic beasts also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that terrifying aura also disappeared. That he was safe. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed back with his own extreme speed. How many days had he been in there? He didn't have any idea. Could it be that he was about to collapse? He also looked at the sky with some melancholy. I am now in the nascent soul area. I don't know how many good things there are in the cloud transformation area, the spirit dominating area, the returning to profound area. It's a pity that I can't get anything. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo had an inexplicable impulse to let go of the suppression and immediately advance to the cloud transformation realm. Then he could go to the cloud transformation area to see if he could continue to obtain good things. However, this impulse only appeared for a moment and disappeared. Or it could be said that it was destroyed by Zhuoxiaoduo's rationality. It was not wrong to look for money, but when he had to choose between looking for money and looking forward, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he had to choose the latter. I have only suppressed it for 15 times now, and I am in a good state now. The current environment is also good for suppressing my own true core realm. This time the suppression is more than before. This might be a good opportunity. I can't give up my future just because of the temptation of some external things. I have to bear with it for now. On the way back, he saw a lot of nascent soul cultivators. They were either looking for treasures or fighting with demonic beasts. As long as they were from the astral souls continent, Zhuoxiaoduo would temporarily observe them. After confirming that there was no danger, he would turn around and leave without alerting others. He continued to plunder and dig. Anyway, he had the help of Xiaolong the cheat. Most of the landing points were below the surface or in blind spots that ordinary people could not find. There was no conflict of interest to speak of. However, if he encountered the Dao League in the Umno Alliance, Zhuoxiaoduo would not be polite and directly attack. Stop. This is robbery. You are all covered in dark clouds. You are destined to face this calamity. Give me all the valuable and worthless things. The geniuses of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance were sullen. The calamity was upon us. We accept this calamity. We also accept that you robbed us of the valuable things. However, you actually want to rob us of the worthless things? This is a true calamity. This is too disastrous. This is a calamity. Zhuoxiaoduo had a different view on this. As the saying goes, if there is something in life, it will be there. If there is nothing in life, don't force it. Maybe the things that are worthless in your hands are very valuable in my hands? Maybe it is you who caused the treasures to be covered in dust, but in my hands they can be developed. Of course, there were also those who jumped out to resist. You actually want to kill me. I pointed out the right path for all of you, allowing you to avoid the calamity and escape death, all for the sake of asking for a bit of money. You actually want to take my life. That means you are willing to sacrifice your life but not your treasures. You are too much. Every time this happened, Zhuoxiaoduo would rush up in anger. He would use his fists, kicks, hidden weapons and swords. Basically, he did not need to use his sword to solve the problem. Zhuoxiaoduo did not feel the slightest pressure for such a massacre. You are an enemy. Can't you kill them? Have you not killed enough martial artists from the Astral Souls continent? Since you are here to gain experience, you have to be willing to accept defeat. Survival of the fittest. To be honest, it was extremely unfair to put Zhuoxiaoduo into the nascent soul realm to gain experience. This was because this guy's combat power was obviously 100 times stronger than martial artists of the same level. If there was an encounter here, he would be completely invincible. However, no one could deny that this guy was really in the nascent soul realm. There was no doubt about it. When he met Zhou Xiaoduo in the Dao League in the beginning, Zhou Xiaoduo did not kill many people because they were allies. However, since one time he found a lot of other people's rings among the stolen rings. From the many things inside, many of them belonged to martial artists from the Astral Souls continent. There was even the hidden dragon school emblem. This made Zhou Xiaoduo completely angry. Since then, no matter if it was the Umno Alliance or the Dao League, there was only one outcome when they met Zhou Xiaoduo: death. Chapter 8:13. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that if he didn't kill them, he would be letting down the dead warriors of the Astral Souls. If you don't die, what if you continue to harm the warriors of the Astral Souls? Even if I don't kill them, they will still kill my people. Zhou Xiaoduo moved from north to south, from east to west. A bloody path led from north to south, another from east to west, then slanted, then intersected. A month had passed since the start of the Crown Prince's Academy. Zhou Xiaoduo had already purified more than 1,000 geniuses of the Umno Alliance and Dao League. Although this number wasn't small, there were still many fish that escaped the net. The main reason was that this area was too big. Those who didn't encounter Zhou Xiaoduo naturally escaped the calamity and escaped with their lives. Many of them didn't even know what was going on. They immersed themselves in training and hadn't even heard of Zhou Xiaoduo's name. Yet they were able to survive. Therefore, it was said that sometimes, in a battlefield where killing was everywhere, those who could survive were basically extremely lucky. The sentence was really not wrong at all. If I kill a few more, the others will be safer. We can't let them kill our people. Especially if we can snatch more things and gain more benefits. It's a sure win. Why not? Zhou Xiaoduo's strength was far superior to his peers. His speed was fast and his combat strength was high. As long as they encountered him, there was basically no escape. Of course, there were occasionally those who fled at the beginning of the battle when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Slowly the news spread. The fact that Zhou Xiaoduo was wantonly killing the experts of the Umno Alliance and Dao League was no longer a secret. Therefore, when many people saw Zhou Xiaoduo, they turned around and fled in all directions. Zhou Xiaoduo deeply felt that he was indeed alone and couldn't snatch many people away. Therefore he found Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun and the others and slowly began to gather the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist team. In a few days he had gathered 100 to 200 people. Then he led the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists to attack in all directions. The 8 teams cooperated with each other and came and went. Once something happened, they would come together from all directions. There were sneak attacks, ambushes, robberies and sneak attacks. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists felt that this was actually very fast for them to improve. Therefore the team grew bigger and bigger. Under the leadership of Zhou Xiaoduo, in the last period of time, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists became the overlords of the secret realm. The Hidden Rogue High Martial Artists started to stand out in this battle. Everyone from the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance felt a headache when they saw the Hidden Dragon School uniform. The most tragic one was San Si. He had managed to rob quite a few members of the Dao Alliance, but just as he felt that his gains were decent, he ran into Zhou Xiaoduo again. Zhou Xiaoduo was even more depressed than him. Why the fuck did he meet someone with a gold medal again? One word: snatch. Therefore Shahai was clean again. Let's take a look. In these people's rings there were no Astral Souls High Martial Artists. Get lost. Therefore Shahai led his people away from Zhou Xiaoduo and went in another direction to rob and kill the Dao League's geniuses. When they gathered a large number of people again, Shahai tried every possible way to get rid of Zhou Xiaoduo, but Zhou Xiaoduo actually brought the Hidden Dragon High School's people here again. This was the 3rd time they met. Shahai was living a life worse than death. Zhou Xiaoduo was also very depressed. Can you fucking stay away from me? It's so annoying. After Shahai reluctantly endured his disgust and snatched Shahai again. Shahai directly shut himself up. What a coincidence. I've been robbed 3 times. The other Umno Alliance's people sent out communication signals in all directions. When they saw Zhou Xiaoduo, they immediately scattered and fled. Of course they were also plotting revenge. Then, finally they gathered more than 100 people. They had the advantage of numbers and were led by several recognized young genius leaders. He began to crush Zhou Xiaoduo in a domineering manner, charging straight ahead to find trouble with him. All the Dao Leagues and Astral Souls infant transformation stages geniuses that they encountered died an unnatural death. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. When Zhuo heard the news, he was furious and began to work hard to find this group of people. Both sides were looking for each other, but they just couldn't meet. In order to make it easier for the other side to ambush him, Zhuo even left the main group to create opportunities for the other side. However, they just couldn't meet. After searching for a long time, Zhuo directly rushed to the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhuo. Who's looking for trouble with me? Come on, I'm waiting for you here. Those who don't dare to come are cowards. They're even more cowardly than cowards." Finally, after another day, Zhuo's roar in the sky was heard by the people of the Umno Alliance. The other side surrounded Zhuo from all sides and wanted to take advantage of their numbers to kill him. In the face of enemies who were 100 times more than him, Zhuo was not afraid at all. He directly jumped into the encirclement with his fists and feet, using hidden weapons and sword techniques. He killed more than 100 people and left corpses everywhere. Zhuo could face the tide of nascent soul transformation stages cloud giant wolves alone without falling into a disadvantageous position. How could he be afraid of them? Especially after the battle with the wolf pack, Zhuo's personal strength had improved by more than one step. More than 100 people wanted to gather together and work together to kill Zhuo. However, when they really fought, they realized in despair that numbers were useless against this guy. His strength had far exceeded the limit of nascent soul transformation stage. It had even surpassed the limit of cloud transformation stage and the god reigning stage. Their so-called encirclement was basically a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. A newborn baby besieging an adult would only be slaughtered by the other party. The other result was that all the treasures that they had painstakingly plundered, including the rings that they had snatched, were all given to him to add to his strength. In the end, they even had to give their lives to him. After the field was littered with corpses, only 3 people managed to escape at an unimaginable speed with the help of secret arts and burning their blood essence. The rest of the 100 or so people were all decapitated without a single one left alive. Zhuo made a fortune again. In this battle, he did not choose to use the Wuhuang sword. On the one hand, he felt that using this Wuhuang sword would be overkill. On the other hand, this Wuhuang sword was not as convenient as his cat spirit sword that although he could hold the sword of Empress Nva in his hand, it was too heavy for him. Moreover, the cat spirit sword was of great significance to him. If it was not necessary, it would be better not to use it. But now there was no need at all. For such an important reason, Zhuo threw the Wuhuang sword into the space of the Tower of Emptiness. What he did not know was that after the Wuhuang sword entered the space of the Tower of Emptiness, it flew to the sky above the ley lines and began to actively absorb energy. Then it was infused into the eggs that Zhuo dug out. No, it should be infused into one of the eggs. The rest of the eggs were just fakes. There was only one real egg. Although Zhuo could not distinguish it, the Wuhuang sword could easily distinguish it and then take action. The ley lines of the Tower of Emptiness were still in a state of slight continuous contraction. Xiaolong had already noticed this. However, he knew very well that this was the heaven-mending stone transforming this space. Instead of feeling disappointed, he was wild with joy. Zhuo was on a killing spree. His eyes were red from all the killing, but he was still trying his best to look for someone. Where was Li Qinglong? Where was Li Zhangming? Where was Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Where was Yu Yan? He had been looking for these people for so many days. Why couldn't he find any of them? Could it be that all of them were killed? Zhuo's heart was quite calm about this. After all, he had seen the faces of these people before they came in. There was no danger to their lives. On the contrary, they were blessed with good fortune. It was as if the heavens had given them a windfall and an unexpected opportunity. But now, he could not find any of them. Zhuo could not help but feel a little worried. As for the other hidden dragon geniuses, Zhuo could also see that many of them were dead. However, this kind of thing could not be avoided. Many of the ways to contact Li Qinglong under any circumstances were ordered by Zhuo. Many of them had to be done. However, no one would have thought that this trial space was actually so vast and boundless. For example, if thousands of people were evenly distributed in different areas of Shandong province, and there were mountains and forests everywhere, the possibility of these people meeting each other was really small. Therefore, even though Zhuo could see through some of the death calamities, he could only talk about them helplessly. When they came in, no one had the ability to decide where to land. Zhuo was searching, looking for treasures, robbing, and killing. Zhuoyan in the Huayan area was also doing the same thing. If it was unfair to leave Zhuoxiao Duo in the nascent soul area, then it was unfair to leave Zhuoxiaonian in the Huayan area. It was even more unfair. This was because the gap between Zhuoxiaonian's current strength and those of the same level was huge. She had already reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, she had suppressed it a few times. She was not like Zhuoxiao Duo. When Zhuoxiao Duo entered, he had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. When Zhuoxiaonian entered the Huayan area, she first fell into the Ice Snow Valley and was recognized by the Ice Soul. Then she searched the entire Ice Snow Valley and dug out almost all the Shen ice in the mountain. Only then was she able to leave the valley and continue her journey. When Zhuoxiaonian walked out of the Ice Snow Valley, her strength had increased by almost 3 times compared to when she had just entered. She was already invincible, but now she was even more powerful. All the demonic beasts she encountered were killed by the spirit-snatching sword. Then she met a few cultivators from the Umno Alliance. When they saw that Zhuoxiaonian was alone and had such a beautiful face, they immediately had evil thoughts. Naturally, they were killed by Zhuoxiaonian mercilessly one by one. What happened next was strange. Zhuoxiaonian would meet a group of people after walking for a while. No matter if they were from the Wizard Alliance or the Dao Alliance, they all looked like they were fighting for the treasures. Therefore, Zhuoxiaonian was depressed as he went on a killing spree, killing all who came to him. Chapter 8:14. Zhuoxiaonian killed her way from the snowy valley to the scorching hot area. While training and killing demonic beasts, she killed people and snatched things. Well, she didn't really count as snatching, because those she killed were 100% people who wanted to snatch her things. How could it count as snatching when she was just defending herself? Even if those people from the Umno Alliance and Dao League didn't take the initiative to attack, Zhuoxiaonian might not let them off. However, that was just an idea. Since it hadn't become a reality, it couldn't be considered an action. And the fact that the other party took the initiative to attack was an ironclad reality. Therefore, when a woman's beauty reached a certain level, it was definitely a nightmare for men. Zhuoxiaonian had killed more than 400 people so far. The most ridiculous thing was that she met a few cloud transformation realm experts from the Astral Souls continent who wanted to snatch her things. That Zhuoxiaonian was infuriated, and he did not hold back at all as he began to kill. In the infant transformation area, the geniuses from the Umno Alliance had received a warning. Stay away from Zhuoxiao Duo. However, these cloud transformation realm cultivators didn't receive the warning to stay away from Zhuoxiaonian. When they met them, they attacked and died happily. Many of them turned into ice. It was estimated that there wouldn't be a day where the ice would melt even if the space was destroyed. That the more Zhuoxiaonian killed and snatched, the more she started to worry. How do I bring them out? If I bring them all out, it's too much. It's too eye-catching. Zhuoxiaonian was melancholy. Why don't you leave them with me? A shout came out. I have an ice and snow space here. It has a huge storage space. It's just that it's easy to freeze things. Zhuoxiaonian didn't care about freezing things at this time. She directly transferred most of the things into the ice and snow space, especially those with ice attributes. They were all transferred into Zhao's space. When the Zhuoxiaonian finally met the Huayan team from the Nine Heavens Pavilion a month later, they were being besieged by a group of geniuses from the Dao League. 40 to 50 people surrounded a dozen people, and both sides were fighting desperately. And on the ground, there were already 3 corpses of Nine Heavens Pavilion's cloud transformation realm experts. The blood on the ground instantly ignited Zhuoxiaonian's killing intent. In an instant, the world was frozen, and the Spirit Snatcher sword rushed into the battlefield with a sharp whistling sound. In less than half a minute, everyone in the Dao League was killed. When everyone was resting, Zhuoxiaonian voiced her doubts. Isn't the Dao League allied with us? Why is it that all the Dao League members that I've met along the way have attacked me without giving me a chance to explain? Your side is also being attacked by the Dao League. What's the meaning of this? A cloud transformation cultivator from the Nine Heavens Pavilion smiled bitterly. In this kind of place, who cares about alliance or not? Everyone wants to eat as much as they can. These are resources, and they're all high-quality resources. Lord Civet, as long as we can bring these resources out, there are foundation and resources for martial arts. What we bring out is the foundation of the human race in the Astral Souls continent. What the Umno Alliance brings out is what the Umno Alliance brings out. What the Dao League brings out is what the Dao League brings out. And what we cultivators bring out, most of them have to be handed over, but there's a small portion that doesn't need to be redistributed. That's our personal gains. It's fundamentally different from what the seniors came in to loot after we left. So at this time, what alliance is there? It's not strange even if people in the astral souls kill each other. They just want to bring out more things. There are many things that after leaving this space, perhaps you won't get a second one in your life. Especially since this is a space set up by the Demon Alliance. Most of the treasures here are rare things that our Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance's Tao League continent don't have. This is the only chance. This cloud transformation cultivator was afraid that Zhuxiaoyan would be at a disadvantage due to her soft-heartedness, so he seized the opportunity to explain everything clearly. I understand. Zhuxiaoyan nodded. Does that mean that we can rob them as we wish? Kill them? Of course. As long as we're strong enough, of course we can rob them. However, if we meet someone tough and fail to rob them, we can't do anything about it. I understand. Zhuxiaoyan nodded expressionlessly. A wave of coldness was emitted from her body. She had long understood this point. Wasn't the previous counterattack in Meng Duo's gains all because of this? This cloud transformation cultivator of the Nine Heavens Pavilion probably didn't realize what kind of existence he had unleashed with his words. He didn't know what kind of karma his words had created. At least, Zhuxiaoyan had already activated her previous passive counterattacks and defensive counterattacks. She took the initiative to greet them, overflowing with killing intent. They rested for a while. Zhuxiaoyan distributed some healing resources. Then they discussed for a while and split up again. Everyone understood that this time, it would be a great opportunity for everyone in this world. Although they knew that they might die if they split up, they were destined to not gain any experience if they stayed together. They were all cloud transformation cultivators. Even if they still couldn't see through life and death, they still didn't care about it. If they didn't risk their lives, they could only watch as the Umno Alliance and Tao League members obtained resources and improved by leaps and bounds. The deeper their foundation, the sooner they would kill them. If they followed the spiritual cat or people with high cultivation, they might be safe. But what use was there for them? What was the point of cultivating? They came here to gain experience, not to be protected. Today they had the spiritual cat and teammates to rely on. What about the future? What about the battlefield? Who else could they rely on? After Zhuxiaoyan left the team and embarked on the path of cultivation, she was much more straightforward than before. She even took the initiative to attack. This is a robbery. Hand over your space ring. In the beginning, when he said this sentence, he felt embarrassed and awkward and felt that it was inappropriate. However, after experiencing it several times, he actually became very proficient in it. As long as she got used to it, anything could become a habit. Where ice and snow covered the sky, the path of fairies wrapped in silver, the cold sword in front of her soared into the sky, the remnant souls and blood behind her. Zhuxiaoyan's speed was much faster than Zhuxiao's. A stream of light appeared gracefully, and in the next moment she was already dozens of miles away. After a few flashes, she disappeared without a trace. Only a fragrant wind and broken limbs were left behind. None of the Umno Alliance and Tao League members that she saw could escape from her sharp sword. Zhuxiaoyan's killing intent was stronger than anyone else's. She was different from Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo might think about other aspects, but Zhuxiaoyan would not think about it at all. She was a stubborn girl. Once she decided on a path, she would walk it to the end. Since she wanted to kill, she would kill until the end. Along the way, the Umno Alliance and Tao League members were complaining. Some people even suspected that the astral souls cheated and threw in God reigning, mystery returning, and even Skysoar realm experts. They were too strong. Finally, on this day, Zhuxiaoyan reached the peak of the mountain. She focused her gaze on a certain place in the sky. There, thunder clouds were faintly visible, and lightning was connecting into one. It was the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom that Zhuxiaoduo had entered. However, from where Zhuxiaoyan was standing, that space seemed to be gradually rising. As time went on, it completely broke away from this space and rose higher and higher. Gradually, the mountain that was originally covered by the sky was revealed. Zhuxiaoyan suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed like it was time to go out. She counted the number of space rings that she had obtained on this trip. The number of space rings that she had obtained was already more than 1,500. However, the biggest difference between her and Zhuxiaoduo was that Zhuxiaoyan did not know where to find the resources underground. All the heavenly treasures that she had collected all came from the ground. Previously, when she was in the Ice Snow Valley because of the Ice Soul, she had collected all the ice treasures in that area. As for the rest, she had obtained everything that she could see and everything that she had the opportunity to do so. On the other hand, Zhuo Duo had collected everything from the ground and underground. The sky was 900 feet high. In the god-reigning area. Qin Fangyang rushed out covered in blood. He was truly fighting alone. This was a life-and-death experience. No one teamed up with him and not many people knew who he was. Speaking of which, this time, it was thanks to his old comrade that he was able to enter the god-reigning list. Ever since he entered, he had been constantly struggling between life and death. Qin Fangyang really didn't expect that the training this time would be so cruel. On the first day he had encountered 3 life-and-death crises. After that, almost every day he had to struggle for survival. After training for nearly 2 months, Qin Fangyang felt that his cultivation had been honed all the way to the peak of the god-reigning list under such a cruel atmosphere. The biggest difference between him and Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan was that whenever Qin Fangyang obtained any heavenly treasures, no matter if they were stolen or dug up, as long as they were useful to his body and cultivation, he would eat them at once. He ate them all and every bit of improvement counted. It didn't matter if he had snatched it, or if he had encountered it by chance or obtained it. His battle experience in the past gave him the greatest confidence. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to avoid the injury of mutual destruction, but Qin Fangyang could use the small wiggling of his muscles to avoid death. Every time this happened, his opponents would die, and he would always be able to survive. Since I entered this unlucky place, just my chest alone has been pierced through 6 times. Qin Fangyang sat on a big rock, his clothes ragged from head to toe, and calculated his gains. I have collected more than 30 rings. As long as I can bring these gains out, they will be able to increase the foundation of those boys. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Little bastards, if you don't work hard to cultivate, you will not only let her down, but also let me down. Qin Fangyang smiled happily. Chapter 8:15. Qin Fangyang thought of those students of his. They were the greatest pride of his life. They were the greatest pride of both him and her. I've already received the letter of appointment. After I go out, I'll be teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School. Thinking of this, Qin Fangyang was even more gratified. I've done what you asked me to do. I'm going to Shangjing to watch them grow up on your behalf. Thinking of Ancestral Dragon High School and the future dragons fighting for heritage. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. Boys, the future of the dragons fighting for heritage will depend on your own efforts. I want to see how many of you can soar into the sky. When the time comes, I should be able to give you some convenience. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to go to the battlefield. There are gains and losses in life. Some regrets are inevitable. After the dragons fighting for heritage, there will definitely be a chance to go to the battlefield again. Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes. Thinking of the upcoming dragons fighting for heritage, imagining the scene of his students winning and going on stage to express their gratitude, he couldn't help but smile brightly. When the time comes, your wish should be fulfilled. In the future they will fight on the battlefield. I don't think you want to see it. When the time comes, where should I go to find you? Qin Fangyang murmured affectionately, find Marshal Dongfeng. It's been so many years. Marshal might not be able to help me again. Or find Zhuo Duo. That boy, I really don't trust him. He definitely won't tell me the truth. Even if there's no hope, he can point out countless hopes for me. Sigh, that frisky monkey, just thinking about it makes me want to beat him up. Damn it, just thinking about it makes my hands itch. Zhuo Duo was chasing after a few Umno Alliance's nascent soul experts. These people didn't leave behind their space rings like the previous people before escaping. If you leave behind your ring when you escape, I'll definitely take it first. But you guys didn't leave anything behind. Are you looking down on me, Zhuo Duo? While he was chasing, a little fatty wearing a white Ancestral Dragon High School martial arts suit suddenly rushed out in a sorry state. Help! Help! I'm from the Astral Souls continent, help me. Behind the little fatty, there were more than 10 experts from the Umno Alliance. Alright, Zhuo Duo naturally went up to meet them. However, when they saw Zhuo Duo appear, they cried out in surprise. Then they threw a large number of natural treasures on the ground and ran away. These people had all been robbed by Zhuo Duo once. Holy shit. So sensible. Zhuo Duo began to collect the scattered heavenly materials and earthly treasures and murmured, then I'll wait for you to collect more. I'll kill them the next time I meet them. There's not much time left. Next time I'll kill them first. This brat actually thought that these Umno Alliance and Dao League experts were working for him. They worked so hard to collect them and then met Zhuoxiao Duo and instantly snatched them away. They went to collect them again and they were snatched away again. Hero. The little fatty instantly worshipped Zhuoxiao Duo. Hero. So awesome. The little fatty's eyes became starry. The Umno Alliance's experts turned around and ran away the moment he appeared. They were afraid that they couldn't escape, so they threw good things everywhere to divert attention. This is a golden thigh. With such an expert by my side, how can I be in any danger? The little fatty instantly decided that this is my boss. Boss, what's your name? The little fatty came to Zhuoxiao Duo's side attentively and helped Zhuoxiao Duo pick up the things. Zhuoxiao Duo also saw this kid taking out good things from his spatial ring as he picked them up, stuffing them into the spoils of war for Zhuoxiao Duo. The little fatty's idea was brilliant. This kind of expert's divine sense naturally covered the whole place. My little movements will definitely be noticed by him. Moreover, I did it spontaneously and secretly. This will show my sincerity even more. However, after he collected them and gave them to Zhuoxiao Duo, he wanted to wait for this hero to be polite. Who would have thought that Zhuoxiao Duo would accept them all without even blinking? He even put on a straight face and looked at the little fatty with a frown, his face full of dissatisfaction. Where are you from? How can there be such a coward in ancestral Gragon's martial arts? Zhuoxiao Duo raised his eyebrows. Why are you shouting when you can't beat him? The little fatty felt wronged. I can't beat him, but I can't escape either. What can I do if I don't shout? My name is Little Hero Yu. The little fatty enthusiastically introduced himself. Boss, Hero, may I ask for your name? Little brother Yu Xiaoxia greets you. Haha, you can call me Xiaoxia or you can call me Xiaoxia. Haha, that's what my friends and elders call me. Little shrimp. Zhuoxiao Duo frowned and wasn't interested. Let's go. If you're so afraid of death, find a place to hide. I'll follow you, boss. Little Hero Yu's chubby face was full of flattery. Don't follow me. I'm not interested in bringing you along. Zhuoxiao Duo rejected him sternly. Boss, my ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Seeing that Zhuoxiao Duo was about to leave, Little Hero Yu hurriedly said, if I can get out safely with you, my family will repay you generously. Heavenly king of the right? Your ancestor? Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the little fatty from head to toe. Fuck, I didn't expect him to be an official. If your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, why did he come here to train? Zhuoxiao Duo frowned. I didn't want to come here either. I didn't want to come here the most. The little fatty felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Whoever wanted to come here was a coward. I was forced to come here. Among the 3 brothers in my family, I was the unluckiest one. The little fatty was still brooding. Until now, he still couldn't understand why he got the shortest draw when he obviously cheated during the draw. Alright, follow me then. Zhuoxiao Duo said, the heavenly king is already so old. If he cries again, it'll be ugly. Thank you, boss. The little fatty agreed happily. Do more work. Okay. Following that, the little fatty was so attentive that it surprised Zhuoxiao Duo. He helped to clean up the battlefield and inventory the supplies. He didn't take a single cent and gave it all to Zhuoxiao Duo. When he was free, he started to gossip to Zhuoxiao Duo, the kind of gossip that couldn't be spread by the higher-ups. That he even massaged Zhuoxiao Duo. In short, he was so diligent that he definitely didn't look like the descendant of a high-ranking official, especially not the descendant of a heavenly king. Sometimes even Zhuoxiao Duo doubted him. Was this guy really the descendant of a heavenly king? Was he just making up a story to trick him into being his bodyguard? But this guy had the identity jade token, so he could see everything clearly. As time passed, Zhuoxiao Duo's movements became more and more frequent. The highly skilled bandit team also became more and more active. They needed to achieve the greatest results within the limited time. This was the highest order of the bandit group's supreme leader, Zhuoxiao Duo. So now, everyone was sparing no effort in snatching. They even stopped cultivating for the last few days. Their priority was to snatch the supplies first. There wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. Finally, there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning in the sky. Zhuoxiao Duo looked from afar. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, he could still see the sky over there. The dark clouds seemed to be gradually rising. And the sky above his head seemed to be constantly rising as well. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, it seemed to be growing bit by bit. It seems that this space is really going to collapse. Duo jumped up and ran back. Where is everyone? Come out, all of you come out. Don't train anymore, gather together first. Wait to be taken out. The little fatty Wuxia also shouted. Although his strength was low, his body was really good. His chubby panda-like body followed behind Duo. Under the situation where Duo didn't use too much strength, he was actually able to follow at a moderate speed. Duo shouted as he flew. After a few hundred miles, a large number of Astral Soul's mainland soul transformation stage martial artists had followed behind him. The bandit groups also started to gather around. It was really about time. Everyone knew this in their hearts. As they were flying forward, they saw a mountain in front of them. It was obvious that it had collapsed for some reason before. The mountain was in a mess and the towering trees were all over the place. Duo had passed by this mountain once before. He didn't care about it. Why would he care about a place where there was nothing good? So he turned a blind eye and passed by. But this time the situation was completely different. Before he had time to walk in front of it, there was a sudden sound of heaven and earth cracking. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light that lit up the world. Then, a magnificent palace appeared in the air from the golden light. Duo's eyes lit up and he suddenly became restless. Good stuff. Good treasure. However, he only had enough time to be tempted. Before he could do anything else, many figures suddenly appeared in front of him. The palace also shrank in an instant. In the end, it turned into a golden light and entered the body of one of the people. Duo looked and saw that the person who took the palace into his body was Li Chenglong. Looking at Li Chenglong's side, he saw Li Chengming, Yu Moyan, Yu Yener, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Yu Moyan's senior sister, Dugu Yener. The group of people that he had tried to find but couldn't find were all among them. There was a long sword wound on Yu Moyan's face. Dugu Yener leaned on him weakly. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously she was seriously injured. Xiang Bing was also limping. Xiang Chong was supported by Li Chenglong. His tall body was almost completely lying on Li Chenglong's body. Yu Yener was carried by Li Chenglong and was unconscious. Li Chenglong was the only one with the lightest injuries in this group of people. The rest of them were all seriously injured, with injuries all over their bodies. On the other side, there were people from the Umno Alliance and people from the Dao League. Every side had many seriously injured people. At this moment they were all angry. Both sides gathered together and forced Li Chenglong and the others. Hand it over. A young man in white from the Dao League shouted angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Hand it over. A tall and strong martial artist from the Umno Alliance shouted angrily. Come and get it if you dare. Li Chenglong spat and said, if I get it, it's mine. If you want it, it's easy. Let's fight. Let's see who has the longest life. Chapter 8:16. Li Chenglong waved his hand behind him as he spoke. He signaled Yu Moyan to stay put when I charge forward. Go up to the sky and send a message, then come back down to escort the wounded. Yu Moyan took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and nodded silently. Now, if there were no reinforcements, Li Chenglong was the only one who had the ability to cover the retreat. He was the only one who could hold back enough enemies because he had a target. It was impossible for anyone else to cover the retreat. They were not strong enough or important enough. Li Chenglong's face flashed with a heroic look. I got a great opportunity this time, but I ended up in this situation. Sure enough, danger and opportunity coexist. I'll give it my all. If I don't give it my all, Bing Dan and the others will all die. As long as I give it my all, I'll at most die here, but I can buy enough time for them to escape. The other side has more people and the two continents have joined hands. I can't beat them alone. But do you think I'm scared? Boss will definitely avenge me after this. At most, I will go first and wait for you guys in the underground world. When you come down, I'll take care of you one by one. If it weren't for the fact that you have more people, who would be my opponent in a one-on-one fight? Li Chenglong took a deep breath and was about to shout and send out the signal to move. But he heard a voice, hand it over. This voice was full of arrogance and domineering, like a crab walking sideways. You little bastards from the Umno Alliance and Dao League, the dark clouds are over your heads. You can't escape. Hurry up and hand over your valuables. Hand over your space rings. Hand over everything in your pockets. Hand over your weapons too. The ranger strode into the battlefield as if he didn't recognize anyone. My boss is here. You little bastards from the Umno Alliance and Dao League, hurry up and hand over everything. Who was this little fatty? Li Chenglong and the others were stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, they immediately understood. A wave of ecstasy surged into their hearts. In an instant, earth-shattering cheers erupted. Zwa. They turned their heads to look. Amidst the dust, Zwa Xiaoduo was dressed in a Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy martial arts uniform. It was snow-white and spotless. He had a faint smile on his face that he believed to be elegant. With his head tilted and his hands in his pockets, he walked out with his crab steps as though he didn't recognize anyone. He had an arrogant look on his face as if he was the boss, and he deserved a beating. He was only short of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Did you hear that? My boss said to hand them all over. If anyone dares to hide even a little bit, I'll search their corpses later. You won't be able to rest in peace even after death. The little fatty ranger was hooting. In front of all the geniuses of the two continents, he was arrogant and bossy, high and mighty. It was really the first time in his life that he had such a glorious moment. Little Hero Yu was so excited that he almost had a stroke. Behind him, Wanli Xiuzhen fluttered and Gao Qiao was speechless. Where did this little fatty come from? This fox flaunting the tiger's might. We can't stand it anymore. Moreover, Zwa Xiaoduo had never done a corpse search. If someone else did it, this guy wouldn't be at ease. He must mobilize the 3 school beauties to do a corpse search for you. Do you have any idea how insane and outrageous your actions are? But cursing was one thing. Now wasn't the time to think about it. He hurriedly rushed over. He rushed to Li Chenglong's side. He hurriedly gave the medicine in his hands to the seriously injured. Now that his side had the upper hand, their only weakness was these injured people. He had to quickly protect them and prevent the enemy from finding an opportunity to take advantage of. Li Chenglong sat down on the ground and smiled bitterly. Zwa, if you didn't come this time, even if everyone didn't die here, I would have definitely gone to the underworld. Zwa Xiaoduo laughed. Now that I'm here, it's their turn to die here and join hands in the underworld. By the way, what's going on with you? What are you doing? Before Li Chenglong could answer, the young man in white from the Dao League sneered. You dare to be so arrogant with just a few more people? Since you're here, then you'll all die here. With his loud shout, the people from the Dao League all rushed up. But the Umno Alliance, who were shouting together just now, didn't move. Moreover, their expressions were very strange. They seemed to be hesitating but also seemed to be struggling. What? The young man in white was furious. Attack. What are you waiting for? Didn't we just finalize the temporary alliance? What? Aren't you moving? Do you want to take advantage of the situation when both sides are injured? The tall and strong martial artist from the Umno Alliance hesitated for a moment and said, The human cultivator on the other side, are you Zwa Xiaoduo from the Hidden Dragon clan? Zmi Zwa Xiaoduo. The ranger raised his nose to the sky arrogantly. The man from the Umno Alliance ignored him. His eyes were fixed on Zwa Xiaoduo. Zwa Xiaoduo had long been used to this kind of question. Basically, all the nascent soul transformation realm martial artists from the Umno Alliance that he met later would ask the same question. Yes, I am your ancestor. What? Are you going to kneel down and kowtow to me, begging me to be merciful and spare your lives? Zwa Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and responded. This was the most effective response that he had accumulated through experience. It would be abnormal if the other party didn't have a temper after hearing this. If they didn't have a temper, how could they quarrel? How could they fight just because of a disagreement? If they didn't fight, how could they snatch things? Sure enough, more than 40 people from the Umno Alliance on the other side suddenly showed angry expressions. Zwa Xiaoduo saw this and suddenly became angry. Why are you looking at me like this? Why are you looking at me like this? Are you looking down on me, Zwa Xiaoduo? Are you angry? Are you showing your anger? Are you going to beat me up? I spoke to you nicely and gave you pointers. Instead of being grateful, you actually dare to glare at me angrily? Zwa Xiaoduo was furious and flew into a rage. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Let's fight. After hearing this argument, the people on the other side, whether they were from the Umno Alliance or the Dao Alliance, were all dumbfounded. Was this brat crazy? Especially those from the Umno Alliance. After we knew who you were, we already planned to leave. We didn't even want to snatch the treasures. But you're still so unforgiving. They didn't know that when Zwa Xiaoduo saw the state of Li Chenglong and the others, he was already furious and wanted to kill them. You want to leave in such a situation? There's no such thing as a free lunch. After seeing that the Umno alliance was about to admit defeat, Duo wasn't going to let it go. Naturally, he wanted to stir up trouble. The 80 or 90 people on the other side were considered to have the advantage in numbers. In the face of such humiliation, how could they remain calm? With a loud shout, the Dao alliance moved first, followed by the Umno alliance. The ranger's legs trembled. He turned around and ran. Good timing. Duo did a somersault and held the cat spirit sword in his hand. The sword flashed and he shouted, "Rainbow sword!" The sharp sword light was like a shocking rainbow, shooting straight to the sky. The light was dazzling and brilliant. When the 80 to 90 people on the opposite side saw such a momentum, they were immediately on full alert. Their eyes were fixed on the sword chi in the air. Everyone could clearly feel that the killing intent in this sword had condensed into a substance. The sword aura was so condensed that they had never seen it before. A strong opponent. The Dao Alliance people thought in their hearts. Duo really couldn't be underestimated. He lived up to his reputation. The Umno Alliance people thought in their hearts. At this moment, Duo shouted, "Rainbow piercing the sun, fall." Before he finished speaking, the sharp sword light had already rushed down from the sky. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and focused their attention on the battle. At this moment, the sky was filled with jade-colored flowers. Countless small gourds, small buttons, small vases, small throwing knives, small awls, and countless jade-colored hidden weapons flashed across the sky. Then there was a series of endless screams. There were a total of 30 people, and they weren't the ones at the front but the ones at the back. Everyone's eyes were filled with bloody light, and they were collectively blinded. The hidden weapons directly pierced through the weakest part of the eye, directly into the brain, and then exploded in the brain with a piu-piu sound. More than 30 people instantly rolled on the ground. After a few screams, their bodies convulsed and they breathed their last. Duo had already taken out his sword again and rushed over. Watch out for the hidden weapons. However, there were no more hidden weapons. Instead, the long sword came over like a storm. The sword aura surged wildly, crisscrossing and slashing wildly. Duo. The Dao Alliance youth in white roared in grief and indignation. His eyes were about to crack. "You're despicable." He also rushed forward with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, the tall and strong man from the Umno Alliance didn't say anything. He led the remaining people and quickly sent a telepathic message. Run? Just now, when Duo attacked, the Umno Alliance youth already knew that they were no match for him. More than 30 people were killed in one hit. Even if the other party made a diversion and took advantage of the element of surprise, the absolute difference in strength was still apparent. Which one of those who could cultivate to this level didn't have a sharp mind and quick reflexes? Which of the vital parts like the eyes weren't the most tightly guarded? The other party was able to kill more than 30 people in one hit. Whether it was strength, speed, timing, or cultivation, they were all top-notch. There was no doubt about this. They were definitely no match for him. Therefore, the Umno Alliance youth led the remaining 20 people and immediately retreated. Without another word, they hurriedly retreated. In an instant, they split into more than 20 directions and fled in different directions. Duo shouted, "Don't leave." His long sword flashed again. This time, he used the body and sword as one technique to attack the enemy. He really didn't want to let any of them go. However, now that the Dao Alliance had stubbornly attacked him, the Umno Alliance had run away. What the hell was this? By the time he used the body and sword as one technique to kill all the Dao Alliance members in front of him, the 20 people from the Umno Alliance had already turned the corner of the mountain and couldn't even see their shadows. Duo was indignant and wanted to continue chasing. "Zwa!" Yu Moyan shouted, "Look at Sister Yener. She's not doing well." On the other side, Li Zhongming also shouted, "Zwa! Yu Yener is gasping." Gasping? Duo was shocked. "Please give me a monthly vote. I caught a cold a few days ago and didn't update. I'm really embarrassed to ask. I'm finally better. Please support me." Chapter 8:17. Breathless? They were on the brink of death. Duo immediately stopped in his tracks and arrived next to the two in a flash. He placed his palm on the Heavenmen's stone and patted Dugu Yener's hand. Then he patted Yu Yener's hand and said, "What is it?" "What's wrong?" Let me see. He moved so quickly and stealthily that no one saw the details. At most, they only knew that he came to check on the situation. Umo Yen and Li Zhangming hurriedly pointed at the two people behind them. Just now, When they turned around, their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. The two women opened their eyes weakly and panted for a moment. Then their breath stabilized and they said in surprise, I'm fine? Umo Yen and Li Zhangming were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Although the two of them were not experienced cultivators, they had been cultivating for a long time and were experts in the field of cultivation. They would never make a wrong judgment about a person's physical condition, especially when they were on the brink of death. Not to mention that the two of them had made a wrong judgment at the same time. In any case, it was impossible for them to make a wrong judgment. Just now they were clearly on the brink of death. How could they be fine all of a sudden? Even Yu Yen'er and Dugu Yen'er themselves were in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. They were severely injured and unconscious. They were on the verge of death. If they couldn't catch their breath, they would be done for. But for some reason, their bodies suddenly warmed up and they woke up. As for why they woke up, they had no idea. Zhuo Duo said angrily, with the two of you protecting them with your life force, how could they die? Speaking of which, the two of you are really messing around. Luckily, the injuries were not fatal. Otherwise, the two of you would have used up your life force before they died. Do you want to be a pair of lovebirds in the same fate? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then he shouted, put them down and treat them. Is it so fun to hug them? Can't you hug them after they recover? Can't you guys take care of the feelings of a single dog? Is it fun to show off your love? Umo Yen and Li Zhangming's faces turned red and they quickly put the two women down. Both of them used their life force to connect the two women. This was true. That was why they could feel each other's condition in time. But the two women themselves did not know this. When they heard this, they knew that Li Zhangming and Umo Yen had used their life force to protect them. If they died, their life force would be greatly damaged. And they could not help but feel warm. Dugu Yen'er's face was filled with bashful joy, as if she had nothing more to ask for in her life. Yu Yen'er's pale face suddenly flushed red. She stealthily glanced at Li Changming beside her. She saw that this fellow's face was simple and honest. His chubby face was filled with a feeling of wealth. However, there was also an inexplicable sense of security. Her pretty face couldn't help but become redder. Zhuo Duo immediately went forward and said, let them drink my medicine. Then this pill. Take it. And the two of you stand back. I will transfer my spiritual energy. He still kept the Heavenmen stone in his sleeve. He reached out and touched Yu Yen'er's wrist, transferring a stream of pure life force. After a while, it was Dugu Yen'er's turn. She did the same thing. In just a few minutes, the two women's injuries were half healed. Zhuo Duo didn't go overboard. He immediately stopped and said with a frown, although he's still very weak, his life is no longer in danger. You two take care of him carefully and treat his wounds. Carry him on your back or carry him. Yu Yen'er struggled. I can walk. Zhuo Duo said solemnly, don't try to show off in front of me. I'll be honest with you. Both of you have injured your foundation this time. If you continue to try to show off, your future will be ruined. Yu Yen'er and Dugu Yen'er were frightened. They did not dare to say anything and let Li Zhangming and Umo Yen carry them. But they could not help but blush. Their hearts were beating fast. I really hurt my life force? Umo Yen was better. But Li Zhangming carried Yu Yen'er. It felt like he was carrying a ball of cotton. For a moment he felt soft everywhere. His head was muddled and his legs were uneven. It was as if he could not walk anymore. Oh my God, this is the first time I have hugged a woman. It feels so good. Li Chenglong said, Zhuo, come and take a look at Bing Dan'er. Zhuo Duo took a look and patted Xiang Bing's shoulder. He rolled his eyes and said, Bing Dan'er is fine. What do you want? Both of you have done everything. If you want to hug her, just do it. You don't have to find an excuse. Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, Zhuo, what nonsense are you talking about? She was so embarrassed and angry that she was about to explode. But she did not notice that her injury had recovered by more than half. Li Chenglong's face was also red. He said angrily, Zhuo, what nonsense are you talking about? Bing Dan and I, He wanted to say, we're innocent. But after thinking about it he felt guilty. He could not deny his conscience and said, we are husband and wife. Do I need you to say that? You are so thick-skinned. TSK. Zhuo Duo looked at the others again. Then he looked at Dugu Yen'er again. His face was calm but his heart was full of worry. According to the judgment of the supernatural power, Dugu Yen'er's fate was clear. Death was inevitable. This time her life was in danger when she came here to train. However, he used the divine mending stone to heal her once. It was no different from eliminating a calamity of death. But the aura of disaster flowing on her body, especially on her face, still did not disappear. It was still moving on her face. It was not fixed. Although it could be seen at a glance, it was sometimes scattered, sometimes gathered, and sometimes moved. This situation was an eye-opener for Zhuo Duo, who was an expert in the art of divination. It was hard for him to come to a conclusion. Obviously, Yu Moyan's luck helped Dugu Yen'er suppress a part of the disaster. His heaven-mending stone also helped her suppress some of the disaster. But the disaster on her body was too great. It was the so-called fate of death. But because of the interference of external forces, it became a pattern of wandering between life and death. And this situation also made it difficult to see when there would be another disaster. Maybe when there was a good thing it could be dispelled. Maybe when there was some impact it would be worse. Zhuo Duo could not tell which direction it would deviate to. It was difficult for him to come to a conclusion. He could only wait until he got out of here. It was Zhuo Duo's first time encountering such a fate of death that could not be eliminated. Saving her once was just delaying it for a while. How could this be? Zhuo Duo looked at Yu Moyan. This fella had always been a loner, and now that he had developed such an extreme personality, it would affect his luck. But now that he met a friend and gained love, the color on his face began to change. On the left he looked like a lucky star with prosperity. On the right he looked like a widower. He looked like a bachelor for his entire life. These two people's faces are really... Zhuo Duo secretly remembered this in his heart. Something big was going to happen. After getting out of here he must pay attention to Yu Moyan's news. Maybe if he was not careful, it would be a lifelong regret. Zhuo Duo would not be careless when it concerned his brother. After a long while, everyone's injuries finally recovered a lot. Zhuo Duo then asked, "Now tell me what's the matter? Where have you been all this time? What's the specific situation?" The whole process is mysterious and bizarre. I really don't know how to start from the beginning. But the most important thing is that everyone has sacrificed too much to protect me. Li Chenglong's face was full of shame. He was the strongest among them. He should have done his best to protect everyone. However, after everyone entered the big demon's cave abode, they were all fighting for the treasures in the big demon's cave abode. The astral souls always had the upper hand in the fierce battle. In this huge palace they did not kill each other. They kept breaking through and fighting. Time passed day by day. Then, on that day, in another explosion, they finally broke the restrictions of the inner sect and revealed the big demon's inheritance in this cave abode. It was also at that moment that everyone went crazy. Especially the bright pearl in the middle, which was obviously a top-grade treasure. It was the first to bear the brunt and was the most fiercely fought for it. Li Chenglong was the strongest among them. Naturally, he was the first to rush over and beat back the many Dao League geniuses who blocked his way. He even used his blood-stained hands to grab the pearl. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change happened. This unexpected turn of events almost caused Xinghun's entire army to be wiped out. They all perished in a single day. The moment Li Chenglong grabbed the pearl suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. It was dazzling. Then Li Chenglong could not move at all. At that moment, Li Chenglong was like a fish on the chopping block. He was at the mercy of others. Xiang Bing, who was the first to notice his abnormality, reacted quickly. She was the first to rush to his side and tried her best to protect him. Then Yu Moyan and Xiang Chong also rushed to protect Li Chenglong. As Li Chenglong fell into a strange state, he went from being the strongest to being completely protected. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance saw an opportunity and joined forces to attack. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingyu, Yen'er, Yu Moyan, Dugu Yen'er and the rest. All the Astral Souls human martial artists gathered around Li Chenglong and tried their best to resist. After losing Li Chenglong, who was their strongest fighter, they had to divert their attention to protect him. At the same time, they also had to face the joint attack of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League. The Astral Souls immediately fell into a desperate battle of life and death. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.